Chapter 730. Under such a huge premeditated scheme, there was also absolute strength behind it, which was why it could reach such a level. Don't you think that the poison sect of the southern region and the Qin Yuan villa are putting on an act? Zhang Yonghui said. Everyone was startled when they heard Zhang Yonghui's words. The poison sect of the southern region was vicious and merciless. Their actions were terrifying. They did not leave any leeway. Wherever they went, they would start an earth-shattering massacre. They would massacre the entire village and town. They did not treat people as human lives at all. That was why the Eight Banners army was able to rise so quickly. Moreover, some of the people who had been persecuted by the poison sect of the southern region rose up one after another. Since the imperial court did not do anything, they would do it themselves. Therefore, they joined the Eight Banners army. This allowed the Eight Banners army to grow rapidly. Ever since the Eight Banners army was established, the poison sect of the southern region had been forced to retreat repeatedly. Although they had killed many remnants along the way, the main force of the poison sect of the southern region was not injured at all. The poison sect of the southern region had been fleeing for their lives. In addition, the Eight Banners army had been chasing after them. They did not kill many of them. Instead, they recruited them along the way, causing the Eight Banners army to grow even stronger. If one were to observe carefully, one would discover that these people were putting on an act. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Now that they had fled to the Middle Mountain, they had nowhere else to run. They were trapped on the Middle Mountain. If they wanted to leave, they would have to swim over the Qianding River. Even a large-scale head-on conflict had never occurred. Even if it was an act, it was done very carelessly. Usually, everyone was blinded by the crisis in front of them. Now that they were talking about this, they were even more shocked. It seemed that there was indeed such a thing going on. This was too much of a coincidence. This was a battle of life and death. Even if the Eight Banners army could not kill the poison sect of the southern region, the poison sect of the southern region should have turned around and defeated the Eight Banners army. If that is the case, isn't our Jade Wave giant city in imminent danger? Some of the family heads finally regained their senses. His words instantly caused a wave of panic. Even Pang Shan looked at Zhang Yonghui with a look of pleading for help. Why are you panicking? Zhang Yonghui let out a low growl, then looked around with his sharp eyes. As long as we defend the city, how can these idle fish and scattered soldiers break into our Emerald Wave colossal city? My Zhang family's 20 Qilin battleships have been prepared. Let's fight at any time. Zhang Yonghui said. Qilin battleship. The Zhang family was a master shipbuilder. The technology itself was very advanced, and it also made a great contribution to the military industry of the Shenyang dynasty. Military and transportation. The appearance of the sky-shaking ship was also a technology that made people gasp in amazement. As for the Qilin warship, it was a warship with extremely powerful firepower. Once it was activated, it could even resist an army of 1,000,000. Even if it's the Qin Yuan manor, he can forget about controlling my Jade Wave giant city. So what if he's King Qin Yuan? If he attacks the city, it's tantamount to rebellion. What was there to fear from a rebel king? As long as we stay united internally, Cerulean Wave giant city will be indestructible. Zhang Yonghui said. At the same time, his gaze swept across the surrounding people. His words were very obvious. If someone wanted to be a traitor, it would be destroying the stability and prosperity of Cerulean Wave giant city, making an enemy of the Zhang family. Their fates wouldn't be any better. Many people also swallowed their saliva. At this moment, it was impossible to get off the tiger. They could only unite with the Zhang family. Only in this way could they have a chance to survive. But now, they could only pray in their hearts. They prayed that these people would not attack the city at this time. It would be best if these people did not have the guts to attack the city. Otherwise, their end would be very unpredictable. Go back and prepare well. A war is inevitable. How can we live under someone else's rule? Zhang Yonghui waved his hand, indicating that the meeting was adjourned, leaving the city lord and Zhang Yonghui alone in the room. After everyone left, Pang Shan looked at Zhang Yonghui with an inquiring gaze. Are there really 20 Qilin battleships? Pang Jun's eyes flashed with excitement. If there were really 20 Qilin battleships, it would not be a problem to deal with the Eight Banners army. One Qilin battleship was enough to resist 100,000 soldiers. However, Pang Jun saw that Zhang Yonghui's expression was extremely gloomy. There are only 2 Qilin battleships that can be used at the moment. If there are 20 Qilin battleships, we don't have enough energy. We don't have enough primordial stones in reserve. Zhang Yonghui said, normally, even if they were in a state of war, 1 Qilin battleship was enough to deter the enemy. However, if they wanted to use 20 Qilin battleships at the same time, even if they had enough energy, they did not have enough pilots to operate them. Such a powerful Qilin battleship naturally needed the most trusted person to operate it. Otherwise, if the cannons of the Qilin battleship were slightly turned to fire at their own people during a war, they would end up in a miserable state. Therefore, the pilots of the Qilin battleships were of the utmost importance. Seeing this, Pang Shan's expression changed. There are only 2 Qilin battleships. This, Pang Shan's face was instantly filled with nervousness. As a result, the situation was much worse than expected. Even if there are only 2 Qilin battleships, these people won't dare to act rashly. I've sent a message to my family in Royal City and reported the situation here to the imperial court. Zhang Yonghui said, for such a matter, it was naturally necessary to have a backup plan. Otherwise, they would die sooner or later if they waited here for their deaths. The Eight Banners army has more than 500,000 soldiers and countless experts. Most of them are angry people who are not to be trifled with. Moreover, the people from the poison sect from southern border are secretly causing trouble, Pang Shan said. I know that the people from the poison sect from southern border have already infiltrated the city. If I'm not mistaken, the people from the Yang clan are already planning to betray us. The Yang clan was the only clan that did not follow the Zheng clan's lead. The Yang clan was also very powerful and was on par with the Zheng clan in terms of strength. Since they were both big clans, there was no need for them to bow and bend their knees to the Zheng clan. Therefore, the Yang clan was also planning to betray the Zheng clan. The 20 Qilin battleships were purposely mentioned to the Yang clan to deter them. Otherwise, the Yang clan would really think that they could go against the Zheng clan. What? Pang Shan was also extremely shocked. He did not expect the poison sect from southern border to act so quickly. At the same time, he was also puzzled. Since Zhang Yonghui already knew about it, why didn't he directly eliminate the people from the Yang clan? Instead, why did he keep them alive until now? Wasn't that like raising a tiger that would invite calamity? However, this matter was not so simple. If he took action now, he would directly destroy the aquamarine wave giant city. It was naturally a military taboo to have internal and external troubles. City Lord, it's not good. The Eight Banners army has gathered outside the city gate and is requesting to enter the city. Pang Shan's subordinate came to report. When they heard the news, both of them were obviously surprised. How could these people act so quickly? Damn it, prepare for battle! Zhang Yonghui slapped his palm. Since these bastards were serious, he did not want to waste time talking nonsense with them. So what if he had to fight a bloody battle? Chapter 731. Outside the giant cerulean wave city, 6 of the 8 banner soldiers had arrived. The colors of the 8 banner soldiers were 4 black and 4 white. For different totems, and the black and white flags fluttered in the sky. The 6 banner masters were standing side by side on their horses. They looked at the giant cerulean wave city in front of them. They had not encountered any resistance along the way. If they could take down the giant cerulean wave city, they were confident that they could expand their sphere of influence to the entire Dingquan province. Currently, most of the second-grade cities had become the puppets of the 8 banner soldiers. Behind them was a vast and mighty army. Although they were not uniform in terms of attire, their core strength was gathered together. They used their hatred for the poisoned sect of the southern border to control these people. The banner master of the White Tiger banner raised his head and looked at the giant cerulean wave city. Brothers, those poisoned sect of the southern border are hiding in the giant cerulean wave city. Now, the giant cerulean wave city won't let us in. Tell me, what should we do? Kill! 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 Shouts and roars shook the sky behind them. Surging killing intent rushed toward the giant cerulean wave city. When Zhang Yonghui saw this scene, his expression immediately became serious. Damn it! These people have no intention of negotiating. Zhang Yonghui slapped his thigh. He immediately came to his senses. Previously, he thought that these people would have some misgivings. However, after thinking carefully, if these people were really in cahoots with the poisoned sect of the southern border, then there was no need to worry. They would charge into the city wall without any misgivings. They would kill them all, then let the poisoned sect of the southern border destroy the scene and make it look like they were the ones who did it. Why did Zhang Yonghui only think of such a simple logic now? There were at least 400,000 to 500,000 people in the city. There were only 80,000 soldiers stationed in the city. With such a huge difference, it would not be easy to deal with these people. They could be wiped out at any time. This was because the poisoned sect of the southern border was still causing trouble in the city, coordinating from the inside and the outside. It was simply a seamless cooperation. Prepare for battle. Just as Zhang Yonghui gave the order, a loud sound suddenly came from the city. Boom! Zhang Yonghui subconsciously looked in the direction of his family. He saw that the warship that had just ascended had already exploded and a terrifying flame appeared on its side. When the flames appeared, Zhang Yonghui's face became extremely ugly. This is not the Qilin battleship. The unique external appearance of the Qilin battleship was unforgettable. The other Qilin battleship, which had just taken off, also exploded at this moment. A black smoke rose into the sky. Then the Qilin battleship lost its power and fell to the ground. Pang Shan's mood was even worse than Zhang Yonghui's when he saw this scene. The 2 Qilin warships, which could withstand an army of 100,000, were destroyed just like that. They were already at a disadvantage before the battle even began. The destruction of such a warship meant that they had lost half of their defensive power. But Zhang Yonghui couldn't help but curse. The enemy had clearly come prepared. Moreover, their plan was quite thorough. Even Zhang Yonghui had fallen for it. When the White Tiger banner master saw the 2 plumes of black smoke rising from the city, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He unsheathed the White Tiger sword in his hand. Brothers, kill them. The black smoke rising meant that the Zhang family's Qilin battleship had already been destroyed. There was nothing to be afraid of now. Money makes the world go round. This saying was very useful no matter where one went. When this furious roar rang out, the 6 banner masters also urged their horses forward. It was only the initial stage, so they naturally had to charge at the very front. It would be best if they were injured or something like that. Only then would they be able to fool the people behind them. Although the 6 banner masters had moved out at the same time and were at the forefront, they were actually very safe. After all, the first batch of soldiers behind them were blood strike guards in disguise. Furthermore, given the skills of the 6 banner masters and the fact that they were all Yuan monarchs, there wouldn't be any problems at all. The White Tiger Division master, suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he looked up, he suddenly saw a figure appear above his head. If he wasn't mistaken, this figure seemed to be a carriage. How did this carriage directly fly into the sky? What is that? Zhang Yonghui and the others also saw the carriage flying into the sky. It seemed to have flown directly from a very far place. The horse in front seemed to be running with all its might and did not lose its balance. It was like a flying horse flying into the sky. Along with the carriage, it landed on the city wall of Jade Wave Giant City with a boom. "Protect, sir." The soldiers on the city wall immediately protected Zhang Yonghui and Pang Shan. The carriage stopped steadily on the city wall. Tian Fei landed on the ground and turned to look at the army that was charging at them from below. His eyes instantly locked onto the 6 people who were charging at the front. Although Tian Fei didn't know why Li Zongjio hated the people of the Qingyuan villa so much, Tian Fei didn't care. As long as he killed these people, it would be fine. In any case, he had already killed a lot of people from the Qingyuan villa. So what if he killed them? The current Tian Fei could be said to be different from before. He didn't even have to worry about anything. "You. Who are you?" Pang Shan said nervously. Tian Fei didn't say anything else. He immediately leaped and flew toward the bottom of the city wall. As he was in the air, he unsheathed his sword. An incomparably sharp sword aura immediately swept downwards. Boom! With just 1 man and 1 sword, he actually charged into the army below. Oh my God! Zhang Yonghui, on the other hand, was looking at this scene. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. "Zhang Yong." We could also sense that the young man seemed to be at the Yuan monarch realm. As the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Yonghui's cultivation was also at the Yuan monarch realm. However, even Zhang Yonghui didn't dare to rush down and face so many people alone. Among them, the 6 banner masters were all Yuan monarchs. "You are courting death. I'll kill him." When the Black Wolf Banner chief saw Tian Fei descending from the sky, he stomped on the back of his horse. The steel spear in his hand abruptly shot out. As he shot out his spear, a cold light flashed between him and Tian Fei. Boom! The Black Wolf Banner master's body immediately fell from the sky. His body had already been split in half. After all, he was from the Mystic Yuan sect. His cultivation was also at the level of a grade 5 Yuan monarch. If he had activated his innate talent, he would have probably reached the level of a grade 6 or even a grade 7 Yuan monarch. Therefore, it would be easy for him to kill these people who were only at the level of a grade 2 Yuan monarch. The moment Black Wolf Banner leader attacked, he was instantly killed. This scene shocked the remaining 5 banner masters. However, the arrow had already been knocked and had to be released. The 5 of them didn't dare to be careless and attacked together. The blood strike guards behind them immediately got into formation and formed a large bloody array. Boom! Tian Fei landed on the ground and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the 5 banner masters. As the 6 Yuan monarchs exchanged blows, the chaotic aura emitted instantly stopped the charging army behind them. If they rushed forward now, they would be torn to shreds by the aura emitted by these Yuan monarchs. Zhang Yonghui and the others on the city wall were stunned when they saw this scene. If they weren't mistaken, this young man should be driving the carriage. Who exactly was the person in the carriage? Another person walked down. Magistrate. Pang Shan was delighted when he saw Fang Youji. He hadn't expected that such an expert would be brought here by Fang Youji. Could the imperial court already know that these people were causing trouble? Magistrate, could this be the expert you invited? Fang Youji shook his head. No, it's his men. Him? Could there be someone with a higher status than the magistrate? How could he let the magistrate get off the carriage first? Li Zongjiu walked down from the carriage. Is this Bibo City? Li Zongjiu looked ordinary and mediocre. He didn't have the temperament of an expert. He looked more like a weakling. The clothes he was wearing were simple gray clothes, and he didn't look like he was rich or noble. It really made people blind. He was clearly an ordinary person. This is Li Zongjiu. Chapter 732. Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu. Pang Shan and Zhang Yonghui were both surprised. The name of the man named Li Zongjiu in front of him actually sounded so familiar. I remember now. You are Haoran's elder brother. Zhang Yonghui suddenly said. Zhang Haoran often mentioned Li Zongjiu's name in front of Zhang Yonghui. Later on, Li Zongjiu made a name for himself in the sacred flame royal city. After all, some of the dynasty's official announcements would also record the happenings in the royal city. At the same time, more of these wandering people would gradually spread the deeds of Li Zongjiu in the sacred flame royal city. It was also because of this that the people of Dingquan province heard of the name Li Zongjiu. It's the famous Li Zongjiu in the royal city. Pang Shan also came to a realization. He did not expect that the legendary person was actually such an ordinary young man. It was truly unexpected. You are. Li Zongjiu looked at Zhang Yonghui. I'm Zheng Haoren's father, Zhang Yonghui. Zheng Haoren. Li Zongjiu still had an impression of this person. When he was in Guanxi town, Zheng Haoren was also there to support him. That was why his uncle was able to take up the position of Guanxi town's garrison guard. So you're Zheng Haoren's father, Li Zongjiu said. If Zheng Haoren's father was Zheng Haoren's father, then he was the head of the Zheng family. He was the head of the family who worked hard for 500 years to raise Cerulean Wave Giant City to a first-class city. Zhang Yonghui had indeed worked very hard. His standard was obviously high enough, but there would always be unexpected situations. Li Zongjiu did not remember the specific situation later on. However, looking at Zhang Yonghui now, he did not think that Zhang Yonghui was a useless person. Someone must have been dragging him down. Are the people below from Qingyuan Villa? When Li Zongjiu saw the dense mass of people, he thought, isn't this a little too grand? To be able to easily summon so many people to help out, this Qingyuan Villa's methods were truly extraordinary. Most of them are victims from other cities who were used by them. Only a few of them are the real members of the Eight Banners army. Zhang Yonghui pointed at some of the people below. These people obviously looked well-trained. But Tian Fei's fierce battle had already turned the situation into an extremely dangerous one. If one dared to approach them, one would be injured by their aura. However, the blood-robe guards were also lying in ambush, ready to charge in at any moment. On the other hand, Tian Fei was fighting against 5 banner masters alone. This battle was extremely fierce, and Tian Fei was gradually gaining the upper hand. This situation was unexpected. A mere youngster was actually able to fight to a draw with 5 banner masters. Moreover, he had directly killed the Black Wolf banner master at the beginning of the battle. Are there people from Nanjiang's poison sect in this city? Li Zongjiu scanned the city with his mind power and immediately discovered that there were many movements in Jade Wave City. These movements were the aura of Nanjiang's poison sect. Li Zongjiu would never forget the aura of these bastards. Yes. Before Zhang Yonghui could finish speaking, Li Zongjiu's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Even Zhang Yonghui, who was a Yuan monarch, had not been able to clearly see Li Zongjiu's movements. In the city, the group from Nanjiang's poison sect was already preparing to retreat after completing their mission. Their mission today was to destroy the Zheng family's Qilin battleship. If the Qilin battleship unleashed its full power, it would take less than an hour to destroy the Middle Reaches mountain. Currently, most of the members of Nanjiang's poison sect were loitering around the Middle Reaches mountain. Are you guys going to leave just like that? Aren't you going to kill everyone from the Zheng family? Yang Shao, the head of the Yang family, panicked when he saw that the members of Nanjiang's poison sect were preparing to leave. Hadn't they previously agreed to take the life of the head of the Zheng family in addition to the 2 Qilin battleships? However, it seemed like these people were not going to continue attacking the Zheng family. Head of the Yang family, don't worry. When the 6 banner masters attack, the entire Zheng family will be annihilated. An elder of Nanjiang's poison sect said. This elder was called Amandao. At the beginning, he had only been a small slave in Nanjiang's tribe. However, by chance, he had mastered the poison sect's poison sect. Now, he had slowly climbed to the position of an elder. It was incredible. Amandao and the others were dressed in black robes. Then he waved his hand, put on his hat, and left. There was also a secret passage when they came. As long as they entered the secret passage, they would be able to leave safely. The members of the Zheng family had already begun to search the nearby area to find out who had attacked their Qilin battleship. The Zheng family's Sky Shaker battleship soared into the sky. Over there, Yang Shao. So it's you. Zhang Haoren led the guards of the Zheng family and charged out. With a glance, he saw that Yang Shao was actually sneaking around nearby. He immediately gave chase. Damn it! Yang Shao cursed. As expected, these people were unreliable. However, he could only hope that the 6 banner masters would be able to kill all of the Zheng clan's people after they entered the city. Seeing Zhang Haoren and the others chasing after him, Yang Shao also flew into the distance. Let's leave this place first. Amandao led the 6 people behind him and continued to advance in the city. In a small alley in front of them, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and blocked their path. Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? Li Zongjio turned around and looked at the group of Nanjiang's poison sect members. Amandao and the others also stopped. Kill. Immediately, the people behind him used their poison sect techniques and threw many poisonous insects at Li Zongjio. To a true expert, the attacks of these venomous insects were simply child's play. Mountain flipping golden seal. Li Zongjio's 10 fingers intertwined as he formed a set of hand seals. Immediately, a golden palm shot out from between his fingers, and with a loud bang it shot forward. That powerful aura directly locked onto Amandao and the others. Not a single one of them managed to escape. What? Amandao immediately cried out in alarm. However, under the mountain flipping golden seal, there was no way for him to resist. The golden seal carried a terrifying power and blazing energy. With a bang, it smashed onto Amandao and the others. While they were smashed into meat paste, they were also burned to ashes. Chapter 733. Several members of the Southern Border's poison sect were instantly reduced to ashes. Ever since Li Zongjio started cultivating the mountain-toppling golden seal, he had used it many times. The feeling of killing an enemy in one move was quite good. Sometimes there was no need to make things so complicated. It was fine as long as it was easy to deal with, and it would also prevent some messy things from happening again. It seems that the members of the Southern Border Poison sect are indeed nearby. Li Zongjio looked in the direction of the middle range mountain. Then his figure flashed, and he returned to the city wall. Where are the members of the Southern Border Poison sect? Fang Yoji asked. There are 7 of them in total. They're all dead. Li Zongjio casually tossed out a token. This was Amandao's identity token. The poison sect of the Southern Border could be considered a small-scale organization. Therefore, they had their own unique methods for these identity tokens. This identity token had been enhanced with an extremely complicated process. Hence, it was not directly shattered by Li Zongjio's palm strike. Zhang Yonghui held the identity token in his hand. After some inspection, he confirmed that it was indeed the identity token of those people. Moreover, based on the material and manufacturing method, it seemed that the person's status was not low. Although he did not see the corpse, the identity token that Li Zongjio took out was enough to prove it. You're dragging it out. How long has it been? And you still haven't solved it. Li Zongjio glanced at Tian Fei below. Tian Fei seemed to have been trapped by these people. Li Zongjio also keenly discovered that Tian Fei seemed to have been poisoned. His body was already showing some stiff purple color. These people's methods were also very powerful. Retreat! Li Zongjio immediately shouted. After hearing this, Tian Fei, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, did not hesitate to give up the battle in front of him and directly retreated. Given his strength, it was not difficult for him to escape if he wanted to. However, he did not expect these people to be so despicable as to poison him. This caused Tian Fei to be unexpectedly poisoned. This poison could be said to be of 5 elements and 5 colors. It was without a trace. Unknowingly, he was already poisoned. After Tian Fei retreated, the banner masters also noticed Li Zongjio descending from the sky. They all said disdainfully, "Another one has come to court death." However, while Li Zongjio was still in the air, the blood strike guards below had already formed their formation. They were waiting for Li Zongjio to land so that they could trap Li Zongjio in the formation. Mountain-toppling golden seal. Li Zongjio's fingers intertwined with each other and formed a set of finger seals. Suddenly, the terrifying, overturning mountain golden seal was released, and a huge golden handprint emerged from his hand. It was as if a golden mountain was crashing down. What? This power! We can't even break free. What a terrifying power! Damn it! Just as these people nervously watched the golden seal fall in front of them, they had already forgotten to block it. They could only watch helplessly as the golden seal smashed into their bodies. They didn't even have the chance to escape. Boom! A powerful wave of energy immediately spread out in all directions. Apart from this power, after the golden light flashed, it was clear that there were some black marks where these people had originally been. These were the remains of their bodies after they were smashed into pieces. The 5 banner masters died one after another. The hundreds of blood-robed guards in the vicinity were also reduced to ashes by this move. Li Zongjio's body landed on the ground. The shock brought about by this move swept through all of the 8 banners' soldiers like a storm. The 8 banner masters were so flustered that they started to tremble. They could not even react when they saw the scene before them. What? On the city wall, Zhang Yonghui's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. If he remembered correctly, there were nearly 5 Yuan kings and hundreds of Yuan ancestor realm experts below. If such a force was gathered, it would be more than enough to attack the Zhang family. If they were not prepared, they could easily destroy the Zhang family's foundation. Moreover, the Qilin battleship had been severely damaged today, and such a terrifying force. After Li Zongjio made his move, it only took a single move to wipe out all these people. Everyone was dead. Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? Zhang Yonghui looked at Pang Shan. Pang Shan's expression was one of shock. He did not believe it at all. His body was already halfway out, trying to take a closer look. Pang Shan also looked at Zhang Yonghui in shock. It was as if he was trying to verify something with Zhang Yonghui. This was simply too ferocious. What had just happened was not something a human could do. Behind them, Tian Fei was also recovering his Yuan Qi. When he saw Li Zongjio's move descending from the sky, he could feel the boundless power. It was simply too powerful. What a terrifying force! Tian Fei was full of admiration for Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from the city. Then, a huge flying boat that was glowing with green light gradually rose into the sky. At the front of the boat, there was a terrifying cannon muzzle. On the hull of the ship, a row of cannons appeared. It was like the god of death, staring ahead and making everyone fearful. The Qilin battleship. It was the Zhang family's Qilin battleship. Although 2 Qilin battleships had been destroyed previously, the son of the Zhang family head, Zhang Haoren, had made a prompt decision to reassemble the remaining parts of the Qilin battleship and place them on the new Qilin battleship. Therefore, he had forcibly activated the Qilin battleship to form a new deterrent. No matter what, they had to deploy the Qilin battleship first. Otherwise, they would not be able to control the situation. The members of the Zhang family gathered on the Qilin battleship to protect the last Qilin battleship. Li Zongjio turned around and looked at the Qilin battleship. Its mighty momentum made Li Zongjio slightly glance at it. This thing looked pretty good. Interesting. When the Qilin battleship appeared, a commotion broke out among the 8 banners' army. It's the Zhang family's Qilin battleship. The Qilin battleship. This name was like a plague that spread through the entire team. The Banner Lords are all dead. What are we doing here? That Chelan battleship can kill us all with one shot. Let's run. A loud and clear voice came from the Chelan battleship. Lay down your weapons and surrender. Otherwise we will fire. The soldiers of the Eight Banners army began to flee in all directions. Clatter! A series of people ran towards the distance like an avalanche. Not only did they throw away their helmets and armors, but they also didn't have much equipment on them. Some of them even fell to the ground and were trampled to death by their own people. Haha! My Zhang family's Chelan battleship is so awesome. Zhang Yonghui suddenly felt like he was shining brightly. At this moment, it was as if the eyes of the entire world were focused on Zhang Yonghui. This made Zhang Yonghui truly understand that only when one was strong enough would others be able to look at him in the eye. They finally retreated. Pang Shan also heaved a sigh of relief. When Fang Yoji saw this scene, his heart was filled with emotions. He did not know what to say. To think that such a grave and huge crisis would be resolved so easily in the hands of Li Zongjiu. Kuan province is lucky to have Li Zongjiu. Fang Yoji could not help but sigh. Since he was present today, everything that happened in Cerulean Wave Giant City was free to judge. Therefore, there was no need to worry. Your battleship is not bad. How much is it? Li Zongjiu's figure appeared beside Zhang Yonghui. Chapter 734. Zhang Yonghui was full of pride when he mentioned the Chelan battleship. However, he did not dare to be too arrogant in front of Li Zongjiu. After all, the scene of Li Zongjiu killing hundreds of people with a single slap was still vivid in his mind. The Chelan battleship was a deterrent against such a large-scale army. After all, the number of people who could escape would be very few. Most of them would not be able to escape in time. However, if it was used against Yuan Qi experts, the Chelan battleship would be a live target. A Yuan monarch elite could easily land on the Chelan battleship and destroy it directly. The construction cost of this Chelan battleship is ordinary, but the driving energy is extremely expensive. It will consume at least one mid-grade Yuan stone just to maintain the kinetic energy for an hour. It will also require at least one high-grade Yuan stone to power it as an arsenal. Zhang Yonghui could not help but say, this thing was simply a monster that ate Yuan stones. In order to unleash its power, it had to be fed. How many families could afford to consume so many Yuan stones? Therefore, the Zhang family would not let the Chelan battleship open fire unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of purple coins would be wasted. I will give you 100 high-grade Yuan stones in exchange for 10 Chelan battleships. Li Zongjiu did not say anything else. He immediately took out 100 high-grade Yuan stones from the southern nation ring. Hundreds of high-grade Yuan stones landed on the ground and immediately exuded a suffocating Yuan Qi. This kind of origin Qi that assaulted one's face was simply going to cause one to faint from the rush. It was truly incomparably shocking. This, Zhang Yonghui had not expected Li Zongjiu to be so straightforward. With these high-grade Yuan stones, the rest of the Chelan battleships of the Zhang family could be activated as backup. This was the most important thing. Therefore, although those people had launched a sneak attack and destroyed the Chelan battleship, it was actually not a big problem. The construction cost of a Chelan battleship was only about 20 million purple yuan. After all, it was relatively easier for craftsmen who cultivated Yuan Qi to build and assemble these things. The cost of manpower was slightly reduced, mainly because of the preciousness of the blueprint and the power of the weapon. Deal. Zhang Yonghui was no ordinary person. He reached out his hand and kept the 100 upper-grade primordial stones under the envious gazes of the surrounding people. As expected of someone who had returned from the royal city, he was so generous. Father, a figure descended from the sky. It was Zhang Haoren, the third young master of the Zhang family. Zhang Haoren was fully armed. Although Zhang Haoren did not know how to operate this Qilin battleship, in fact, this battleship was under Zhang Haoren's name. The talents on board were also cultivated by Zhang Haoren. The people on this fleet were also loyal to Zhang Haoren. It had to be said that the Zhang family's model was a way of spreading their branches and spreading their leaves. Everyone developed independently and became stronger on their own before finally returning to the family. It was precisely this method that made the Zhang family feel as though they had accumulated a lot of resources and were about to explode. After all, this required a process of accumulation in order to achieve such results and achievements. This time, Zhang Haoren could be said to have completed his task perfectly. With only a Qilin battleship, he forced these people to retreat and solve the crisis of the Azure Wave giant city. Just thinking about it made Zhang Haoren feel that it was very cool. Therefore, he naturally came to Zhang Yonghui to ask for credit. Of course, he also wanted to see if there was any danger on the battleship. "You trash! 2 of our battleships have been destroyed. Did you catch the culprit?" As soon as Zhang Haoren landed on the ground, Zhang Yonghui started to rain curses on him, causing the smile on Zhang Haoren's face to immediately stiffen. The change in style was too fast, which was beyond Zhang Haoren's expectation. If it weren't for young hero Li Zongjiu, your father would have been killed, Zhang Yonghui said, naturally leading Zhang Haoren's gaze to Li Zongjiu's direction. Since Li Zongjiu was so powerful, if he was really the brother of Zhang Haoren's son, wouldn't the Zhang family be like a dragon rising from the shallow beach? Li, big brother? When Zhang Haoren saw Li Zongjiu in front of him, he suddenly froze. When he met Li Zongjiu in the small Guanxi town, after seeing Li Zongjiu's skills, Zhang Haoren knew that Li Zongjiu was definitely not an ordinary person. Who could use the green light sword finger to such an extraordinary level? Only Li Zongjiu could do it. Big brother! When Zhang Haoren saw Li Zongjiu, he immediately rushed up and gave Li Zongjiu a bear hug. Li Zongjiu also patted Zhang Haoren's shoulder. Although the two of them did not have much interaction, Li Zongjiu could see that Zhang Haoren sincerely treated him as a big brother. If Zhang Haoren could help him, then Li Zongjiu could protect him for a lifetime. "I didn't expect to come to your territory," Li Zongjiu suddenly said with a smile. "But why is your cultivation still so weak? How can my level be compared to you, big brother?" Zhang Haoren immediately waved his hand and said, seeing that Zhang Haoren and Li Zongjiu's relationship seemed to be very good. Zhang Yonghui's heart was simply blooming with flowers. It should be known that if a young expert like Li Zongjiu or any expert did not establish a good foundation when they grew up early, then even if they wanted to befriend later, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Therefore, there was nothing more perfect than being able to lay down the foundation at an early stage. Right, we found traces of the poison sect in Nanjiang. There are at least 6 of them. Now that these people are still wandering in the city, we must catch them. Zhang Haoren said, "Waiting for you, it's too late." Zhang Yonghui glared at Zhang Haoren, as if blaming Zhang Haoren for not doing a good job. Of course, it was also to highlight Li Zongjiu's strength and power. In such a short time, he directly killed the people of the poison sect in Nanjiang, including an elder-level expert. It was really amazing. So powerful. When Zhang Haoren saw Zhang Yonghui's unhurried manner, he knew what was going on. When he heard Zhang Yonghui's words, it was obvious that Li Zongjiu had settled the matter. He felt even more heartfelt admiration. Right, the people of the Yang family were also involved. We originally wanted to capture that Yang Shao, but he was too strong and escaped. Zhang Haoren said solemnly, "The external problem was solved. Then the next thing was to solve the internal problem. Let's not talk about this first. Let's first meet the prefect of Dingquan province." Zhang Yonghui said. Fang Youji's official prestige was not strong, but at a glance it gave people a feeling that it was as heavy as a mountain. He was indeed a reliable person, and at the same time, a person protected by great luck. Given Fang Youji's status, he was definitely the person with the greatest authority in Dingquan province. Just a word from him would be able to give Emerald Wave, Colossal City, better policies and treatment. The existence of the prefectures was to develop and adjust the balance of power of the cities under them. Therefore, if you want Cerulean Wave Giant City to be good, you must have a good relationship with Fang Youji. Greetings, Prefect. Zhang Haoran heard that the prefect of Dingquan province was an incredible person, so he quickly bowed. I've long heard of the Zhang family of Cerulean Wave Giant City. You're indeed full of heroes, Fang Youji said with a smile. This group of people of the Zhang family was quite interesting. Leave the matters here to me. Everyone, please settle down in the city. Patriarch Zhang, I'll leave the reception to you, Pang Shan said. In addition to dealing with the aftermath, they also had to figure out the current situation. Now that so many people had died at the scene, they naturally had to find out the origin of these people, and whether there were any other accomplices. There were many things that needed to be dealt with. Prefect, please. Young Hiroli, if you don't mind, let my Zheng family do the honors of being a host. Zhang Yonghui said. Let's go. I still have to give face to Haoran. Li Zongjiu said. Of course, they had to give Zhang Haoran face. Of course, not everyone was qualified to treat Li Zongjiu to a meal. Tian Fei took advantage of the time just now to recover and continued to follow Li Zongjiu. This is Tian Fei. Li Zongjiu introduced. Strictly speaking, Tian Fei was a follower, not a slave. Brother Tian Fei's cultivation is so profound. Chapter 735. The few of them ate and drank to their heart's content at the table. Zhang Yonghui had originally said that he wanted to make some programs for Li Zongjiu to watch, but he had been rejected by Li Zongjiu. The best years of one's life were not to be wasted on such things. Li Zongjiu was not interested in such things. When the Qilin worship is completed, send it directly to the Li family of Luoxia City. Li Zongjiu said. Zhang Yonghui naturally had to make good use of an order of 100 high-grade source stones. It would be very difficult to get people to support the development of the worship industry, especially under such circumstances. After all, this worship had been painstakingly built by a large group of people for several months, yet had been split in half by a Yuan monarch powerhouse. Wouldn't that have been a waste of effort? Young hero Li, don't worry. If you have the latest warships, just bring them to Sacred Flame Royal City and look for me. If you don't have enough funds for research and development, you can also look for me. This industry has a lot of prospects, Li Zongjiu said nonchalantly. Not many people were paying attention to these warships now. However, in fact, 3,000 years later, powerful warships would be able to kill Yuan monarchs instantly. At the same time, the cost of building such warships would also be very high. However, this also proved that cultivation was not the only way out. There were many other ways to become a powerhouse. Zhang Yonghui's eyes lit up when he heard Li Zongjiu's words. Did this mean that Li Zongjiu was willing to help them continue to develop the shipbuilding industry? We will definitely continue to build warships. After all, this is a craft passed down by our ancestors. If there is a need, we will definitely go to Royal City and look for young hero Li. It was obvious that Li Zongjiu was very supportive of the shipbuilding industry. Even if Zhang Yonghui was thick-skinned, he still had to fight for it. While the few of them were chatting in the restaurant, panic suddenly broke out in the city. Patriarch, this is bad. The Yang clan has joined forces with the Poison Sect of the Southern Frontier. The Poison Sect of the Southern Frontier has summoned an army of blood-sucking bats to create chaos. At this moment, a guard from the Zheng family came to report. In the skies above Jade Wave Colossal City, a large number of blood-sucking bats appeared. To ordinary people, a black swarm of bats was even more terrifying than an army. They chirped and danced in the air. When they saw a figure appear below, they exclaimed in surprise. Then, They pounced down and pecked the man's head with all their might. There were quite a few experts within the city who were busy dealing with these vampire bats. However, they discovered that something even more terrifying had appeared. These terrifying, poisonous bugs had burrowed out from the ground and would eat anyone they saw. Such a chaotic scene was like the end of the world. Even the Chilean battleship did not have much effect in such a situation. Whoosh! Tian Fei brandished a sword and immediately cut down dozens of vampire bats that were pouncing at him. There were also countless movements outside the window. Several people walked to the window and looked at the doomsday-like scene. It seems that the killing of their people during the day has infuriated the southern region's poison sect. Zhang Yonghui said indifferently, not to mention the forces around them. It was almost impossible for the poison sect of the southern frontier to destroy Jade Wave, Colossal City. If a century-old city like Jade Wave, Colossal City could be destroyed so easily, these clans might as well eat shit. Since these people had launched such a chaotic attack, it meant that they were in a mess. Over there! High up in the sky, there were a total of 3 people standing on top of the swarm of vampire bats. They were like saints of the dead as they stared at the scene below. There was not the slightest bit of pity in their eyes. When they saw the people being bitten to death by the vampire bats, they even smiled. Their eyes were full of cruelty. They wanted to devour these people completely. Since you dare to kill the people of the poison sect of the southern frontier, I will show you the power of the poison sect of the southern frontier. It has always been the poison sect of the southern frontier who kills people. Kill all the people of Jade Wave Colossal City for me. There was madness in the eyes of the 3 people. Yang Xiao, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene. Although he knew that it was very dangerous, it was better for everyone to die than to die alone. Therefore, they could only watch as the scene unfolded before their eyes. Go, Li Zongjiu said. Immediately, Tian Fei's figure flashed and directly rushed towards the 3 figures in the sky. However, just as Tian Fei moved, on the roof not far away, a dark shadow, who had been lying in wait for a long time, also moved instantly and rushed towards Tian Fei. It was extremely fast. Tian Fei was also surprised. However, he did not put the person in front of him in his eyes. He slashed his sword towards the person, but the person in front of him easily caught the sword with both hands. Clang! Sword chi overflowed and immediately shocked Tian Fei. Is there something wrong with the person in front of him? Did he catch the sword with both hands? Is that all you have? You can't even break my defense. Obviously, this person was an expert who had cultivated the body venomous insect technique. Tian Fei immediately attacked with his sword a few times. His speed was extremely fast, but he was still blocked by the other party. The 2 of them exchanged blows in the sky, and their figures retreated continuously. Boom! Tian Fei was thrown in front of the other party's fist. He used his sword to block in front of him and blocked the power of this move. Tian Fei was shocked when he suddenly retreated. The strength of this punch was at least at the level of a 5th grade Yuan monarch. This person's cultivation was actually almost the same as his. Tian Fei gritted his teeth. Li Zongjiu immediately leaped up. He did not need to hide his strength or make a final move. He directly approached the 3 figures in the sky. Whoosh! A figure blocked in front of the 3 elders of the southern frontier poison sect. His body immediately emitted a terrifying aura. When the aura spread out, it was even stronger than the person who blocked Tian Fei. You are the one who killed Amandao, the person said in a deep voice. The eyes under the black robe stared at Li Zongjiu like the god of death. What Dao? Li Zongjiu did not hear what this guy said and could not help but ask. If you want to know who I killed, you can ask my hand. Haha, you will regret angering me, the person said indifferently. He stretched out his hand. Li Zongjiu immediately saw countless poisonous insects emerging from the ground. The poisonous insects kept climbing upwards, forming a long staircase. These 4 poisonous insect staircases immediately attached themselves to the black-robed man. It seems like you are more powerful. Li Zongjiu could not help but say, "Have a taste of my myriad poisons." When the poisonous insects gathered on his body, they immediately brought about a terrifying increase in his strength. At the same time, his body seemed to have merged with the army of poisonous insects. It looked extremely disgusting. How could there be such a way of fighting? Damn! Li Zongjiu was speechless. What was this thing that appeared in front of him? The poisonous insects seemed to have turned into a huge monster because of the condensation of such power. The 3 people behind him gloated at his misfortune. That guy killed Amandao. Doesn't he know that Yi Sui and Amandao were as close as brothers? He is really courting death. Yi Sui's myriad poison demonic technique can already summon demonic creatures. If the one in front of us is 1,000,000 poisonous scorpions, it will be truly terrifying. He could control 1,000,000 poisonous scorpions at once to fight for him. With such strength, he could easily kill a Yuan monarch expert. While the 3 of them were discussing how Yi Sui was going to kill Li Zongjiu, a voice suddenly sounded. They saw a flame appear in front of them. What is that? The 3 of them could not help but be shocked. When they felt the terrifying flame appear, they carefully observed it. "Save me!" Yi Sui's cries for help came from the flames. When they heard Yi Sui's cry for help, the 3 of them were in disbelief. The poison cult of the southern wilderness had reached this stage. They had a lot of experts, but in fact, they weren't that many. This was thanks to the thunderous momentum of the beginning. They had slaughtered several villages and towns in a row. They had killed tens of thousands of people and created several experts. For example, a man's Tao was created by him. Yi Sui, on the other hand, was someone who had cultivated to this level by himself. The level between the 2 was different. Chapter 736. In the southern border poison cult, Yi Sui was the strongest after the sect leader and the great elder. Now even Yi Sui was asking for help. However, the 3 of them did not have the time to lend a helping hand. The flames in front of them seemed to have burned out. As for the poisonous insects that seemed to have piled up like a mountain, they were all burned up. They saw Li Zongjiu opposite the flames. The 3 of them could not help but swallow their saliva. They didn't even know what method Li Zongjiu had used to kill the man in front of them. He was killed just like that. It was really shocking. You killed Yi Sui. Oh, he's called Yi Sui. I didn't have the time to ask. What about you guys? Do you want to tell me your names too? Li Zongjiu glanced at the 3 of them, then took out the desolate heaven essence. He looked at the 3 of them with a smile. When the 3 of them saw the smile, they could not help but feel numb in their hearts. Kill him. Even Yi Sui was not Li Zongjiu's match. In the southern border poison cult, under the sect leader were the left and right guardians. However, the left and right guardians were always by the sect leader's side. Although the sect leader's cultivation level was very terrifying, with the addition of the left and right guardians, it was extremely safe. It was also incomparably safe. Therefore, it was not an easy task to find the southern border's poison cult leader. Below the left and right protectors were the various elders. For example, Yi Sui was the strongest existence among the elders. At the same time, he cultivated the body-tempering Gu technique and the Gu control technique. It was said that he once had the strength to fight against an Origin Emperor expert, but this had not been proven. However, there was no smoke without fire, so there had to be a certain level of strength involved. Seeing Yi Sui being killed, the 3 of them naturally became nervous. Immediately, a terrifying black insect barrier appeared in front of Li Zongjiu. Boom! Li Zongjiu did not care what kind of moves these people used. In front of him, it was just a matter of using his staff. The overbearing, desolate heaven essence swept out. The power was like a waterfall that spread out horizontally, instantly sweeping away the power in front of him. Who? Li Zongjiu's strike had wiped out all the forces in front of him. Retreat! The three great elders had already made up their minds long ago. They directly rushed into the distance. At this moment, their bodies suddenly exploded in the air. Terrifying power continuously surged out from their bodies and rushed in all directions. Such power directly turned into countless flying insects and flew out. In fact, the people who raised these insects did not have many tricks up their sleeves. Other than gathering the bugs to attack you, you can also turn into a bug and escape. It was extremely boring. Where do you think you're going? With a casual wave of Li Zongjiu's hand, the black dazzle fire immediately swept forward like a terrifying flame. The moment the flames spread out, they immediately devoured the poisonous insects that filled the sky. Clearly, these three people were not among the poisonous insects. When he turned his head, he happened to see three figures heading towards the Middle Reaches Mountain. They have already split up, but they are still walking together. What kind of IQ is this? Li Zongjiu was also amused by the actions of these people in front of him. However, from the looks of it, these three people were deliberately luring Li Zongjiu to go forward. If it were an ordinary person, they would consider whether this was a trap. Their intentions were so obvious. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, even if they knew it was a trap, it did not matter at all. After all, he had gone through countless difficult and dangerous situations alone. Without saying a word, Li Zongjiu's body flashed and chased after the three people. In the city, Tian Fei was also fighting against the body Gu expert. It was Tian Fei's first time facing such an opponent, so the pressure on him was doubled. However, after familiarizing himself with the opponent, Tian Fei was able to stabilize the situation in front of him. It was only a matter of time before he could turn the tables. After familiarizing himself with the opponent's tactics, he would have no chance at all. Zhang Yonghui and the others were also immersed in the tense battle. They were not worried about Li Zongjiu chasing after the three people alone. After all, Li Zongjiu only looked a little young, but in fact he was very strong. He could no longer be regarded as a teenager, but a real expert. Naturally, there was nothing to worry about. Boom! Li Zongjiu chased after the three people and disappeared into the Middle Reaches Mountain. When Li Zongjiu approached the Middle Reaches Mountain, he immediately felt a bleak and cold wind. It seemed that a cold wind was blowing in the surroundings. Li Zongjiu, you really have the guts to chase after us. Li Zongjiu's body landed in the forest, and a sinister voice immediately came from the surroundings. This voice did not belong to any of the three people just now. Most importantly, this person actually knew his name. You guys have guts too. Li Zongjiu looked around. It was pitch black. Even the three elders who had chased after him had disappeared. It was obvious that they had been prepared for this. In the Sacred Flame Royal City, you spoiled my plans time and time again. Now, we'll settle the old and new grudges together. The owner of the voice seemed to have a carefree feeling, as if he had long been gnashing his teeth at Li Zongjiu and wanted to kill him. However, Li Zongjiu had been hiding in the Sacred Flame Royal City during that time. They did not have a good opportunity to directly kill Li Zongjiu. Now that Li Zongjiu had personally appeared, it was just as well. They would deal with Li Zongjiu first. Originally, this Poison Kingdom array was prepared for the 8 banner soldiers. Since you're here first, you can enjoy it first. When the voice sounded, Li Zongjiu suddenly realized that the ground under his feet was constantly becoming soft, and the surrounding soil was also wriggling. Then, some tiny poisonous insects continuously crawled out from under the ground. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would have fainted from fright. Just the appearance of these insects, which covered the entire mountain, was enough to make one's scalp go numb. The so-called Poison Kingdom array was naturally the appearance of a huge number of poisonous insects. The scenes that Li Zongjiu had seen before were many times more tragic than the countless poisonous bugs before his eyes. These mere poisonous bugs could be stomped down with just a lift of his foot. Boom! The ground shook, and at the same time, a terrifying flame swept out. It directly burned all the insects in the surroundings until there was nothing left. The air was filled with the smell of burning insects, which was fascinating. You want a set of infinite great formation? Are you qualified? Li Zongjio immediately snorted, and his eyes were filled with iciness. These people before him wanted to use this energy cycle to continuously pour blood into the array. However, these people had obviously schemed against the wrong person. Countless poisonous insects crawled out from under the ground once again. Mountain flipping golden seal. Chapter 737. Inside Cerulean Wave Giant City, Zhang Haoren was leading his Zhang family's guards to kill some poisonous insects. Moreover, these poisonous insects were extremely fast and had great destructive power. It would not be easy to kill them. The city guards also joined forces to kill the army of poisonous insects in front of them. Whoosh! Zhang Haoren was suddenly blocked by a huge mantis-like thing in front of him. The mantis immediately swung its two sickle-like arms and sent Zhang Haoren flying. Bang! Young master, be careful! The guards around him exclaimed and immediately rushed toward Zhang Haoren, but they were directly chopped into pieces by the mantis sickle. Puff! Damn it! Zhang Haoren's men were immediately killed, just as the mantis monster was about to kill them with its sickle. Suddenly, he saw a firefly-like light flying towards the praying mantis monster in front of him to kill it. Bang! The mantis monster was hit by the firefly, and its body suddenly stiffened. After a second, it seemed like a flame was emitted from its body, and its body was directly melted. Damn it! What kind of technique is this? Zhang Haoren was stunned by this scene. Then he turned around and saw that in the originally dark alley hundreds or even thousands of fireflies like the one just now gradually appeared. Under these fireflies, a tall and slender woman slowly walked out. These fireflies floating in the air were all flying insects. Who are you? Seeing the person in front of him, Zhang Haoren could not help but be shocked because he had never seen this person before. She had such a mysterious technique and appeared at such a critical time. There must be something fishy. Zhang Haoren had been in Cerulean Wave Giant City for so long, but he had never seen this person before. Go and tell everyone that no one is allowed to go near Mount Zhongyou, the woman said with a clear voice. At the same time, there was a feeling of endless buzzing in his ears, as if she had taken away Zhang Haoren's soul in an instant. Who are you? Why should I listen to you? When Zhang Haoren heard this, it was obvious that there was a problem. Who exactly was this person? The woman didn't say anything else. She waved her hand, and the fireflies behind her flew into the distance. Boom! These fireflies flew directly to every corner of the city. Then large-scale explosions occurred in many corners of the city. Rumble! Just this one move was enough to kill a large number of poisonous insects. Before the shock on Zhang Haoren's face faded, he saw a small musical instrument appear in the woman's hand. It looked like an egg. He placed it in front of his mouth and gently blew on it, causing a ripple. Buzz! The strange sound immediately attracted those poisonous insects. After attracting the attention of these poisonous insects, they actually formed a group and walked towards the bonfire. Hiss! You can actually control these poisonous insects. Just who are you? The Southern Border Poison Sect expert, who was fighting with Tian Fei in the city, suddenly stopped when he heard the strange sound. There seemed to be a trace of horror on his face. Tian Fei saw the change in the man's expression. He couldn't help but be startled. This guy seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. Immediately, with a loud bang, this person flew up from the spot and flew towards the sky. Boom! After the mysterious woman in the alley sensed the movement of the Southern Border Poison Sect expert, a trace of indifference flashed in her eyes. Where do you think you're going? Immediately, the woman's body also leaped and rushed forward. Swoosh! She directly chased after the man who was escaping. The direction that the man was escaping in was also the direction of Mount Jongyo. As the two people left giant cerulean wave city, the poisonous insects in the city also began to retreat. Zhang Haoren felt like he was in a dream as he looked at the situation in front of him. Who was the woman who could control the fireflies? Her method seemed to be able to control the poisonous insects. Could this woman also be a member of the Southern Border Poison sect? Otherwise, how could she have such an unfathomable method? People who saw it were amazed and didn't dare to believe it. This was clearly a method that only the Southern Border Poison sect could use. But no matter what, the woman's appearance had saved his life. Moreover, she seemed to be very powerful. Mount Jongyo, I have a feeling that something extraordinary is going to happen. The poisonous insects in the city quickly retreated. Zhang Haoren, Zhang Yonghui, and the others also gathered. Tian Fei also didn't stay with Zhang Yonghui and the others for long. After knowing that Li Zongjie was chasing towards Mount Jongyo, he also quickly set off and headed towards Mount Jongyo. Originally, Zhang Yonghui and the others also wanted to chase Li Zongjie to Mount Jongyo. However, Zhang Haoren stopped him. Let's not talk about the unpredictable dangers in Mount Jongyo. There are some problems in the city that we must take advantage of tonight to solve. Zhang Haoren said. Zhang Yonghui naturally understood Zhang Haoren's meaning. He didn't want to go to Mount Jongyo for the time being. Who knew what kind of situation had gathered in Mount Jongyo? Let's destroy the Yang family first. That bastard, does he really think that he can be evenly matched with my Zhang family? Zhang Yonghui made a prompt decision. If they didn't solve Yang Zhao's problem tonight, who knew what Yang Xiao would do tomorrow? Therefore, Zhang Yonghui directly led his men and charged towards the Yang family. Mount Jongyo. Li Zongjie had already exterminated over 100 waves of poisonous insects. His hand movements were also constantly repeating the same actions. However, these poisonous insects seemed to be endless. However, Li Zongjie wasn't anxious. Even if you used Yuan stones to create a large array, there would still be a time when the Yuan Qi would be exhausted. Li Zongjie wanted to see how capable these people were. On Mount Jongyo, several figures were hiding in a cave. That cave was also constantly emitting sounds of tremors. Sect leader, what should we do? The poisonous insects that we have painstakingly accumulated are almost all being killed by this kid. Anyone who had been doing this for such a long time would have already broken down. Perhaps when they found out that there was no way to escape, they would already be worried that something would happen to them. That was why they couldn't escape. The most terrifying thing was that they couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. Slowly, their willpower would be worn down. However, it seemed that the amount of poisonous insects they had stored wouldn't be able to last until then. How can this be? These resurrection insects can continuously be reborn from corpses. How can they all be killed? The poison sect leader had two great protectors, the left protector Wang Shui and the right protector Han Mei. Both of them were experts in body gu techniques. They didn't know much about raising gu techniques. Hearing the left protector Wang Shui's question, the elder in charge of raising the insects quivered. This was common knowledge. Logically speaking, everyone should know this. However, Protector Wang Shui just had to ask. He was powerful. If there was something that he didn't know, then it was definitely his fault. There was no doubt about it. He killed too quickly. The poison sect leader said. Previously, he had been sitting on the ground with his eyes closed. However, he was actually communicating with his insects. The resurrection of the resurrection insects needs time. However, this Li Zongjie is killing them too quickly. These resurrection insects can't accumulate enough energy. They will become weaker and weaker. In the end, they will approach death. The resurrection time will become longer and longer. Then I will go down with Han, Mei, and kill him, Wang Shui said. In fact, Wang Shui didn't agree to place all their hopes on these insects. These insects were just tools to increase their strength. Anyone who cultivated body, refinement Gu techniques also thought so. There's no time. The people from the tribe are here. I saw Zhang Biao's figure among the insects in the city. Chapter 738. Zhang Biao. When they heard this name, everyone present was shocked. At this moment, they even felt a sense of suffocation. It was as if a terrifying creature had appeared in front of them. It was as if it was using this method to let them know fear. Just a name was enough to make these people, who were numb to killing, feel fear. This showed how terrifying Zhang Biao's strength was. Among the tribes of Nanjiang, the true tribes were a very large group. However, these people lived in seclusion deep in the mountains and never came out. They were a group of people who were unique. Zhang Biao was the granddaughter of this tribe's chief. She was also the most monstrous genius in the Nanjiang tribe in the past 1,000 years. She was only 20 years old, but she was already able to cultivate the Gu technique to perfection. Moreover, because of her terrifying talent, Zhang Biao could even communicate with other people's insects. She was practically the nemesis of this tribe's people. The insects that you painstakingly raised for many years would be controlled by Zhang Biao in the blink of an eye. They had such a terrifying ability. It was said that as early as 5 years ago, Zhang Biao had already formed contract with one of the tribe's 3 great saint insects, the immortal firefly. She had obtained the approval of this firefly that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Although Zhang Biao had been hiding her strength for many years, after all, Zhang Biao's ability was very terrifying. However, Zhang Biao could also use her strength in the right place. For example, hunting down people like them who were separated from the tribe. This group of people from Nanjiang's poison sect were also people who escaped from the Nanjiang tribe. They clearly had such heaven-defying abilities, but they had to stay in the mountains and rivers. Wasn't it a waste? Therefore, these people wanted to use their abilities to make a name for themselves. Those trash from Qingyuan Manor still haven't killed this woman. The poison sect's leader wanted to slap his thigh. It was Li Zongjiu's arrival that delayed their plans. Otherwise, the 400,000 soldiers of the 8 Banners army and the people in Jade Wave Giant City would be enough to raise an extremely powerful poisonous insect. At that time, there would be nothing to be afraid of in this world. Even if Qingyuan Manor didn't like the look of it, they could directly wipe it out. That was how arrogant and overbearing they were. However, this seemed to be very difficult to achieve. The ruler of the Poison Kingdom has already awakened. Without a large amount of food to eat, it will not be long before the ruler of the Poison Kingdom continues to fall into a deep slumber. Han Mei said in a deep voice. Then he looked at the poison sect leader. Sect master, let the 2 of us attack first. Let's kill Li Zongjiu. As for Zhang Biao, I'll deal with her slowly after absorbing Li Zongjiu's power. Hearing Han Mei's words, the poison sect master's heart calmed down. Now that things have come to this is the only way. Everyone, tonight will be the most difficult night. If we can get through it, a kingdom of poisonous insects will appear in the Shengyan dynasty tomorrow. The hierarch's words stirred everyone's hearts. Apart from him and the 2 guardians, no one else was present. The 3 elders who had escaped from Li Zongjiu's pursuit, as well as the 5 elders who were controlling the array, were constantly attacking to maintain the power of the array. There were a total of 8 people. As for the body Gu expert who had fought with Tian Fei, he did not seem to be able to return safely to the Middle Reaches Mountains. Inside the array, Li Zongjiu patiently waved the desolate heaven essence in his hand. With each swing, the power of the desolate heaven essence swept away a large number of poisonous insects in front of him. There are only these insects coming and going, and their numbers are decreasing. Can you do it? Li Zongjiu asked as he looked into the depths of the array. Clearly, Li Zongjiu had already seen through the flaws. However, Li Zongjie was good at making his enemies die in despair. Since this was the method that they were most proud of, then Li Zongjie would show them the method that they were so proud of. In front of Li Zongjie, they were trash. Therefore, Li Zongjie was not in a hurry. Wanting to die? Isn't that an easy thing to do? Just as Li Zongjie finished speaking, a figure appeared on the ground in front of him along with the insects that were constantly emerging. His hands were hugging his chest as he was gradually pushed up by the insects below. After getting up, he looked at Li Zongjie with a self-righteous gaze, imagining how Li Zongjie would die in front of him in a moment. Trampling on these experts was also a very satisfying thing. For the two of you, it should be relatively easy, Li Zongjie said indifferently. Wang Shui's expression changed when he heard this. This kid had actually sensed Han Mei's existence. Han Mei had yet to reveal himself and was hiding in the dark. Since the two guardians' main task was to protect the sect leader, they needed to ensure their own concealment in this environment. Die! No one can stop my southern border poison sect, Wang Shui said coldly as he stretched out his hands. They were no longer the hands of a normal human, but more like the hands of some kind of insect, with densely packed barbs on them. His back also shook violently as a few spider legs grew out of it. Li Zongjie saw the spider legs growing out of Wang Shui's back. Are people nowadays so desperate to make themselves like this for the sake of cultivation? Seeing Wang Shui's appearance, Li Zongjie felt that Wang Shui was a little pitiful. He actually had to use such a method to cultivate. Was it so difficult to become strong? Couldn't he be like Li Zongjie, who could easily and casually cultivate and become so strong? Taste my cloud spider spikes, Wang Shui roared. The two spider legs on his back fiercely bounced off the ground, and then his whole body soared into the air. He rushed towards Li Zongjie. His speed was extremely fast. It was as if he had been kicked by someone. So, when Wang Shui rushed over, the spider legs on his back suddenly extended to the front. A terrifying and sharp aura had already locked onto Li Zongjie, making him unable to move. Bam! Li Zongjie raised his hand and smashed down with his staff. The domineering power of the desolate heaven essence directly broke Wang Shui's spider legs. Ah! Wang Shui immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. The two spider legs were equivalent to two bones in Wang Shui's body, and they were extremely important bones. Of course, it was a scream. After Li Zongjie broke two of Wang Shui's bones, a cold wind came from behind him. When he turned back to look, he saw a fist coming at him. Immediately, Li Zongjie raised his hand and struck out with his palm. The power in his body rapidly spread out from his palm. Bam! Han Mei's body automatically released a stream of cold air to resist the attack. Boom! Han Mei's body landed on the ground and immediately retreated a few steps. When Han Mei was shocked by Li Zongjie's power, he saw the desolate heaven essence in Li Zongjie's hand, which was glowing with light, smashed Wang Shui's head. A headless corpse fell to the ground. Wang Shui was only a peak Yuan monarch. However, because he was proficient in the body venomous insect technique, he was a bodyguard at all times. In fact, these people from the southern border poison sect were not so weak. However, in front of Li Zongjie's power, there was really nothing that could resist him. How many people could withstand his staff? Sigh, you have worked so hard to cultivate for half your life, yet you ended up in this state. Is it worth it? Li Zongjie could not help but sigh. He seemed to sympathize with Wang Shui's situation. Then he turned to look at Protector Han Mei, who had been sent flying by him. Chapter 739. When Han Mei saw Li Zongjie's eyes, he felt a chill in his heart. From Li Zongjie's eyes, Han Mei could already see his miserable end. Wang Shui was actually killed so easily. He couldn't believe his eyes. Could he die so carelessly? He didn't even see how Li Zongjie did it. You. What kind of monster are you? Han Mei looked at Li Zhongjiu, his voice trembling. Before Li Zhongjiu could say anything, a firefly's light suddenly appeared behind Han Mei. When Li Zhongjiu saw the firefly's light, he frowned. The power contained in the firefly's light was not simple. Although it was small, it was a terrifying existence. The terrifying quality was not something an ordinary person could achieve. What is it? When Han Mei saw the firefly floating in front of him, he immediately slapped it impatiently. Bang! Han Mei wanted to slap the firefly away, but the power of the firefly exploded and broke Han Mei's hand. Bang! Han Mei, I'm here to capture you. Do you want to go back with me, or do you want me to destroy your cultivation and bring you back? A cold voice sounded. Li Zhongjiu saw a tall lady appear from within the black fog. Wherever this lady passed by, the poisonous insects on the ground would swiftly open up a path for her, automatically retreating. It could be seen that this was the spontaneous behavior of the poisonous insects. The woman didn't use any tricks to force them back. Interesting. What Li Zhongjiu cared about was not the tall figure of the woman in front of him, but the power in her body. Zhang Biao. When Han Mei saw Zhang Biao, she screamed as if she had seen a devil. She didn't even notice that her voice had become sharp at this moment. Zhang Biao looked at Han Mei, and when she saw Li Zhongjiu in the distance and the desolate heaven essence in Li Zhongjiu's hand, she became alert. After all, the aura released by Li Zhongjiu made Zhang Biao feel threatened. Therefore, she focused her attention on Li Zhongjiu. Zhang Biao. Li Zhongjiu looked at the woman in front of him in surprise. When he heard Han Mei's words, he immediately knew the identity of the woman in front of him. It was Zhang Biao, the future guardian of the southern border tribe. She was also a supreme being expert. It was said that this woman's ability was heaven-defying. Li Zhongjiu, who had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, wanted to spar with this heaven-defying genius. However, Zhang Biao guarded the southern border tribe and didn't accept the challenge. The southern border tribe had always been under the protection of this woman, allowing them to survive. A supreme being expert 1,000 years later, Li Zhongjiu and her had been friends for a long time. But today they met at this moment. It was rare to meet someone that even Li Zhongjiu was interested in and wanted to challenge. It was inevitable that his hands would itch. Who are you? Zhang Biao asked Li Zhongjiu. Sunset City, Li Zhongjiu. You are not a member of the southern border tribe. This matter has nothing to do with you. Leave quickly. Zhang Biao said indifferently. Sure enough, geniuses were all arrogant. But Li Zhongjiu admired the arrogance of this outstanding person who was of the same age as him. In terms of momentum, Li Zhongjiu could feel that Zhang Biao's strength was almost the same as his. Of course, if Li Zhongjiu really wanted to fight, it would be very easy for him to kill Zhang Biao. However, Li Zhongjiu's means were equivalent to cheating. With more than 3,000 years of experience, of course, he wouldn't be easily defeated by this little girl. It was already very good for Zhang Biao to have such a level of strength at such a young age. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to take him away. Today he must die here. And you are also in cahoots with them, right? Zhang Biao looked at Li Zhongjiu in front of her, who didn't hold back at all. Although she felt a trace of threat from Li Zhongjiu, it didn't mean that Zhang Biao was afraid of the latter. If they really fought, both of them might not be able to defeat Zhang Biao. As a genius girl of the southern border tribe, Zhang Biao didn't put the so-called geniuses of the outside world in her eyes. The so-called geniuses were all vulnerable to her. Mind your own business. Either you leave by yourself, or I will drive you away. Zhang Biao said coldly. Zhang Biao wouldn't do such a thing if she wanted to kill someone. After all, she came out to bring these people back and hand them over to the tribe for trial. At the same time, the patriarch also told her not to hurt anyone in the Xinyan dynasty. If more people were to die, the situation might become even more complicated. I, Li Zhongjiu, have lived for so long. and no one has ever been able to drive me away. You can try. Today, I, Li Zongjio, will take the lives of these people." Li Zongjio said indifferently. "Some women have some ability, so they are incomparably arrogant. At this time, you have to show enough strength to let these women know who is the real strong, and then completely subdue them. Otherwise, they will not look at you in the eye for the rest of their lives." Hearing that Li Zongjio actually dared to provoke Zhang Biao, Han Fei felt even more terrified. Even he felt that Li Zongjio must be crazy. These people who practice Yuanli are really self-righteous. However, such a good opportunity made Han Fei think about when he could escape. With Li Zongjio's strength, if he really fought with Zhang Biao, he could at least hold on for a few minutes. In these few minutes, Han Fei must escape. Arrogant, Zhang Biao could not be bothered to tangle with Li Zongjio. She waved her hand, and immediately 3 fireflies flew towards Li Zongjio. The light from these fireflies made Li Zongjio involuntarily reach out his hand. Clearly, the light from these fireflies had a bewitching effect. However, these small tricks were like showing off in front of an expert in front of Li Zongjio. With a flick of his finger, his mental strength immediately attracted the 3 fireflies back. He turned around and flew back toward Zhang Biao. When Han Mei saw that the 2 of them were about to fight, he quickly turned around and jumped forward as if he was diving into the water. Trying to escape? Zhang Biao waved her hand, and a long whip immediately wrapped around Han Fei's legs and pulled him towards Zhang Biao. Li Zongjio gently waved the desolate heavenly essence in his hand and broke Zhang Biao's long whip. At the same time, his figure appeared beside Han Mei, grabbing Han Mei with one hand. Just as he was about to kill Han Fei, Zhang Biao detonated the 3 fireflies. Boom! The shock waves from the explosion immediately engulfed Han Mei and Li Zongjio. In this chaotic atmosphere, Li Zongjio felt Zhang Biao's attack. Fall! Zhang Biao attacked with her palm, wanting to take down Li Zongjio. However, when she appeared, she realized that Li Zongjio's figure had already disappeared. The one who was left here was only a bait. What? He had actually deceived Zhang Biao. Not good. While watching, Zhang Biao heard a scream. When she turned around, she saw Li Zongjio holding Han Fei's head with one hand. With a slight force, Han Fei's head was crushed. Pum! Han Fei's corpse fell to the ground powerlessly. To deal with these people, it was necessary to destroy their heads. Otherwise, they might crawl back up again at any time. All kinds of methods emerged one after another. One must be on guard. You're courting death. When Zhang Biao saw this scene, she felt that Li Zongjio was clearly provoking her. He actually killed Han Fei in front of her. If that wasn't a provocation, what else could it be? The evil lord's way of doing things was unpredictable. After Li Zongjio killed Han Fei, he quickly flew towards the mountain peak. The surrounding poisonous insects also quickly retreated. Obviously, these people were ready to escape. Chapter 740. Boom! Li Zongjio's figure rushed out. Zhang Biao also followed closely behind. Since this person dared to kill the people of the southern tribe, he must give an explanation. Most importantly, in Zhang Biao's eyes, she would never allow anyone to challenge her dignity. Whoosh! Li Zongjio used the hidden dragon skill. This mysterious body technique allowed Li Zongjio's figure to appear and disappear in the forest like a flash. His speed was so fast that it was impossible to catch him. There was no pattern to it at all. What a fast body technique. Who is this guy? Zhang Biao found that she could not keep up with Li Zongjio's rhythm. This could only mean that Li Zongjio's speed was far above hers. He could easily control the rhythm, while her speed was far behind. She could only keep accelerating. Southern Border's poison sex leader, Heavenly Demon He. In the cave, Heavenly Demon, he glanced at the elders who were lying on the ground. Their strength had been sucked dry by Heavenly Demon He. It's useless to keep you now. When I become the world supreme one day, I'll definitely confer your merits monument. The corners of Heavenly Demon He's mouth curled up slightly. Behind him, there was a transparent insect attached to his back. As the insect continued to move, Heavenly Demon He's aura also continued to strengthen. Heavenly Demon, he was like a greedy beast that was enjoying the energy that was concentrated in its body. Gradually, its limbs began to stretch out. After such a long time, you've only accumulated so little energy. What a waste! Heavenly Demon, his face was a little ugly, because the energy absorbed by these people was too little compared to what he had expected. He had to speed up. The flesh and blood of ordinary people could no longer provide him with more powerful energy. He had to use the flesh and blood of some Yuanli experts to have a better power breakthrough. Wang Shui and Han Mei are both dead. Even the people who died in the formation had transferred their energy to Heavenly Demon, his body. Originally, the formation was used to increase Heavenly Demon, his strength, but now it seemed that it had no effect at all. Boom! Suddenly, a violent tremor came from outside the cave. Then the mountain began to collapse. You're here? Then become a part of my flesh and blood. Heavenly Demon, he rose from the ground. With a loud bang, he smashed through the roof of the cave and appeared in the sky above the Middle Reaches mountain. He happened to see Li Zongjiu, who was chasing after him. He was already in the air, waiting for Heavenly Demon. You must be Li Zongjiu. He Tianma's figure was parallel to Li Zongjiu's. Only now did Zhang Biao's figure flash out and appear on the other side. Heavenly Devil, you betrayed the tribe. Follow me back to confess your sins. Zhang Biao looked at Heavenly Demon, and said in a deep voice. There was a dignified look in her eyes. She did not even pay attention to Li Zongjiu, who provoked her just now. At this moment, all her attention was on Heavenly Demon. Are you stupid? He just killed a few subordinates and absorbed their energy. Do you think he wants to go back to confess his sins? Li Zongjiu said. His words were obviously mocking Zhang Biao. When Zhang Biao heard that, of course, she wanted to die on the spot. How could she not know? But they did things according to procedures. They could not be killed or beaten as they pleased. Idiot, I don't need you to remind me. Zhang Biao said. Heavenly Demon, he looked at the man and woman in front of him. Why don't you just get married on the spot? Are you here to catch me and kill me, or just to quarrel? You were the one who saved Lei Gong last time, right? If you ask me, the people of Qingyuan Villa really deserve to die. Li Zongjiu said faintly to the person behind Heavenly Demon. Zhang Biao looked at Li Zongjiu's actions. Who was this guy talking to? Could it be that he was mentally deranged? But soon, Zhang Biao realized that she was wrong. It turned out that there was someone behind Heavenly Demon. It was just that at the beginning, Zhang Biao's attention was all on Heavenly Demon. She did not notice the hidden primitive emperor expert. I should have killed you last time. How could I let you grow to this extent? A figure appeared behind Heavenly Demon. It was as if he had torn the space directly. Last time outside the sacred Flame Royal City, it was the person in front of her who saved Lei Gong, who was fighting Li Zongjiu that day. Otherwise, Lei Gong would not have been able to escape last time. Lei Gong, who was merely at the peak of the Yuan monarch realm, had wanted to find trouble with Li Zongjiu. Lei Gong really thought highly of himself. Now that he saw his old enemy, Li Zongjiu was especially happy. He had been afraid that this guy would die before Li Zongjiu could take revenge. Now it seemed like he was not dead. You still have a chance this time. Li Zongjiu said. What he meant was that he was right in front of Luo Yunyang. If Luo Yunyang wanted to kill him, Luo Yunyang could do so. Of course, if you can return alive today, I, Bai Shiren, will cripple my own cultivation. Bai Shiren said slowly. His tone revealed his strong confidence. Last time, they were near the sacred Flame Royal City. If he had taken action forcefully, it would have caused unnecessary trouble. The experts in the sacred Flame Royal City were also quite troublesome for Bai Shiren. Now, in the middle mountains outside the azure wave, colossal city, it could be said that he did not have to worry about that at all. At this moment, he could show off his skills and display the true power of an origin emperor. He could let a weak ant like Li Zongjio know his identity and status, and that he could easily kill Li Zongjio. Today, I will let you experience the majesty of a true origin emperor expert. As Bai Shiren's voice faded, a terrifying aura burst out from his body, like a vast airwave spreading in all directions. Rumble. Even the clouds in the sky seemed to be affected by this wave of air and were constantly rolling in all directions. The people in the azure wave colossal city, a few miles away, also felt the aura of an origin emperor expert. Is that the aura of an origin emperor expert? Zhang Yonghui and the others stared in the direction of the middle mountains, their eyes revealing shock. Of course, they knew about the existence of an origin emperor expert, but the strength of such an expert was really too terrifying. They only knew a little about the power they possessed, and did not know what kind of existence they were. Even though they were thousands of meters away, they could still feel the power of the primitive emperor powerhouse on the Middle Reaches mountain, which really surprised them. Even an origin emperor expert has been dispatched. Oh my God, even Fang Yoji was surprised. It was very rare for an origin emperor expert to appear in Dingquan province, but it was a pity that this origin emperor expert was here to cause destruction. If Li Zongjio and the others can't stop it, then our azure wave colossal city will. Pang Shan said in a deep voice. Although it sounded a little disheartening, it was not unreasonable. Indeed, if Li Zongjio and the others could not stop it, then their azure wave colossal city would suffer the same fate. Damn it! Zhang Yonghui stomped his foot. There was no other way at the moment. If an origin emperor expert went berserk, then no one could stop it. Now, they could only prepare for the worst. Tonight was supposed to be a night of victory, but the appearance of an origin emperor expert made the atmosphere in the azure wave colossal city extremely oppressive. Now that the Yang family was annihilated, the crisis had yet to be resolved. They had to wait until Li Zongjio eliminated the origin emperor expert. But could an origin emperor expert be defeated? Perhaps Li Zongjio had already run away. Chapter 741. Zhang Biao's expression was extremely solemn. Heavenly demon, he was already an origin emperor expert, and now he had another origin emperor expert as his helper. If she came alone, she might have to return empty-handed. Now, she looked at Li Zongjio. If you can run away, you'd better run away quickly. Zhang Biao glanced at Li Zongjio. This is my Nanjiang tribe's matter. I don't want to involve you. Although Li Zongjio had killed the people of the southern tribe, it could be said that he had helped her solve the problem. Now the problem was even bigger. Zhang Biao also persuaded. Now it was no longer a joke. There's no need to leave. Today, the two of you came to me voluntarily. Zhang Biao, I have long wanted to experience your power. Heavenly demon, he said coldly. Immediately, a huge white bone rake appeared in Heavenly Demon his hand. The white bone rake in his hand looked extremely terrifying. Most importantly, there was a terrifying poison in the rake. If one was hit by the rake, not only would they lose a piece of flesh, they would also be poisoned. By then it would be too late. The poison would soon enter the bone marrow. Even if it was exposed to the air, it would still be a terrifying aura. Pick one. Li Zongjio stretched his body and said to Zhang Biao beside him. In the face of a great enemy, the two of them could not help but form an alliance. At least in Zhang Biao's view, the current situation was like this. Bai Shiren wanted Li Zongjio's life, and Heavenly Demon, he wanted to kill Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao also wanted to capture Heavenly Demon he. Only Li Zongjio wanted to kill Heavenly Demon he and Bai Shiren. Therefore, it did not matter who Zhang Biao chose. The two of them would die anyway. You'd better hold on a little longer, so that I can come and save you. Zhang Biao glanced at Li Zongjio, and the long whip in her hand glowed with a fluorescent light as it swept towards Heavenly Demon He. Whoosh! As the long whip swung, it immediately swept out a gust of wind. Heavenly Demon, he waved the white bone rake in his hand, setting off several fierce gusts of wind that dispersed the long whip. Soul-severing slash! Heavenly Demon, he shouted. Suddenly, a terrifying power seemed to be drawn from the heaven and earth. But in fact, this power was drawn from the great formation on the middle mountain. It was unknown how much effort was expended to set up such a large array. Naturally, it could not be wasted so easily. Moreover, it was also quite useful. The soul-severing slash was executed. Zhang Biao knew its power and did not dare to resist it. With a wave of his hand, he summoned dozens of fireflies, and the fireflies flew into the distance. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion took place at this moment. Following the appearance of the explosion, Bai Shiyan also made his move. To deal with Li Zongjiao, Bai Shiyan did not even need to release the power of his Yuan spirit and could easily kill Li Zongjiao. After all, Li Zongjiao was beaten by him last time, and could even be said to have barely survived. Although only a few months had passed, could it be that his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, as if he had eaten an immortal elixir? He only needed to casually attack to kill the former ant in front of him. One move is enough to kill you. Heavenly flames destroy the world. Bai Shiyan growled. Between his palms, a terrifying fire attribute, Yuan Li, immediately burst out. The Yuan Li intertwined between his palms and immediately released an extremely terrifying aura. Boom! A streak of fiery light could be clearly seen within a radius of 100 miles. It appeared like a small sun. This terrifying ring of fire immediately swept towards Li Zongjiao. In the face of this terrifying ring of fire, Li Zongjiao was extremely calm. He slightly lowered the desolate heaven essence in his hand. The domineering power from the desolate heaven essence directly shattered the ring of fire. Immediately, like a broken fireball, the energy constantly spread in all directions. You can actually break my move. While Bai Shiyan was still in shock, he saw a figure breaking through the flames and smashing towards him with a stick. Immediately, Bai Shiyan circulated his Yuan Li to resist. However, when this staff fell, it also directly hit Bai Shiyan's original spirit out of his body. Boom! Bai Shiyan could already withstand the power of the desolate heaven essence from a few meters away. It was like a terrifying mountain came crashing down, causing Bai Shiyan to be completely shocked. At the same time, before he could react, he was sent flying by Li Zongjiao's stick. His entire body crashed into the ground with a bang. A huge cloud of dust was stirred up. Li Zongjiao instantly chased after him, the desolate heaven essence in his hand, smashing down once again. Boom! The continuous bombardment caused a terrifying power to spread. It was even enough to cause the Middle Reaches mountains to collapse. Zhang Biao did not expect Li Zongjiao to be so ferocious in battle. In just a few moves, he had actually smashed Bai Shiyan to the ground. Such a turn of events was something she did not expect. Take care of yourself first, genius girl. Heavenly Demon, he laughed. The feeling of having a breakthrough in strength was too exhilarating for Heavenly Demon. As he moved, his every move had an earth-shattering destructive power. The white bone rake in his hand released endless power. It constantly tore apart the space in front of Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao also retreated repeatedly. How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of my bright moon? Haha! Heavenly Demon, his power was in a frenzy. As he chased, he unknowingly left a certain range. Zhang Biao's figure was high up in the sky. At this moment, she was extremely close to the brilliance of the moon. Zhang Biao looked indifferently at Heavenly Demon, his madness. Since that's the case, I'll let you experience the light of a firefly. Zhang Biao's hands formed a series of hand seals. When the last hand seal landed, Heavenly Demon, he immediately felt that the surrounding atmosphere was a little strange. When this power appeared, Heavenly Demon, he seemed to have fallen into an environment filled with light. The light that appeared around him shocked Heavenly Demon because the surrounding light was too bright. Most importantly, how did this stinky girl do it? How did she summon so many light beams? It was as if every light beam was enough to penetrate his body. This made Heavenly Demon he feel an omnipresent burning sensation. The piercing pain was extremely intense. Oh, domain power? Li Zongjie was hammering randomly. With the desolate heaven essence, there was no need to think too much. He just needed to lower his head. However, Li Zongjie did not let his guard down because of the gourd flying sword previously. When he felt Zhang Biao's domain power being released, he raised his head to take a look. In that instant, Bai Shiren, who was below, found an opportunity to flip over and stand up. Boom! A light beam exploded from Bai Shiren's body. Roar! A giant beast emitting a fiery red light drilled out from the ground. Rank 6 origin beast, flame-devouring tiger. The flame-devouring tiger's tail swayed back and forth like a huge torch swaying back and forth. Being able to tame the flame-devouring tiger was already proof of Bai Shiren's strength. Now that he was stacked with the flame-devouring tiger, Bai Shiren's strength was definitely terrifying. Several Origin Emperors' auras intertwined in the sky above the Middle Reaches mountain. Everyone in Cerulean Wave Colossal City was dumbfounded by what they saw. The appearance of an Origin Emperor expert had already shocked them and even made them badly battered. However, the continuous appearance of several Origin Emperors' auras had made them even more unable to react. What was going on? Why were there so many experts? Chapter 742, Middle Reaches Mountain. Li Zongjie looked at the flame-devouring tiger in front of him. It was indeed ferocious. The terrifying aura it emitted was enough to incinerate the heavens and earth. You almost failed miserably. Kid, you won't have another chance. Bai Shiren almost couldn't catch his breath. Bai Shiren was considered lucky to be able to recover. If Li Zongjie had cut the Gordian knot and killed him, he wouldn't have been able to recover. Now that Li Zongjie had given him a chance to catch his breath, Bai Shiren naturally had to thank Li Zongjie. Roar! The flame-devouring tiger also spread its wings and spat out a terrifying flame. It spread forward. Boom! The flame attacked Li Zongjie. Li Zongjie wasn't afraid and rushed towards the flame. His body was covered in a golden light. Whoa! Mountain-flipping golden seal. When Li Zongjie rushed to the flame-devouring tiger's side, he used the mountain-flipping golden seal to flip the flame-devouring tiger to the ground. Bang! The flame-devouring tiger fell to the side with a bang. Its body flickered with light. At this moment, it was severely injured. How is this possible? Bai Shiren was connected to the flame-devouring tiger by blood. When he felt the shock, he was extremely shocked. Looking at Li Zongjie's figure, he leaped up again. The desolate heaven essence appeared in his hand. Bai Shiren also quickly released his Yuan power. Grade 6 Yuan skill, White Brilliance World Annihilation. Bai Shiren's eyes were also bloodshot. His eyeballs seemed to be about to pop out of their sockets. His body seemed to have transformed into a terrifying ray of light as he rushed towards Li Zongjie. The people in Cerulean Wave Giant City seemed to have seen a scorching sun appear in the middle of the night. Moreover, the surrounding temperature was constantly rising. This also allowed the people of Cerulean Wave Giant City to feel the strength of the Yuan Emperor powerhouse. If the Yuan Emperor powerhouse were to fight in the city, Cerulean Wave Giant City would have been destroyed. What's the situation on the Middle Reaches Mountain? Zhang Yonghui and the others were naturally nervous. This was a matter of life and death for Cerulean Wave Giant City. However, in the face of such a crisis, they didn't have any chance to take action. It was indeed worrisome for them. Golden Dragon, Yuan Spirit. Li Zongjiu did not dare to be careless. The golden dragon Yuan's spirit seemed to have turned into a golden armor and landed on Li Zongjiu's body's body. At this moment, the golden dragon's spirit. 2. The golden dragon's spirit. To take it of golden to take. Ups 2. Even with his strong defense, it was difficult to withstand the scorching heat. Li Zongjiu immediately felt that his skin was burning fiercely at this moment. Let's see how long you can hold on. When Bai Shiren sensed Li Zongjiu's resistance, he frantically poured out the Yuan power in his body, preparing to completely incinerate Li Zongjiu in such an arrogant manner. Boom! Li Zongjiu stepped back, the golden dragon Yuan spirit's armor protecting his body. The blood dragon Yuan spirit in his body was ready to rush out to protect its master, but it was forcibly suppressed by Li Zongjiu in his body. I can use this flame to break through. In the face of such a dangerous situation, Li Zongjiu did not hesitate. The ancient golden body was constantly absorbing the power that poured into his body. The scorching power surged into Li Zongjiu's body, almost instantly burning the skin on his body. All that was left on his arm were white bones. Even for Li Zongjiu, it was his first time experiencing this. The result of his skin being burned alive immediately made Li Zongjiu feel so painful that he wished he was dead. However, the ancient tyrant golden body art continued to heal the injuries on his body. At the same time, his burnt body was also recovering at a crazy speed. In the process of recovery, the skin that grew naturally became stronger. The scorching heat lasted for a full minute. The Yuan power in Bai Shiren's body could no longer support such a big move. Even a third-grade primitive emperor wouldn't be able to withstand this move. Logically speaking, Li Zongjiu should have been burned to ashes within a minute. However, when Bai Shiren helplessly withdrew his Yuan power, Li Zongjiu stood on the spot, gasping for breath. The golden light on his body was dim, flickering as if he could not hold on any longer. Li Zongjiu, who was breathing in and out, was extremely inconceivable to Bai Shiren. How is this possible? You are actually still alive. Bai Shiren's eyes widened as he looked at Li Zongjiu. No more moves? Then go to hell. As his voice fell, Li Zongjiu's figure suddenly appeared in front of Bai Shiren. Bai Shiren cried out in alarm. He had already seen Li Zongjiu raise his hand, and his fist was ready to fall. He reacted quickly and wanted to block this move, so he immediately put his hands in front of his body to block. However, when Li Zongjiu's fist came out, it was like a sharp sword that instantly pierced through Bai Shiren's folded hands and directly pierced through Bai Shiren's chest. Bai Shiren stared blankly at Li Zongjiu, who was so close to him. A few months ago, Li Zongjiu was just an ant-like existence in Bai Shiren's eyes. Bai Shiren could even look at Li Zongjiu with contempt and could easily kill Li Zongjiu. And now, Li Zongjiu had directly pierced through his chest. One could clearly feel that Bai Shiren's life force had been completely taken away by Li Zongjiu. This is impossible. Bai Shiren did not believe his eyes and did not dare to believe that he was really going to die now. One should know that he had spent a lot of effort to cultivate to the origin Emperor realm and had gone through a lot of hardships along the way to reach this step. Now he was killed by Li Zongjiu before he could complete his grand plan of unifying the world and died in the wilderness. I never thought that I, Bai Shiren, who had lived a glorious life, would end up, bang. In the next moment, Li Zongjiu directly tore Bai Shiren into two halves. Li Zongjiu did not give Bai Shiren any time to finish his words. So much nonsense. Li Zongjiu wiped his hands with the blood on his body. The harvest of this breakthrough is really not small. Li Zongjiu could not help but sigh. Now, just the strength of his body could penetrate the defense of an origin emperor expert. Who would dare to approach Li Zongjiu? With such a close distance, one's fist would definitely turn them into ashes. It was also because of Bai Shiren's terrifying attack that such an effect could be achieved. For Li Zongjiu, such a move was indeed a little scary. If he was not careful, he would really be burned into ashes. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu was able to hold on in the end. He took away Bai Shiren's storage ring. Qing Yuan Mountain Villa, these trash. This time, I'll just get rid of you. When he found out that the Qing Yuan Villa was cooperating with the poison sect of the southern region, he wasn't surprised at all. It was no wonder that the poison sect of the southern region dared to run around the Qing Yuan Villa's territory in his previous life. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There was also a fluctuation in the sky, but Zhang Biao and He Tianma were not there. Because the two of them were now in Zhang Biao's domain, there was a sudden fluctuation in the space. Boom! He Tianma finally rushed out of Zhang Biao's domain. A blood-red figure soared into the sky. Zhang Biao's body was also suddenly sent flying. Obviously, she had also suffered serious injuries in the battle just now. Damn it! He Tianma finally escaped the domain power with great difficulty. His body was also extremely weak. He wanted to kill Zhang Biao, but found that Bai Shiren was already dead. Below, there was Li Zongjiu eyeing covetously, so he naturally did not dare to delay. Chapter 743. That guy was actually killed by this guy. Zhang Biao looked at Li Zongjiu in shock. Now that Bai Shiren's corpse had fallen on Zhongyu Mountain, Li Zongjiu was floating in the air unscathed. Furthermore, he seemed to be in a good condition, which shocked Zhang Biao even more. In Zhang Biao's opinion, it was already very difficult for Li Zongjiu to hold out against Bai Shiren, but now Li Zongjiu actually killed Bai Shiren. Even Zhang Biao found it hard to believe that he had such strength. At this moment, looking at Heavenly Demon He, who was about to escape, a trace of unwillingness arose in her heart. This time, Heavenly Demon He had found an opportunity. If he wanted to capture Heavenly Demon He would have to recover his strength first. Otherwise, he would not have the chance to kill Heavenly Demon He. Now that he had managed to injure Heavenly Demon He with great difficulty, if he were to let this guy escape, who knew when he would be able to capture him again? She was extremely unwilling. Zhang Biao, the next time we meet, I will definitely suck your blood dry. Heavenly Demon, he spread his wings in the air. When did a pair of wings grow on his back? He directly carried Heavenly Demon He into the sky. Boom! However, Heavenly Demon He forgot to ask Li Zongjiu if he wanted to leave. Hidden Dragon Art. Li Zongjiu's figure flickered and appeared beside Heavenly Demon He. When did I say that you can leave? He kicked Heavenly Demon He's face. Heavenly Demon He was about to turn around and fly into the sky, but his head fell down from the kick. Whoosh! Finally, Heavenly Demon He's body fell to the ground with a bang. Seeing Li Zongjiu make a move, Zhang Biao was more or less relieved. At least, Li Zongjiu would not let Heavenly Demon He escape. Even if it was just a little delay, it would be a very good opportunity for Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao immediately swallowed an elixir and began to heal herself. Boy, there is a deep hatred between you and me. After landing, Heavenly Demon He finally reacted. After smashing a rock, he turned over and stared at Li Zongjiu, who was slowly landing in front of him. At the same time, he glanced at Zhang Biao, who was not far away. Heavenly Demon He could not help but feel nervous when he saw that Zhang Biao was recovering her strength. If he were to fall into the hands of this brat in the end, he would be extremely unwilling. Heavenly Demon He wanted to use his silver tongue to keep Li Zongjiu under control, and then find a chance to leave. It's not a deep hatred, Li Zongjiu said. Heavenly Demon He was stunned when he heard Li Zongjiu's words. What did he mean? If it was not a deep hatred, then why did he work so hard? Li Zongjiu had gone against the poison sect of the southern region in every way he could. It could be said that the poison sect of the southern region had been destroyed by Li Zongjiu. After so many years of planning, sacrificing so many people, and taking such a big risk, it was still destroyed by Li Zongjiu. He was really fucking ruthless. Therefore, Heavenly Demon, he was quite angry and unhappy. At the same time, he was very puzzled. I just want you to get rid of you, that's all. Li Zongjio said indifferently. He gave a more shocking reason to Heavenly Demon. I just want to kill you. Li Zongjio's reason was too capricious. Immediately, Heavenly Demon, he was enraged. Did Li Zongjio have to kill so many of his subordinates just because of a few words? Now he was forced into such a situation. For Heavenly Demon, most of the reason for this was Li Zongjio. Otherwise, he would have refined the 400,000 8-banner soldiers tonight. Even if Zhang Biao came, she would not have been able to return. How could he have fallen into such a situation? He was completely destroyed by Li Zongjio. Everything was turned upside down. Are you looking down on me, Heavenly Demon? As Heavenly Demon, he spoke. There was a hint of madness in his eyes. He stared at Li Zongjio in front of him, as if he could not wait to eat Li Zongjio clean. After all, he was an primitive emperor expert. Now that he was facing Li Zongjio, he naturally had means to let Li Zongjio know his power. I'm sorry, you are worse than that guy from before. Li Zongjio put away the desolate heaven essence in his hand. Against Heavenly Demon, there was no need to use such a divine weapon. The main reason was that he had tempered his body, making Li Zongjio even stronger. At the same time, he wanted to test how strong he was. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you are not qualified. Heavenly Demon, he roared angrily as he took out the white bone rake once again. There were originally 9 teeth on the white bone rake, but now there were only 3 left. Clearly, Zhang Biao had shattered 3 of them in the battle just now. Immediately, the white bone rake smashed into the ground with a loud bang. Boom! A crack appeared on the ground beneath Li Zongjio's feet. The crack constantly expanded, as though it was going to swallow Li Zongjio whole. At the same time, many poisonous insects appeared from the crack and charged at Li Zongjio. However, Li Zongjio's aura only caused a slight tremor. It was enough to shatter the poisonous insects into pieces. It seemed like there were still many poisonous insects hidden in the middle reaches mountain. Li Zongjio threw a ball of flame into the crack. Boom! The obsidian flame immediately burned the poisonous insects to ashes. Furthermore, the entire middle reaches mountain was releasing flames and energy. The obsidian flame also burned selectively. Some poisonous insects could not revive in time and were burned to ashes. It was impossible for them to revive. Heavenly Demon, he was shocked. He saw Li Zongjio charging at him, and the white bone rake immediately scratched at Li Zongjio's head. On the other hand, Li Zongjio casually threw out a punch. Pum! The white bone rake was shattered into pieces by Li Zongjio. What? My white bone rake! Heavenly Demon, his eyes widened. His white bone rake was refined from the bones of a level 6 origin beast with some special methods. How could it be broken by Li Zongjio so easily? How terrifying was Li Zongjio's fist? Such a tough white bone rake could not withstand a single blow from Li Zongjio's fist. After breaking it, Li Zongjio moved forward again and threw a punch. Pum! The domineering punch was mixed with terrifying strength. Heavenly Demon, his head was hit by the punch, and his body flew backward. He fell head first into the soil, and Heavenly Demon, he felt as if the world was spinning in his head. Damn it! When Heavenly Demon, he turned over again, he felt that his body could no longer withstand such a severe injury. Again, when he opened his eyes, he saw Li Zongjio attacking again. You forced me to do this. Self-destructing bug. Heavenly Demon, he was not someone to be trifled with. Since Yi Shiwen was so arrogant and refused to let him go, he would take Yi Shiwen down with him. However, when the self-destructing bug detonated itself in an attempt to engulf Heavenly Demon, he and Li Zongjio in the area of destruction, it exploded together. Li Zongjio's fist landed on Heavenly Demon, his body. Heavenly Demon, he was sent flying into the air. Boom! An extremely tragic explosion rang out as Heavenly Demon. He exploded into a flower in the sky. Li Zongjiu's expression did not relax. Staring at the center of the explosion, he saw a tiny ray of light quietly escaping, as if it was drifting with the wind. However, Li Zongjiu saw something strange with a glance. After all, it was not the first time he had fought with these people. In addition, he had seen some strange moves over the years. Trying to trick your grandfather? Li Zongjiu immediately sneered, jumped, and caught the little bug that was flying in the air. Li Zongjiu, do you really want to kill all of us? That little bug was actually able to speak human language. For these masters of body venom, their bodies were just a tool. They could use this body, and naturally they could use other bodies as well. The mystery of it was naturally difficult for ordinary people to understand. Only after truly learning and understanding it would one be able to understand the mystery. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, obsidian fire gushed out of his tightly clenched fist and directly burned the bug in his hand. Chapter 744. Zhang Biao recovered her Yuan Qi. She stared at the high and mighty Li Zongjiu, who had crushed He Tianma's last doppelganger. Only then did Zhang Biao truly face the young man in front of her. Although she knew that Li Zongjiu was strong, she didn't think that he was a smart person. Now that she saw Li Zongjiu kill by Shurian and crush He Tianma's body, she couldn't help but wonder. She didn't have any chance to escape. Zhang Biao knew that Li Zongjiu's strength wasn't ordinary. You're very strong. Zhang Biao stood up and said, You're not bad either. Li Zongjiu looked at Zhang Biao. She was so young, but she was able to use the realm. If Zhang Biao hadn't seriously injured He Tianma, it wouldn't have been easy for Li Zongjiu to kill He Tianma, who had many tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps He Tianma would have escaped. After all, Li Zongjiu's realm was in a damaged state. If the realm was still there, it would be much easier to kill people. This time it's our southern tribe's fault, Zhang Biao surprisingly explained to Li Zongjiu. If it was an ordinary person, Zhang Biao wouldn't have paid any attention to them. In Zhang Biao's opinion, they weren't qualified to talk to her. But Li Zongjiu was different. Li Zongjiu had won her respect with his strength. I won't ask about your matters. It has nothing to do with me. As long as you stay in the mountains obediently and don't come out to provoke me, everything will be fine. But if any one of you dares to come out and provoke me, Li Zongjiu, then I, Li Zongjiu, don't mind massacring the southern tribe. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. They were people killed by the poison sect of the southern region. Li Zongjiu was neither happy nor sad. The reason why he killed Celestial Demon, he was not out of a sense of justice or anything else, but simply because the development of these people would endanger the safety of Luoxia City and affect the survival of Li Zongjiu's family. If he wanted the family to hone themselves, he didn't care about small fights. However, if it escalated to a situation where death was certain, Li Zongjiu would have no choice but to step in. Otherwise, these people would not know the immensity of heaven and earth. They would think that they could go anywhere in the world. You sure talk big. Zhang Biao was furious. They had never heard of such arrogant words before. Even the Shengyan dynasty had never denied the existence of the southern border. They had allowed the southern border tribes to develop freely in the deep mountains. However, this brat's tone was not small. He had directly declared that he would massacre the southern border. If other people in the southern border tribes heard this, they would definitely fight him to the death. Li Zongjiu did not add anything else. It was up to her whether she believed it or not. Now that Celestial Demon, he was dead, even if there were some remnants of the poison sect of the southern border outside, it would be difficult for them to achieve anything. Moreover, many people had already reacted, and the people in the southern border tribes had also noticed this situation. Naturally, they would not let them be so arrogant. Subsequently, Zhang Biao collected some things at the scene, and then directly removed the Poison Kingdom array and put the poisonous insects into a small jar. It was hard to believe that this small jar could allow hundreds of thousands of poisonous insects to crawl into it little by little. It was extremely shocking. "Your small jar is worth a lot of money, isn't it?" Li Zongjiu asked. However, Zhang Biao just glanced at him. When she was about to leave, she also looked back at Li Zongjiu. "I, Zhang Biao, owe you a favor. If you are in trouble in the future, you can come to the southern border tribes to find me." After saying that, she took a hairpin from her head and threw it at Li Zongjiu. When Li Zongjiu just caught the hairpin, Zhang Biao's figure had already disappeared. He looked at the hairpin in his hand. It's actually a 10,000-year-old wuhou wood. Li Zongjiu's eyes were filled with surprise. Soon after, he guessed Zhang Biao's intentions. Putting aside the fact that he could use this thing to find her and ask for her help, with Zhang Biao's status, this favor would be able to mobilize at least half of the southern border tribe's resources. Therefore, this was very valuable. In addition, the material of this hairpin itself was 10,000-year-old wuhou wood. It was a material that had reached the peak of perfection. This wuhou wood alone was precious, not to mention that it was 10,000-year-old. When worn, poisonous insects, snakes, and ants would not be able to get close to a radius of 1,000 meters. When worn, it could expel poison and ward off evil spirits. These poisonous insects of the southern border poison cult were no longer a threat to Li Zongjiu. It's actually a good thing. Li Zongjiu knew that if this 10,000-year-old wuhou wood was used to concoct medicinal pills, it would definitely be a kind of auxiliary material of excellent quality. Li Zongjiu looked around. He was also vigilant against these guys. They shouldn't rise from the ashes. If that happened, it would be another unnecessary trouble. When I go back, I have to talk to the people of Zishuan Court and see if there are any remnants of the southern border poison cult. Clean them all up. A figure rushed over from the foot of the mountain. "Young lord, are you okay?" Tian Fei arrived in front of Li Zongjiu. His battle record could be considered remarkable. When he chased that person into the mountain just now, he directly fell into the Great Formation. If it wasn't for his profound origin power, he would have been swallowed by these poisonous insects a long time ago. Now that he was complacently free, he quickly caught up. If it wasn't for Li Zongjiu and the others who dealt with these people in time, it would have been difficult for Tian Fei to escape. "I'm fine. Let's go." Li Zongjiu waved his hand and returned to the giant cerulean wave city with Tian Fei. When they saw Li Zongjiu and Tian Fei coming back, they were overjoyed. They even thought that their giant cerulean wave city was about to be lost. Even if this giant cerulean wave city could be saved, their clans definitely wouldn't have any way to survive. Even if the imperial court investigated after this, it was impossible to resurrect all of them. "Elderly, it's really a divine weapon from the heavens." Zhang Yonghui and the others gathered around. At this moment, an old man in a pharmacist's robe walked out from among them with a trace of respect on his face. This was the manager of the giant cerulean wave city's heavenly pill pavilion. Ruanzhu, the manager of the giant cerulean wave city's pavilion branch, greets the elder. Ruanzhu stepped forward and said, respectfully. Although the young man in front of him wasn't old, he was already an honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Such a person with such a high honor naturally had to be treated with the highest courtesy when he came to a small place like theirs. However, Ruanzhu only found out about Li Zongjiu's arrival later. It was also because of Ruanzhu's arrival that Zhang Yonghui and the others knew how high Li Zongjiu's position in the sacred Flame Royal City was. No need to be so polite. I've already killed the poison sect of the southern region. You guys should be more careful in order to prevent any fish from escaping the net from causing trouble. Li Zongjiu said. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Fang Youji and the others were truly relieved. At the same time, they were shocked by Li Zongjiu's strength. In just one night, he had directly dealt with the malignant tumor that had caused havoc in the Dingquan region for several months. Everyone congratulated him one after another. At this moment, Pang Shan's subordinates came to report. When Pang Shan heard this, his face was filled with shock. He first walked in front of Zhang Yonghui and whispered a few words. Zhang Yonghui's face changed drastically. Elderly, something bad has happened. Just now, a spy reported that the last banner of the 8 Banners army, the Black Eagle banner, is preparing to attack Luoxia City. Chapter 745. Attack Luoxia City. When Li Zongjiu heard these words, he was enraged on the spot. The aura on his body suddenly became extremely sharp. You are courting death. After saying these 2 words, Li Zongjiu's body was full of killing intent, and he was ready to set off. However, Zhang Yonghui stopped Li Zongjiu. Elder, please wait. The Black Eagle flag is the real sky cavalry of Qingyuan Manor. I will let the Qilin worship go with you. It will be like a hot knife through butter. Zhang Yonghui said, and immediately ordered Zhang Haoren to dispatch the Qilin worship. Now that Zhang Yonghui had obtained 100 upper-grade primordial stones, he was naturally rich and imposing. Moreover, if he fawned on Li Zongjiu, he would have a better life in the future. After thinking about it, the speed of the Qilin worship was naturally faster. All right, let's set off immediately. Li Zongjiu and Tian Fei boarded the Qilin worship, while the rest stayed in the city. However, Zhang Haoren and a group of Zhang family guards were also on the Qilin worship. That night, the Qilin worship broke through the sea of clouds. The distance between giant Azure Wave City and Luoxia City was more than 20,000 miles. Given the speed of the Qilin worship, if the horsepower was increased, it would reach Luoxia City in less than 6 hours. They would definitely be able to see Luoxia City before daybreak. In terms of speed, it was naturally extremely fast. After all, Li Zongjiu's Yuan Qi was only at the 5th grade Yuan King realm. If they hurried, it would take at least 10 hours to break through the 20,000 miles and reach Luoxia City. Naturally, it would not be fast enough for the Qilin worship. Pass my order. Extreme speed mode. Zhang Haoren gave orders on the Qilin worship like a wise and mighty captain. With a command, the weapons on the Qilin worship were all put away, and a huge, horizontal mast appeared from the bottom of the Qilin worship. Boom! The thrusters at the stern of the Qilin warship roared like a fire dragon. In the blink of an eye, the Qilin warship disappeared from the sky above giant Azure Wave City. North of Luoxia City, there was a river about 300 li away, and on the other side of the river was a stretch of mountainous land. Here, one could often see a group of handsome and valiant horses passing by. At the foot of the mountain, there was an encampment. If one wanted to get close to Sunset City, then the first thing one had to do was pass through these mountains. As early as a year ago, the people of Thousand Horse City had already sent people to plan this place as a military training ground. Many people were sent to guard this place. With the troops of Thousand Horse City here, some people with evil intentions did not dare to act rashly. Ever since Li Zongjiu cured the old general of Thousand Horse City a year ago, the commander of Thousand Horse City, Nanyan, promised to help Li Zongjiu protect Luoxia City. This was to prevent Qingyuan Mountain Villa from dealing with the Li clan in Sunset City. Obviously, the people of Thousand Horse City had done a good job. It was the deputy commander of Thousand Horse City, Feng Qingyu. Although it was night time, Feng Qingyu had already gathered information that the Qingyuan Manor had secretly dispatched a team to take down the Sunset City. Recently, Luoxia City could be said to be in high spirits. In addition to Li Zongjiu taking care of Sacred Flame Royal City, Sunset City had also mined dark steel iron from the Xianyuan ore. There was a dark steel iron hidden under the Xianyuan Oregon. Moreover, the Li clan had kept it a secret. Until now, the news of the dark steel iron had gradually leaked out. Currently, the Li clan in Sunset City had already stored a large amount of dark steel iron. With so many dark steel iron here, it was a large amount of war resources. If they could take down the Li clan, these dark steel iron would definitely increase the fighting power of Qingyuan Mountain Villa. Regardless of whether it was to forge armor or weapons, these black iron materials were essential. Therefore, Feng Qingyu had also gathered the men beside the river, waiting for an opportunity to attack. They were ready to welcome the arrival of the enemy at any time. There seemed to be some slight movement in front. Alert! A large number of mounted archers behind her immediately became alert. Over the past few days, Feng Qingyu had been staying here for a long time and would often receive invitations from Sunset City. At the same time, Thousand Horse City and Sunset City had gradually developed a relationship of mutual needs. For example, if Thousand Horse City needed some medicinal herbs or raw materials, they could be handed over to the Li clan. Moreover, the Li clan style of doing things was very similar to Li Zhongjiu's. They would not go back on their word and would not make any other movements. They would not do these things too deliberately. Therefore, during the process of getting along with the Li family, they were quite harmonious. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It seemed that a few lone wolves had jumped into the river and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Feng Qingyu frowned. The wolves could not escape unless they encountered an even more terrifying creature. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. In the next moment, a rain of arrows rained down from the sky. Above the rain of arrows were incomparably arrogant flames. Raise your shields. Feng Qingyu slashed away several arrows with her sword and hollowed out a large area. However, there were still some flames on the flaming arrowheads. When the fuse was burnt out, there was a loud boom. A series of explosions occurred on the ground. Due to the explosion, the formation behind Feng Qingyu was in a state of chaos. Find their archers and mounted troops. Charge! At Feng Qingyu's command, she mounted her horse as well. He stepped on the water of the Qianjin River and rushed forward. Boom! When she reached the forest on the opposite side, she immediately found a large number of enemy troops entrenched there. The people below immediately engaged in a massacre. Behind Feng Qingyu, a large number of soldiers charged forward. Almost everyone in Thousand Horse City had a shield. As they charged forward, they immediately scattered the enemy formation in front of them. In the forest, a bloody and tragic battle immediately broke out. Feng Qingyu's sword pierced through several enemies, and blood splattered in the forest. However, when she was about to finish killing, Feng Qingyu felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. What's going on? Feng Qingyu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. These people seemed to be here to die. However, their strength was not weak. Were they just here to delay them? Just when Feng Qingyu felt strange, she suddenly raised her head. Under the pitch-black night sky, hundreds of enormous figures swiftly drifted across the sky. As it flew, it brought along a terrifying airflow as it swiftly swept past the area below. Feng Qingyu's eyes immediately showed a trace of surprise. She knew that this was not good. The ones on top were their main forces. Black Eagle flag. From the back of the Black Eagles, many earthen jars were thrown down. These jars were all filled with fish oil. Boom! A powerful explosive suddenly exploded on the spot, and a large number of people were blown away. They rolled a few times on the spot. Boom! 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 Feng Qingyu was also affected by the explosion. Many people's bodies were immediately burned by the flames, and the area below them turned into a sea of fire. Dig into the ground. Don't enter the water. As she spoke, Feng Qingyu blasted a huge pit on the ground with her sword and pushed a person who was covered in flames into it. The moment he rolled in the pit, the flames on his body were extinguished. Some people jumped into the water in a hurry, but they were unable to extinguish the flames. Instead, the flames on his body burned his entire body. They realized that the method of digging into the ground was feasible. Everyone followed suit and blasted a huge pit on the ground with a punch. With their many years of cultivation, they still had the strength to do so. Sky Team, follow me into the city. Feng, Qingyu patted the Pegasus she was riding. The Pegasus immediately spread its pair of white wings and flew rapidly in the forest with Feng Qingyu. There were a total of 6 Pegasus galloping behind her. Their speed was extremely light. However, compared to the black eagles in the sky, their speed was still not enough. Chapter 746. Luoxia City. The Bai family had already become Luoxia City's protection network in terms of intelligence. Firstly, it ensured that they were able to collect intelligence from all around Luoxia City. Secondly, it ensured that the information in Luoxia City would not be leaked out easily. Bai Luoxia was also the mastermind of this information protection network. After receiving funding from the Li family, Bai Luoxia had sufficient wealth and a platform to show off her skills. It was precisely because Bai Luoxia had gone all out that the news of the Black Ironer had been completely concealed. However, the strength of the Qingyuan villa was too strong. Therefore, it was reasonable for people to find out in the end. It all depended on how long they could hide. Bai Luoxia had also informed the Li family about the Black Eagle flag of Qingyuan villa's attack. The Li family had also prepared for this attack with all their might. However, there were only a few origin ancestor realm experts in the Li family. Firstly, there was Xiaoya, who had a 1,000-year water lily. She had already reached the level of a level 4 spiritual master. Origin ancestor realm experts who wanted to offend Luoxia City were all stopped by Xiaoya. Many people had even entered the city inexplicably and found that they could not wake up. There was also the golden-winged, blue-tailed eagle. As a peak level 3 origin beast, it had been fed with elixirs from the Li family half a year ago. It had broken through level 3 and reached the level of a level 4 origin beast. The last person was Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing had cultivated the Sky Blaze Lion King technique, which Li Zongjio had given him. His strength seemed to have opened up the meridians in his body, and he had a huge breakthrough in his cultivation. He had advanced triumphantly all the way, breaking through the origin general realm and reaching the origin ancestor realm. Even the city lord of Luoxia City, Yi Chao, was no match for Li Tianqing now. To be able to achieve such a high breakthrough in such a short period of time, aside from the Yuan incantation, it was also because Li Tianqing's own cultivation base had been activated. It seemed that as Li Zongjio's cultivation had broken through, the cultivation of most of the people in the Li family had also advanced by leaps and bounds. This was a kind of bloodline connection. If Li Zongjio was at the primitive emperor level, or even the sovereign level, it would be much easier for the people of the Li family to cultivate. Such a mysterious reason was also very difficult to explain. There were many things that could not be explained in the first place. The arrival of Qingyuan Villa's Black Hawk flag this time will surely be a bloody battle. Li Tianqing was wearing a grayish-black robe with wide sleeves. He stood at the top of the city wall. Beside him was City Lord Yi Chao and Gu Xianwu from the Gu clan. After a year, the people of Luoxia City had thoroughly understood who the real experts were. The Sun family, which was also one of the 4 major families, had also declined. The Li family also didn't find trouble with the Sun family. After all, the Sun family was also a local family of the Luoxia City. There was no need to exterminate them. The Bai family and the Gu family had basically withdrawn from the main stage. The head of the Bai family was basically in a state of retirement. Everything was also handed over to Bai Luoxia to manage. The Gu clan had no intention of fighting and had a good relationship with the Li family. The situation in Luoxia City was also quite stable. Of course, the growth of the Li family had really made these families feel great pressure. They also knew that it was impossible to surpass the Li family because there was no genius like Li Zongjio in their family. If they wanted to live peacefully, they had to be well behaved. Only smart people could live for a long time. Li Tianqing said in a deep voice, "In this bloody battle, there might be some losses." At the same time, he also glanced at the people around him. For Yi Chao, the city lord didn't think about how he could develop Luoxia City. However, if he could one day stand out, it would be something that Yi Chao wished for. After all, he still had a granddaughter, Yi Tianshui. If Yi Tianshui was bullied in the future, he had to be Yi Tianshui's strong backing. Now the enemy was attacking. Yi Chao must stand out to resist such a crisis. Needless to say, where else can we go after leaving Luoxia City? Gu Xuanwu said faintly. His words showed that he had already seen through many things. In addition, the recent arrival of the people from Qianma City made Gu Xuanwu feel like he had once again returned to the army of the past. Even if he wanted to serve this old general, he must stubbornly persevere. He had to protect Luoxia City. Obviously, this was destined to be a battle of life and death. Li Tianqing also didn't send a signal for help to Li Zongjiu. After all, this crisis was very likely to be a disaster for the Li family. For Li Zongjiu, it wasn't a bad thing. As a father, how could he let his child face these things? Therefore, Li Tianqing also gathered the Li family to fight against this disaster. He couldn't rely on Li Zongjiu for everything. After all, Li Zongjiu had given back too much to the Li family so far. The entire Luoxia city seemed to be emitting a mournful aura. There seemed to be a terrifying vibration in the air ahead, causing the people on the city wall to involuntarily clench the weapons in their hands and stare straight ahead. Boom! A group of white cranes flew over from afar. Although it was dark at the moment, it was as if the sky was shining brightly. "It's the people of Wuxue Pellet sect," someone exclaimed. At this moment, to be able to receive the help of this ally really made people feel very warm in their hearts. "It's Elder Lin Song of Wuxue Pellet sect." Everyone's face revealed a joyful expression. About 50 to 60 white cranes flew across the sky. The scene was very spectacular. A vast expanse of whiteness hovered in front of the city wall. "Li family head, how could you not look for us for such a lively matter?" Lin Song stood on the back of the white crane, facing Li Tianqing and the others. "Thank you for your trouble, Elder Lin. Please enter the city." Li Tianqing also laughed heartily. Over the past few days, the cooperation between Lin Song and the Li clan had become extremely close. Moreover, the Li clan had gradually become stronger, and it was difficult for the Snow Pill sect to ignore them. Therefore, Wuxue Pellet sect naturally couldn't sit back and do nothing when such a problem occurred in the Li family. The Peak Master is still in seclusion, but the two main peaks of Wuxue Pellet sect are already on their way here. "We're just a group of advanced troops," Lin Song said. Now, it seemed that it was the right choice to have a good relationship with the Li family. Thinking of Li Zongjiu's strength and influence in the sacred Flame Royal City, Lin Song felt very lucky. Lin Song was still Li Zongjiu's servant. Now, with Li Zongjiu's strength and cultivation, he didn't need an old man like him. Lin Yao followed closely behind Lin Song. This big-eyed beauty had heard of Li Zongjiu's legend during this period of time. Many disciples only thought that Li Zongjiu could reach such a level, and that it was all just bragging. However, Lin Yao knew that the guy really had such terrifying strength. It wasn't fake at all. Is Li Zongjiu really that strong? He actually wants our sect to protect his family. Some of the genius disciples who had just entered the sect couldn't help but doubt. At the same time, they also thought that it was just a legend created by the elders. Buzz! It was as if an invisible wave was coming from afar. The white cranes on the city wall also suddenly fell into a panic at this moment, but under the forceful control of their masters, they finally calmed down and pacified these white cranes. "What's that?" Everyone raised their heads and saw a black cloud in front of them. However, the black cloud was also rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Beep! The golden-winged, blue-tailed eagle, which was still in the city, let out a loud roar that pierced the sky. The sky gradually brightened. Chapter 747. The Banner Master of the Black Hawk Division. His expression was grave and stern, and his eyes were filled with cruelty. The Black Hawk Division behind him truly had 500 riders, Their mission was different from the others in the first place. On the surface, the 8 banner soldiers were fighting against the poison cult of the southern frontier, and they were fighting a guerrilla war. Meanwhile, the members of the Black Hawk banners were all carefully selected and trained Black Hawk guards. They had to select talents from the well-trained Bloodstrike guards and continue to train them. Only under such circumstances could they become true Black Hawk guards. Therefore, even if the Black Hawk guards left the Black Hawk division, they would still be powerful Bloodstrike guards. Their mission was to plunder. Regardless of the cost, they would plunder resources. Wherever there were resources, they would kill their way there and plunder their resources. This was the fastest way to grow and accumulate strength. A terrifying aura came from within the city. Even the Black Hawk King seemed to be afraid of it. The enormous golden-winged, blue-tailed eagle appeared on the city wall. The hundreds of Black Eagle troops finally stopped at this moment. They focused their attention on the activity in front of them. 500 Black Eagles were in the sky. Just this action of flapping their wings was enough to cause a wild wind to blow within the city. Boom! The banner master of the Black Hawk division glanced sideways and gestured. Immediately, a figure flew out from the Black Hawk division. People of the Luoxia city, listen up. Hand over the mysterious iron ore, and we will leave immediately. Otherwise, we will kill you without mercy. Everyone's gaze was focused on Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing's eyes were filled with a cold light. I have long heard of your style. Since you are here today, there is no need for you to leave. Li Tianqing laughed coldly. As its voice faded, the golden-winged, blue-tailed eagle's body pounced forward. It was accompanied by a wild wind as it charged towards the Black Hawk Guard. The Black Hawk division was at the Origin Ancestor Realm, but the black figure he was sitting on was only a rank 3 Origin beast at the Origin General Realm. Therefore, when it sensed the golden-winged, blue-tailed eagle charging towards it, it was clearly sluggish. The Black Hawk division originally wanted to counterattack, but just as he raised his hand and was about to stab out with a 3-meter-long spear in his hand, his body suddenly stiffened. Oh no! The Black Hawk Guard's eyes were filled with terror. In the next second, he was torn into 2 by the golden-winged, blue-tailed eagle. Blood splattered all over the sky. When this scene appeared, the Black Hawk banner's banner master remained completely unperturbed. However, there was a trace of astonishment in his eyes. He did not expect that these fellows who were as weak as ants would actually dare to resist. Kill! 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 The golden-winged, blue-tailed eagle circled in the sky above the Sunset City. The people of the Sunset City were shouting crazily. In a war, momentum was the most important thing. Li Tianqing had long known that there was no room for negotiation with these people before him. Just based on the things that Li Zhongjie had done before, killing so many people in Qingyuan Manor, it was impossible for Luoxia City to pass by unscathed. Thus, the purpose of these people coming this time was firstly for the black iron ore, and secondly, to destroy the Li family. How could Li Tianqing not know that? Since they were going to fight, then they might as well go all out and fight without any nonsense. Truly ants who are not afraid of death. The Black Hawk banner master smiled disdainfully. He was only using these little tricks to bluff and was completely unaffected. However, since these people wanted to die so much, then he would directly kill them. Immediately, the Black Hawk banner master waved his hand. Kill them! The hundreds of Black Hawks behind him attacked together. When these Black Hawk guards rushed to the city wall, Lin Song and the others were already prepared to attack. However, they saw that Li Tianqing and the others seemed to be deliberately suppressing them. They were clearly very close to them. They could even feel that the wings of these Black Hawks were already on their faces. Attack! Li Tianqing roared loudly. A huge illusory figure seemed to have appeared in the city. When this illusory figure appeared, it directly caused the Black Eagle, who was moving, to be involuntarily stunned. Li Tianqing also seized this fleeting opportunity and directly took out a weapon from the storage ring. Wrath Dragon Capturing. On top of the city wall, 20 sets of Raging Dragon Capture appeared. Under the continuous activation, the closest group of Black Eagles were instantly blasted into pieces. Half of the Raging Flames Dragon Capturing released a net of fire, while the other half directly released energy attacks. In an instant, the front row of over 10 Blackhawk guards were smashed into pieces. The sea of flames also instantly forced the Blackhawk guards behind to retreat. In the midst of this chaos, the golden-winged, blue-tailed eagle also suddenly attacked. In an instant, it clawed the area in front of it. It attacked like lightning. After the golden-winged, blue-tailed eagle broke through to become a rank 4 origin beast, its strength was extremely terrifying. Its strength had also become extremely terrifying. Its body had also undergone a huge breakthrough. A rank 4 Yuan beast and a rank 3 Yuan beast were on completely different levels. Even the Black Hawk King, who was also a rank 4 origin beast, could clearly feel a trace of threat when facing the golden-winged, blue-tailed eagle. It could not wait to hide at the back. Fortunately, its master was quite impressive. He stood on the spot and did not move, allowing the Black Hawk King to maintain its stability. Mental Spirit Master. The Black Hawk Flag Master stared a direction in the city. The wave of energy just now was the wave of a Mental Spirit Master. He did not expect that there was actually a Mental Spirit Master hidden in Luoxia City. It was really surprising. After all, how could a high-end talent like a Mental Spirit Master be willing to stay in a place like Luoxia City? He probably would not want to come back if he went out to explore a little. Disperse, a bunch of useless trash. The Black Hawk Flag Master ordered. The Black Hawk guards, who had suffered some losses, also dispersed in all directions. Under the cooperation of the Wrath Dragon Capturing, the golden-winged, blue-tailed eagle, and the Mental Spirit Master in the city. If they wanted to force their way in, it would be very difficult. A bunch of ants, die for me. The Black Hawk Flag Master originally did not want to personally take action. However, after this matter was over, there were other important matters to attend to. This was only a station. In order not to waste time, he personally took action. The Black Hawk Flag Master directly charged towards Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing was not afraid. However, when the Black Hawk Flag Master truly displayed his strength, Li Tianqing was still intimidated by his aura. A Yuan monarch. It was actually a Yuan monarch powerhouse. Although Li Tianqing really wanted to turn around and flee in the face of this aura, he knew that he definitely could not fall. He had to stand up. If he were to fall, the people behind him would also fall. Thunderbolt Elixir. Li Tianqing threw an elixir pill at the golden-winged, blue-tailed eagle. After the golden-winged, blue-tailed eagle swallowed the elixir pill, its aura immediately soared and it charged towards the Black Hawk Flag Master. Fire! The 20 Wrath Dragon, capturing weapons below, also hurriedly aimed at the Black Hawk King in the sky. Boom! 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 Massive flames instantly engulfed the area in front of them. The golden-winged, blue-tailed eagle also charged forward and engaged the Black Hawk King in battle. Boom! Within the raging flames, a figure was immediately blasted out. It was the golden-winged, blue-tailed eagle. In just one move, the golden-winged, blue-tailed eagle had been seriously injured. When they saw the golden-winged, blue-tailed eagle's body fall below the city wall, no one dared to believe their eyes. It should be known that the golden-winged, blue-tailed eagle had been guarding the Li family for more than a year. During this period of more than a year, almost no one dared to disrespect the golden-winged, blue-tailed eagle. It was basically equivalent to a supreme elder as a guardian deity. Now, the Li family's last hope had been defeated. Within the city wall, Xiao Ye's mental energy was also reflected back at this moment. She originally wanted to affect the Black Hawk Flag Master, but her strength was far from enough and she suffered a strong backlash. What other tricks do you have? Just use them." The Black Hawk Flag Master waved his hand and overturned the flames in front of him. When his figure appeared, it was as if the Death Knight had appeared. The people on the city wall all revealed astonished expressions. This was because the Black Hawk Flag Master's strength was too strong. As his voice faded, suddenly a huge rumbling sound came from the sky. At the same time, the sky, which was originally slightly bright, suddenly darkened at this moment. "What is that?" Everyone raised their heads and looked. They all thought that a mountain was about to fall. Chapter 748. The huge body of the Chelan battleship covered the sky above the city wall. Originally, the sky was already slightly clear, but the appearance of the Chelan battleship suppressed the faint light, causing the surroundings to fall into darkness. "Long time no see, everyone." Li Zongjio landed on the city wall. He appeared with a smile. Li Tianqing and the others looked at the young man who had descended from the sky as if they were dreaming. Compared to a year ago, there was not much change. He was still as calm and collected as before. The way he acted was even more admirable. However, Li Zongjio's aura was even more unfathomable. "Brett, you're finally back." Li Tianqing was stunned for a long time when he saw Li Zongjio, but he still patted Li Zongjio's shoulder in the end. How many people in this world dared to pat Li Zongjio's shoulder? Li Tianqing was one of them. "You came at the right time today. You and I will fight side by side," Li Tianqing said as he patted Li Zongjio's shoulder. Then he looked up at the Chelan battleship in the sky. Because the bottom of the Chelan battleship was facing them, it was impossible to see the full appearance of the Chelan battleship. They could only see darkness when they looked up. "Fight!" Li Zongjio looked at Li Tianqing suspiciously. "Tianfei, I'll leave this kind of trash to you," Li Zongjio ordered. Then a figure suddenly appeared in the void. He rushed towards the Black Hawk Bannermaster. Li Tianqing wanted to see what was going on, but Li Zongjio pulled Li Tianqing, Yi Chao, and the others away. "Since everyone is here, let's have a good meal. It's my treat," Li Zongjio said casually. There was still a Yuan King-level enemy waiting outside. Yet he wanted to drink and chat now. That was too much. It was as if the heavens did not care about the enemy. "What? You did it." "That guy hasn't." Li Tianqing struggled to turn around, wanting Li Zongjio to send the Black Hawk Division's Banner Master away first. Just as Li Tianqing turned around, he saw a figure charging towards the Black Hawk Banner Master. He then drew his sword, and a majestic sword chi whizzed out. The Black Hawk Banner Master froze on the spot. Boom! The Black Hawk Banner Master's body was directly split into two by this tyrannical sword chi. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It was as simple as chopping a watermelon. The man was killed so easily. It was unbelievable. The disciples of the Snow Elixir sect who had come to participate in the battle widened their eyes when they saw this scene. Tianfei held a long sword in his hand and stared at the Black Hawk guards who were still lingering in the sky. These Black Hawk guards seemed to have realized something and immediately turned around to escape. However, Tianfei's sword chi followed closely behind. Boom! 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 Hundreds of Black Hawk guards exploded in the sky instantly. This young man was actually a Yuan King-level elite. Tianfei's sword move shocked everyone on the Luoxia city wall. After all, he was a grade 5 Yuan King-level elite. Compared to Li Zongjio, he was naturally very inferior. However, if he wanted to kill these little trash, it would still be an easy thing to do. Li Zongjio was so powerful that he could easily kill Yuan King-level elites. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they still could not believe it. Tianfei's figure returned to the city wall and followed Li Zongjio's group. He did not say much, just like a cold-blooded killer. If Tianfei did not use any moves and just followed them, based on Tianfei's temperament, one would think that the person before them was a pretentious person. Most people would find such a person annoying after looking at him. However, after Tian Fei killed the Yuan king-level elite with a single sword move, everyone knew how powerful he was. When they looked at Tian Fei again, they deeply felt that this fellow was an elite. Why would such an elite listen to that person's words? Was that Li Zongjiu? He must be very rich, so he spent money to hire an elite. That makes sense. Otherwise, why would this elite follow him so quietly? How much would it cost to hire such an elite? Some of the disciples of the Snow Elixir sect discussed among themselves. They were the more promising disciples of the sect. If they were successful in their studies, they could also become experts hired by others in the future. This way, not only would they be able to roam the underworld, but they would also be able to seek revenge at a high price. This was almost everyone's dream. Therefore, he was also eager to know the current market pricing. He really wanted to know, if they walked out with such strength, how much would the other party be willing to pay to hire them? Cut the crap, Lin Yao said in a deep voice. The disciples below did not dare to say anything. Senior sister Lin Yao's strength was definitely outstanding among these disciples. Many of them even looked up to her as a role model. Zongjiu, why don't you introduce this little brother to us? Li Tianqing asked as he walked. Everyone went directly to a high-class restaurant in Luoxia City. This restaurant was still the property of the Sun family. When the manager saw such a large group of people coming, and all of them were famous people in the city, he naturally had to entertain them. Tian Fei, my subordinate. Li Zongjiu pointed at Tian Fei and said, Tian Fei, this is my father. Greetings, family head. Tian Fei greeted Li Tianqing respectfully. His greeting was also very standard. At first glance, one could tell that he was a disciple from a big sect. Tian Fei is from a big sect? Lin Song could not help but ask. Tian Fei's temperament was not something an ordinary person could possess. Tian Fei was abandoned by his sect. Fortunately, he was saved by the young master. If these people knew that Tian Fei was a disciple of the Xianyuan sect, they would definitely be shocked. Previously, these people also guessed that Li Zongjiu might have invited such an expert from somewhere. But now, it seemed that Tian Fei was simply following Li Zongjiu and was willing to be Li Zongjiu's subordinate. That meant that Li Zongjiu had the ability to make Tian Fei submit completely. That ship outside, Yi Chao said. Although he could not see it now, his intention was clear. Compared to these experts, Yi Chao was more interested in the Qilin battleship. As the lord of the city, if he could find such a thing to protect the city, what was there to be afraid of? Most of the city, lord mansions were not set up to manage the forces in the city, because the forces in the city were flourishing and it was impossible to manage them all. The situation was extremely unstable. The city lord mansions were set up to defend against meta beasts outside the city. Occasionally, meta beasts would come and attack the city. At that time, the city lord mansions would take the initiative to shoulder the responsibility of the city lord. For example, this time these people from the Black Hawk flag were already very arrogant. They actually dared to directly climb on top of the Luoxia city. This was obviously a challenge to the dignity of the city lord. But if you were not strong enough to defeat them, they might just destroy you. The sacred flame royal city was far away from the emperor. Who would care so much about you then? Therefore, it was necessary to equip yourself. Oh, it's so lively. Boss, I have already let the Qilin battleship hover in the air. While they were talking, Zheng Haoren also came alone. The guards were all gathered on the Qilin battleship. It was his ship that day. Zheng Haoren saw that there were so many people sitting in the room, and he became serious. I am Zheng Haoren from the Zheng family of Jade Wave Giant City. Chapter 749. Cerulean Wave Giant City's Zheng family. Everyone was shocked when they heard the name. It's the Zheng family's third young master. Li Tianqing had seen Zheng Haoren before. Back in Guanxi town, Zheng Haoren had also appeared. Now that he mentioned such a powerful reinforcement, Li Tianqing was overjoyed. After all, the Zheng family was the #1 family in Cerulean Wave Giant City. Being able to establish a good relationship with such a powerful family was very important for the future development of the family. The entire restaurant had been booked as well. Li Tianqing then asked his men to bring Xiaoya and the others over. The injured, golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was also carried back to the Li family. At the city gate, when Feng Qingyu and the others arrived, they discovered a battleship hovering above the city. Below the city gate, there were many corpses scattered around. It was a mess. What's going on? Luoxia City, on the other hand, looked calm and peaceful. The Li family members on the city wall saw Feng Qingyu and quickly greeted her. "General Feng, you're here. Hurry up and enter the city. Our young master is back." Young master? Feng Qingyu frowned. Although it had been almost a year, Li Zongjiu, who seemed to have a magical method, who was arrogant and dared to negotiate with their commander, who cured their general with a magical method, was back. They hadn't seen each other for more than a year. Li Zongjiu probably didn't remember what she looked like. If the enemy has retreated, we'll retreat too. They rushed here in a hurry, only to find that the enemy had been killed. What was the point of Feng Qingyu and the others staying here? They should leave as soon as possible. Immediately, Feng Qingyu turned her horse around and prepared to leave. However, when she turned around, she saw a young man in a grayish-black robe standing not far away. "Since you're here, let's go in and have a drink." Li Zongjiu looked at the white-clothed girl in front of him. She had a head of beautiful black hair and slender, jade-like legs. At this moment, she was slender and elegant. She should have been a well-bred young lady from a wealthy family, but now she was fighting and killing here. She was born and raised here. The girl didn't seem to be dissatisfied with her fate at all. When Feng Qingyu saw Li Zongjiu again, although his appearance was still familiar, Li Zongjiu's aura had changed tremendously. However, no matter how much it changed, that sense of familiarity did not diminish. It was the same young man who had recklessly barged into their 1,000-horse city. "There's no need for a drink. You still have to train tomorrow. You've caused quite a lot of trouble this year." Feng Qingyu looked at Li Zongjiu and said. Li Zongjiu also had a helpless look on his face. He really didn't want to provoke so many things. It was just that some things came to him by themselves. When Li Zongjiu dealt with these things, he was already very polite. "It's all thanks to all of you. If you need anything, you can look for me." Li Zongjiu said nonchalantly. "Oh, you're the one who said it. Then, help me catch a level 5 soul beast." Feng Qingyu chuckled and looked at Li Zongjiu, as if she was deliberately making things difficult for Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also realized that Feng Qingyu's cultivation base had already reached the peak of the Yuanzhong level. It wasn't easy to have such a cultivation base at such a young age. Sure, Li Zongjiu also agreed. However, there was a trace of surprise in Feng Qingyu's eyes. She didn't take Li Zongjiu's words to heart. It wasn't easy to catch a level 5 Yuan beast, let alone alive. Similar to Feng Qingyu, she hadn't refined her Yuan spirit. Furthermore, she had been waiting until now to refine her Yuan spirit. It was the last step to break through to the Yuan monarch level. It was an excellent opportunity. Feng Qingyu didn't enter the city with Li Zongjiu to attend a dinner party. Instead, she led her men back to their original encampment. They were there to ensure the safety of this place. Li Zongjiu's return had easily solved these problems. Naturally, they didn't have to worry about it anymore. She's still so arrogant. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but shake his head. Feng Qingyu's temper wasn't ordinary. Li Zongjiu didn't force her to stay. Everyone had their own temperament and character. On the other hand, Li Zongjiu had to consider the matter of the rank 5 origin beast. This girl should be of the wind attribute. Then, I'll have to find a level 5 yuan beast of the wind attribute. Li Zongjio rubbed his head. Then he thought of a place. This place was the best place for ordinary people to die. Even yuan monarchs did not dare to approach this place carelessly. This matter had to be put aside for the time being. Since Li Zongjio had returned, he naturally had to make some arrangements. Furthermore, the matter of Qinyuan Mountain Villa had yet to be resolved. It wouldn't be easy to get rid of these fellows. Who knew what kind of tricks these fellows had up their sleeves? After returning to the city, Li Zongjio made a mental note of all the people who had helped him tonight. In the future, Luoxia City would naturally need so many people to support it. Otherwise, the entire Luoxia City would only have people from the Li family. Wouldn't it become a city of the Li family? The Li family. Li Zongjio roughly explained his current situation to Li Tianqing, including the matter of the honorary elder of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion and some business matters of the Great Delight Casino. If the Li family were to take care of these businesses directly, it would obviously be somewhat inappropriate. Therefore, the initial plan was to let the Li family disciples select some of the more outstanding ones and send them directly to the Sacred Flame Royal City. Li Zongjio would then specially find people to train them. A group of people would be sent to the Sacred Flame Royal City to pave the way. First, they would learn. Only by constantly learning could the members of the family become stronger. Li Tianqing naturally approved of this plan after Luo Yinyang explained it to him. It was naturally a good thing to have such a grand goal and vision. However, how should we deal with the batch of dark iron ore stored in our family? Li Tianqing asked. Dark iron ores could be used to forge stronger weapons. It was even a necessary material for forging yuan weapons. It was a basic material. In terms of value, it was naturally very expensive. Is there a lot? Li Zongjio asked. If there was only a little, then they could just casually dispose of it. It's double the original amount of Xian yuan ores. When he heard this, Li Zongjio's eyes widened. No wonder these people came over with such great fanfare. This was double the amount of Xian yuan ores. Just the Xian yuan ores alone was enough to feed the Su family in Flying Cloud City for a long time. Now that there was dark iron ores under the Xian yuan ores, it was simply a huge surprise. It was even more unbelievable. With such a huge mineral vein in their hands, it was already very good to be able to ensure that they could mine it for such a long time. Since we have these dark iron ores, let's cooperate with some weapon dealers and reach a long-term strategy. Li Zongjio said, if the Li family and alchemy family were to go and forge weapons again, it would indeed be a little too greedy. With so many resources, of course, it was necessary to connect with other channels. By the way, the 7-Star Fire Company also opened an agency in this city and gave all the agency rights to us. So, it would be better if we cooperate with the 7-Star Fire Company. Is that so? Then let's go to them. Li Zongjio said. The people of the 7-Star Fire Chamber acted very quickly. They were already fawning over the Luoxia city. Therefore, Li Zongjio was very satisfied in his heart. At least, Songju had done a good job in this aspect and had won Li Zongjio's heart. The father and son also talked in this room for the whole night. After all, the Li family was still weak. But as long as Li Zongjio was there, everything was not a problem. Chapter 750. Although Li Zongjio's words revealed his incomparable ease, however, how could Li Tianqing not know how much effort Li Zongjio had put in to get to where he was now? Son, you don't have to work too hard. This kind of thing has to be done slowly. Li Tianqing took a sip of tea and said. It could be seen that Li Zongjio seemed to be working too hard to improve the family strength. It looked like he had lost it once, so this time he also put in a lot of effort. Until now, it seemed that it was still quite strenuous. What Li Tianqing didn't know was that no one would believe what Li Zongjio had experienced, even if he told them. Therefore, no one knew why Li Zongjio was working so hard. When I gave you this name, I didn't want you to do anything for the family. I just wanted you to carry on the family line as soon as possible. When Li Tianqing said this, even Li Zongjiu, who had been calm for thousands of years, spat out a mouthful of blood. "You're too much, Dad." Li Zongjiu wiped the saliva off his mouth and said. Looking at Li Tianqing, he seemed to be immersed in his own fantasy world. "If you ask me, the little girl from the Bai family is not bad. She is good-looking and smart. It's just that the Bai family is a little unworthy of us now. General Feng from Thousand Horse City is also not bad. However, he is a soldier after all. If he fights and kills all day, it seems that it will be more difficult to manage in the future." Li Tianqing was extremely worried, and he began to plan for Li Zongjiu in his heart. What kind of wife should Li Zongjiu choose? But my Zongjiu is so outstanding. It's normal to bring a few more home. Oh, by the way, Zongjiu, did you meet a more suitable one in Monarch City? Li Tianqing also came back to his senses as he spoke, but when he looked up, he found that Li Zongjiu's figure had disappeared. "Hey, this damn kid, how dare he run?" When Li Tianqing saw that Li Zongjiu had escaped without anyone noticing, he was immediately furious. On the second day, some things had already begun to be dealt with. Li Zongjiu first came to see Xiaoye and the others. "Your performance yesterday was pretty good. You should be able to control your 1,000-year water lotus by now. Once you can completely control it, you can go out and roam the world by yourself. Staying here will only restrict your growth," Li Zongjiu said, but Xiaoye's eyes were filled with tears. She felt like crying. "Young master, are you chasing me out?" Looking at Zhao's pitiful look, Li's head was about to explode. All right. You can continue to stay here as long as you're happy." Then Li Zongjiu also fled. The 7-star fire room quickly sent the news of such a big deal of black iron back to the headquarters. The headquarters also immediately sent people to negotiate and carry out the handover. For Song Jiu, all this was just a matter of a sentence. By the way, 1,000 Taste Herb Hall has been cooperating well with us these days. Li Zongjiu remembered what Li Tianqing said last night. After all, the Li family was an alchemy family. These days, their alchemy skills had improved a little. After all, they had a lot of resources to pave the way, so there was no problem for them to improve their alchemy skills. Li Zongjiu was also a little surprised that 1,000 Taste Herb Hall was able to open a branch here. Thinking back to when he was in Northern Medicine City, he also had a connection with 1,000 Taste Herb Hall and received a lot of help from 1,000 Taste Herb Hall. When Li Zongjiu walked into 1,000 Taste Herb Hall, he found that 1,000 Taste Herb Hall was still very popular. Not only did they collect some herbs so that the nearby farmers could have a full meal, but they also encouraged the surrounding people to plant spiritual herbs. The 1,000 Taste Herb Hall would give out seeds for free. When the time came, these spiritual herbs would be bought back at a high price. The elixirs sold were only for strengthening the body, prolonging one's life, and promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. Since they were targeting different places, they would have to sell different types of medicinal pills. Only in this way could there be a way out. Oh, come and see where this wind came from. Even young master, Li was blown to our place. Li Zongjiu saw a graceful figure swaying towards him as soon as he entered the door. She also had a faint herbal fragrance on her body. She was the first chief of 1,000 Taste Herb Hall, Lu Manxian. Long time no see. Li Zongjiu was in a good mood when he saw these people who had helped him before. Although Li Zongjiu did not expect too much help along the way, he had experienced some tragic situations. Now that he was able to get to where he was now with the help of these friends, he felt quite warm in his heart. Enemies were necessary, but friends were also necessary. Why did you come to a small place like Luoxia City? Li Zongjiu ignored Lu Manchuan's teasing. In terms of social interaction, he was naturally not as good as Lu Manxian. Now, there are many chambers of commerce who want to enter Luoxia City. We are the first to enter. This is our luck, Lu Manxian said. At the same time, She led Li Zongjio into the inner room. Luoxia City was not big, but it was not small either. With Li Zongjio's status, there was almost nothing he could not do in Luoxia City. Naturally, the treatment he received was not the same. You still have a conscience to remember people like us. Maybe you have already achieved great success and do not like us anymore. Lu Manchuan's tone was a little resentful. Just based on what she had heard, Li Zongjio's halo was enough to make people envious. Li Zongjio's current achievements could be said to be very high. Of course, it was different from the past. However, Lu Manxian was very accurate in judging people. Although Li Zongjio's status was not ordinary now, the way he looked at her did not change. He treated her as a friend, and they were still friends. There was no arrogance or complacency in his expression. I, Li Zongjio, will remember the help you have given to my Li family. In the future, if your 1,000-taste herb hall has any problems, just look for me. Li Zongjio said. Although his words were simple, the content was not ordinary. One had to know that with Li Zongjio's status, even if someone wanted to be the emperor, Li Zongjio would be able to send that person to the throne by hook or by crook. This was Li Zongjio's promise. When dealing with enemies, Li Zongjio would not leave a single one of them alive. He would kill them all and eliminate them by the roots. However, when dealing with friends, Li Zongjio would also give the greatest help. He would spare no effort to help. That's what you said. I will remember it. Lu Manxian looked at Li Zongjio's young and serious appearance and laughed. He was clearly still a child, but he acted as if he was an adult and made an extremely serious and solemn promise. However, in Lu Manchuan's heart, she trusted Li Zongjio very much. In her heart, she thought that the young miss had been troubled recently. Perhaps one day, she would really need Li Zongjio's help. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave first. Li Zongjio stood up and said, just visiting alone for the day had consumed a lot of energy. When the sky was getting dark, Li Zongjio was ready to set off. What was he going to do? Of course, he was going to find trouble with Qingyuan Villa. Since these people had already stretched their hands to Luoxia City, Li Zongjio would definitely repay them tenfold. Otherwise, these people would really think that Li Zongjio could not do anything to them. Why don't you rest for 2 days? In 2 days, your mother should be back. Li Tianqing looked at Li Zongjio, who was in a hurry. He had been running all over the place. He had not even stayed for a day and was already in a hurry to leave again. No, there will be plenty of time in the future. There are still many things that have not been resolved. Let the people we have selected go to Monarch City directly. I have already given you the address and contact person. Just go and find them. I will arrange a good place for them. Li Zongjio said. Anyway, they were all members of his family. When the time came, he would find some people to train and then send them back to the Li family. The person selected must be someone with good moral character. Li Zongjio solemnly exhorted. This was very important because if there were any black sheep in the family, Li Zongjio would not hesitate at all. He would directly get rid of them and eliminate them from the family. There was no room for leniency. Although external enemies were dangerous, internal matters were often more serious. Chapter 751. Before leaving, Zhang Haoren stayed behind to talk to the Li family. Li Zongjio had also left some primordial stones to Li Tianqing regarding the Qilin worships. However, outsiders did not know about it. Primordial stones were precious, after all. If outsiders knew about it, it might lead to another bloody battle. Having 10 Qilin worships was a great boost to the Li family's strength. However, it would take a lot of time for them to operate the Qilin worships. They had to specially train people who could pilot the Qilin worships. Naturally, the Zhang family would not let go of such a great opportunity to get in touch with Li Zongjio's family. They immediately sent several instructors to carry out the most detailed training. This was something that Li Zongjio had asked them to do. How could they be careless? The battle on the Middle Reaches Mountain had made the Zhang family understand Li Zongjiu's strength. No matter what, they had to rely on Li Zongjiu's thigh. There was no need to say much. Li Zongjiu and Tian Fei continued their journey. When they passed by a city, they spent a lot of money to buy information about Qingyuan Villa from the Tianyu Pavilion. Qingyuan Mountain was where Qingyuan Villa was located. There were a total of 3 cities in the vicinity of Qingyuan Mountain, forming a kind of encirclement. In reality, if anyone approached Qingyuan Mountain Villa, they would have to pass through these 3 cities, and Qingyuan Mountain Villa would immediately be informed of their movements. Qingshan City, a second-class city. Li Zongjiu and Tian Fei arrived at Qingshan City. As soon as they entered the city, even Tian Fei realized that someone was watching them. He immediately became vigilant. In the Qingshan City governor's mansion, many documents about Li Zongjiu were piled up. The Qingshan City governor, Dong Xuanzhou. Dong Xuanzhou was able to sit on the Qingshan City governor's seat because of the accumulation of blood behind him. Therefore, when he received the order, he did not hesitate to carry it out. As of now, these 3 cities had already been assimilated by the Qingyuan Villa. Li Zongjiu, you really came looking for me. This time, I, Dong Xuanzhou, am going to make a contribution. Dong Xuanzhou used to be the county magistrate of a small county. Later on, he disliked the corruption in the bureaucratic system, so he trained the county soldiers into bandits. They were trained to kill corrupt officials and the like. Later on, he offended someone. He couldn't bear the responsibility, so he ran away. In the end, he was taken in by the people of Qingyuan Manor. The previous matter was easily settled, so Dong Xuanzhou was able to survive until now. What Dong Xuanzhou was best at was faking the scene to intercept and kill. There was no doubt that this time he was going back to his old profession. Of course, Dong Xuanzhou could not directly say that he was helping the Qingyuan Villa. Therefore, he had to make some arrangements. The manor head said that we need this brat alive. An old man in a black robe appeared behind East Xuanzhou. Dong Xuanzhou glanced at the old man behind him. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Dong Xuanzhou did not hold back. This old man was best at doing things behind people's backs. It was said that he used to be a corrupt official, so Dong Xuanzhou did not like him. However, in order to cooperate with the Qingyuan Villa, he chose to let this old man follow him. It was convenient for him to pass on orders. Hee, Dong Xuanzhou, don't blame me for not reminding you. This is a great opportunity. If you catch this brat, you'll have enough weight in front of the manor head. Even the woman you want won't be a problem. The old man was like an evil demon. He kept blowing wind in Dong Xuanzhou's ear, which made Dong Xuanzhou very unhappy. However, when he mentioned the woman, Dong Xuanzhou's heart tightened. After a moment of silence, Dong Xuanzhou pressed a button beside him. Get the night demon here. When he heard that Dong Xuanzhou was finally willing to take out his secret weapon, the old man's lips curled up slightly. This was the effect he wanted. Only with the night demon could they subdue Li Zongjiu. Just in the past few days, their Qingyuan manor had lost countless men in Li Zongjiu's hands. The reason why Dong Xuanzhou was able to secure his position as the city lord was because he had the night demon army. Recently, that person seems to be showing signs of returning. You should be careful. Dong Xuanzhou could not help but sneer when he saw the old man's smug look. Although Qingshan City was equivalent to a subsidiary city of the Qingyuan Villa, it was not safe for the people of the Qingyuan Villa to stay here. There were many people who wanted to cause trouble for the Qingyuan Villa. Recently, an extremely powerful person had appeared in the city. Quite a number of Qingyuan manors people had already been quietly killed. Other than the people of the Qingyuan Villa who were active outside, there was also a large number of logistical support staff, such as the intelligence agency and even the transportation department. A large amount of raw materials and items had to be transported continuously. Most of the people stayed in Qingshan City. Recently, an extremely mysterious assassin had appeared in the city, lurking in the middle of the night, killing with one last blow, and escaping thousands of miles away after he succeeded. No one could find any trace of him. An assassin like this was undoubtedly terrifying. So far, no less than 20 people had been killed by this mysterious assassin. In the beginning, they were just some unimportant people. However, as of now, the other party seemed to have figured out their methods. The people they killed were all painful, as if their muscles and bones had been injured. Even the people who worked for the Qingyuan villa in the city started to panic and become extremely worried. If that guy comes, I'll end him with my own hands, the old man said coldly. Li Zongjiu and Tian Fei stayed in the city. I heard that the city lord of Qingshan City is also a member of the Qingyuan villa. Bring him to see me. Li Zongjiu said, bring a city lord to see you casually. If an ordinary person heard such an order, they would think that Emperor Xingyan was visiting incognito. Yes, Tian Fei naturally had no problem with it. Even this kind of behavior was just child's play for him. Being by Li Zongjiu's side, aside from other things, they had already seen a lot of things in this grand occasion. Tian Fei immediately left the inn. Li Zongjiu ordered some dishes and wine, but he saw that the surrounding diners seemed to tacitly stand up and leave one by one. Li Zongjiu saw this and did not do anything. By the time most of the people had left, Yi Ziqin had already left. The innkeeper directly closed the door. This was clearly an unscrupulous inn on the table. Who would have thought that the Qingyuan villa had already invaded to such an extent? What gave these people the courage to kill people in the inn in broad daylight? It was worth mentioning that according to the rules of the Xingyan dynasty, places like inns and restaurants were all public places. Therefore, if something happened in such a place, it would be investigated to the end. However, the Jianghu was too chaotic. These things could not be taken care of. Boy, I've already poisoned the food. You'd better be obedient now. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Li Zongjiu raised his head and glanced at the innkeeper, who was pretending to be ruthless. There were waiters and cooks behind him. Obviously, they were the staff of the inn. Seeing Li Zongjiu's gaze, the innkeeper was slightly surprised. Why did this boy look as if nothing had happened? Tie him up first. Immediately, 2 people waved the ropes in their hands and walked towards Li Zongjiu step by step. Just as they were about to take Li Zongjiu down, they saw Li Zongjiu flicking the 2 peanuts on the table. Swoosh, swoosh, bang, bang. The 2 corpses fell directly on the floor. The bloody hole in their heads was also bleeding nonstop. After seeing the 2 people fall to the ground, the innkeeper and the others screamed. They threw caution to the wind and rushed towards Li Zongjiu. They wanted to kill Li Zongjiu directly. They were certain that Li Zongjiu had been poisoned. Swoosh! It was peanuts again. The remaining 5 people's lives were also taken by the peanuts. Just then, a piece of paper floated out from the innkeeper's arms. The words bounty were written on it, and there was also a portrait of Li Zongjiu. Chapter 752. Li Zongjiu picked up the bounty poster. When he saw that the price was only 10 million gold coins, Li Zongjiu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Who was the person who put up the bounty poster? With such a small amount of money, they wanted Li Zongjiu's head. This was too cheap. Thinking of this, Li Zongjiu was extremely impressed by these people. However, Li Zongjiu was still not full. He continued to eat and drink in the midst of the corpses. The corpses around him did not affect Li Zongjiu's appetite at all. You should at least give me the room key before you act. Li Zongjiu was dissatisfied. He even wanted to rummage through the cabinets to find the key. Only then did he find the key. He casually opened a door and walked in. Night fell. Tian Fei had not returned yet. However, a visitor arrived at Li Zongjiu's place first. Under the illumination of the candlelight on the table, a shadow could be seen gradually enlarging. Li Zongjiu immediately looked over. There was a person crawling by the window. It looked like a beast. The expression on his face was extremely ferocious. He stared at Li Zongjio with a murderous gaze. After meeting Li Zongjio's gaze, the figure instantly flew out of the window. Bang! Li Zongjio threw a punch. The opponent's reaction was very fast. In an instant, he flew back. Boom! Li Zongjio looked at the pitch-black figure in surprise. He was wearing only a pair of large underpants. This thing was too arrogant. Its speed was so fast that it could be so arrogant in front of Li Zongjio. What a weirdo! That thing blew out the candle from a few meters away. The entire room seemed to be plunged into darkness. In this silent and dark environment, Li Zongjio felt that the opponent's strength was gradually increasing. Is this the legendary knight attribute? Li Zongjio was surprised. When the surrounding light seemed to be swallowed by this thing, the room was already pitch black. Nothing could be seen clearly. At this moment in the darkness, a swift and violent force rushed towards Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio sat in the same place. When the opponent was about to attack, Li Zongjio also punched the opponent's teeth. Originally, this bite should have broken Li Zongjio's neck. However, this punch shattered the opponent's teeth. This showed how hard Li Zongjio's fist was. Roar! That thing also felt the pain and quickly retreated. Li Zongjio stood up. He did not mind continuing to play with these things. Boom! He instantly chased after it and sent it flying with a punch. Li Zongjio fell directly from the guest room on the second floor to the hall. When Li Zongjio smashed the strange thing on the floor with his fist, he suddenly raised his head, only to find that the inn was already surrounded by these strange things. There were at least 20 of them. So many! These were the species that Dong Xuanzhou reared the night demons. It was an extremely vicious training method. It allowed the night demons to live in the darkness and taught them how to fight in the darkness. Over time, they became assassins in the darkness and could even absorb the surrounding light. He Xuanzhou had spent a lot of money just to nurture this batch of night demons. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never use this terrifying army of night demons. Roar! The surrounding night demons also rushed towards Li Zongjio. You're courting death! At first, Li Zongjio was only interested in these things. However, his interest was gone now. He immediately punched the night devils that were pouncing on him and sent them flying. Bang! 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 On a roof not far away, a black figure looked at the inn in front of him. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised as he heard the violent commotion. The night devil troop that the old thing raised is really awesome. That person was a deacon of the Qingyuan villa. Normally, he would be by Dong Xuanzhou's side. Although it was said that he was cooperating with Dong Xuanzhou, in truth, he was only there to supervise Dong Xuanzhou and ensure that he was working for the Qingyuan villa. Therefore, the deacon of Qingyuan Manor was very satisfied with the attack of the night demons. After taking down Li Zongjio, he would be able to consolidate his position in Qingyuan Manor. Perhaps this contribution would allow him to advance further. Once these night demons set their sights on a target, they would never change. They would not rest until one of them was dead. After killing this kid, I'll use his head to claim the reward. In the future, there will definitely be a seat for me in Qingyuan Manor as an elder. The corners of the old man's mouth twitched. The benefits of being a deacon were too little. In fact, he was already very dissatisfied. As time passed, people would become greedier, just as the old man was standing on the roof. Suddenly, he felt a chilly wind behind him. This immediately alerted the old man. Dark Yuan Pierce! A soft shout rang in the old man's ears. Instantly he was awakened. When the old man subconsciously turned around, he saw a figure approaching him. Then he felt as if his neck had been cut off at this moment. Fuck! What kind of move is this? When the dagger came from the dark, the assassin and the dagger instantly disappeared into the night sky. Just like that, they disappeared without a trace. I can't speak. My strength. The old man's strength was not weak. No matter what, he was still a peak sky origin expert. How could he be so easily ambushed? However, after being hit by the dagger, the old man stood on the spot as though nothing had happened. However, all of his strength was rapidly being devoured by an unknown force. After a few seconds, the old man's body fell to the ground with a thud. Immediately, there was a commotion in the surroundings. It was the people the old man had arranged nearby. Because he had predicted that someone might come to ambush him tonight, he had arranged people around to wait for the assassin to appear and take him down. However, no one expected the assassin to be so fast when he attacked. "Sir, what happened to you?" The people who gathered around saw that the old man had already stopped breathing. It was obvious that he had allowed someone to kill the old man in front of so many people. It seemed that the assassin's methods were quite brilliant. "Sir, there was an assassin! Sir, there was an assassin!" Immediately, these people began to spread the news to each other. Looking at these people, they actually had a very excited look on their faces. "Search the surroundings immediately and find the assassin." Immediately, the captain of the guards began to give orders. The methods of this mysterious assassin were indeed extraordinary. He had actually killed the old man in front of so many people. Now that they had searched, they couldn't find any traces at all. The most important thing was that these people didn't dare to act alone. They could even assassinate the deacon. If they could assassinate them now, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping their hands? It would be more than enough. The crowd dispersed symbolically. In the darkness, a figure was quietly retreating. However, his gaze was fixed on the inn. The movements in the inn seemed to have stopped at this moment. Seeing this scene appear, boom! Suddenly, a shocking sword aura exploded in the Qingshan City governor's mansion. Then, almost half of the mansion was destroyed. It was extremely tragic. The city governor has been taken away. Everyone go after him. Chapter 753. Li Zongjiao killed the night demons with a flurry of punches. All of them fell to the ground, unable to move. This allowed Li Zongjiao to move his body as well. It took him a lot of effort to get rid of these people. His fists were aching from the beating. What were these guys' bodies made of? They were extremely hard. They clearly looked like humans, but their actions made them seem like wild beasts. Li Zongjiao was shocked. If we're talking about the methods of this Qingyuan villa, then it's really abnormal. Li Zongjiao shook his head and said, "Someone knocked on the door of the inn. Come in." Tian Fei opened the door with a palm while carrying a person in his hand. This person was obviously very unconvinced. He kept struggling and wanted to escape. However, when this person was carried into the inn and saw the corpses on the ground, his body suddenly stiffened on the spot. He seemed to be frightened by the scene in front of him. He could not believe his eyes. "This, young lord, I have brought him here." As he spoke, Tian Fei tossed the e-search boat to the ground, and it landed on a night demon. Li Zongjiao wiped his hands with a white cloth and looked at Dong Xuanzhou indifferently. "You brought all these things, right?" He moved a chair over and sat down. Then he looked at Dong Xuanzhou and said slowly. At this moment, Dong Xuanzhou's face was filled with shock as he looked at Li Zongjiao. How did this young man deal with those terrifying night devils? It should be known that even a Yuan monarch powerhouse could be killed by the attacks of these night demons. This was because these night demons' methods of attack were too perverted. They were unexpectedly ruthless. And now these assassins had all been killed. Dong Xuanzhou could not react in time. That was the last thing he could rely on. However, Dong Xuanzhou could not admit that these night demons were brought here by him. Otherwise, these people would not let him go. "I don't know what you're talking about. Kidnapping a city lord, Li Zongjiao. Do you know how serious of a crime you've committed?" Dong Xuanzhou said coldly. He wanted to use this method to intimidate Li Zongjiao. "Kneel properly." Tian Fei kicked East Xuanzhou's leg. He kicked Dong Xuanzhou to the ground, causing him to kneel. "Who is it?" Tian Fei seemed to have sensed the movement in the surroundings. He raised his hand, and a sword energy swept towards the roof. Boom! With a loud explosion, a figure fell from the sky. "You're courting death!" Tian Fei sensed that the person in front of him was actually rushing towards the young master. Trying to assassinate Li Zongjio in front of Tian Fei was not giving him any face at all. He simply did not put Tian Fei in his eyes. However, when Tian Fei's figure flew out, he was shocked to find that the person in front of him was just a shadow. His palm missed. The assassin's figure flickered and appeared near Li Zongjio. "Young master, be careful!" Tian Fei shouted in a low voice, but he also sent a palm strike towards the assassin. The power of the palm strike from a distance had already demonstrated the power of a Yuan King elite. However, his palm strike still missed. What? Even though they were in such a small space, the assassin's figure was unpredictable. It was really surprising. Even an elite like Tian Fei could not capture the assassin's figure. Swoosh! A dark light pierced towards Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio, who was sitting upright, also smiled. "Santong, you've grown up." Santong greets the young master. The mysterious black figure finally revealed itself. By the time she appeared in front of Li Zongjio, Santong had already grown up a little from the little girl back then. The determined aura on her face was even stronger than before, and the murderous aura on her body had also been retracted quite well. What Santong had just used was the dark yuan spike that Li Zongjio had taught her. She was indeed a genius at learning the dark yuan spike. In just a short year, she had already cultivated the dark yuan spike to a state where she could use it freely. How could Li Zongjio not be surprised? "Young master?" Tian Fei had already descended from the roof. He was a little surprised when he saw the scene before him. He had not expected that the mysterious assassin would actually be one of Li Zongjio's men. "How is this possible? You are clearly only a Yuanzong." Tian Fei looked at Santong in astonishment. He could sense that Santong was only a grade 7 Yuanzong, but he could not even deal with a grade 5 Yuan King. In the previous few exchanges, all of them had failed. If Li Zongjio was not strong enough, Santong would have already taken his head. This was why Tian Fei was surprised by Santong's methods. "Let's get to know each other. This is Santong and this is Tian Fei." Santong looked at Tian Fei and nodded faintly. Then Santong stood behind Li Zongjio. "Young master, this person is a lackey of Qingyuan Manor. Before you came, he had already issued a bounty," Santong said in a low voice. When Dong Xuanzhou saw Santong in front of him, he finally came to his senses. You are the assassin." Dong Xuanzhou was even more shocked when he saw Santong's young and thin figure. More importantly, Santong was actually a woman. He had not expected that Santong would actually be one of Li Zongjio's men. It seemed like Li Zongjio had already made some arrangements. "Assassin, you killed people here?" Li Zongjio stared at Santong. Santong was extraordinarily bold. Qingyuan Manor's headquarters was not far away, yet he had dared to kill people here without any scruples. He had quite the character. Santong knew that young master would come here, so he waited in the city. Fortunately, he killed some people first. When he had first escaped from the Bloodstrike guards, Santong had suffered quite a bit. Now that he had the ability, killing these people was like collecting some interest. "Well done." Li Zongjio nodded. "Since you're also a member of the Qingyuan villa, then you should know my temper. How about this? I'll give you a way out. If you hang yourself at the city gate for 7 days, then I'll spare your life." Li Zongjio looked at Dong Xuanzhou as he spoke slowly. When Dong Xuanzhou heard Li Zongjio's words, he was already under a lot of pressure. When he heard the contents, he was naturally incomparably ashamed and angry. If Dong Xuanzhou had been young, it wouldn't have been a big deal for him to accept such a condition. After all, A great man knew when to yield and when not to yield. However, Dong Xuanzhou had been in a high position for a long time now. He still cared about his reputation. How dare someone use such a method to humiliate him? In the face of such humiliation, Dong Xuanzhou would rather die than be humiliated in such a way. It seems like you've chosen to die. Then let's do it. Dong Xuanzhou was about to shout out righteously that he would rather die than be humiliated. However, who would have thought that Li Zongjie would directly say it out loud? He had sentenced him to death. Dong Xuanzhou was so frightened that he shuddered. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Dong Xuanzhou hurriedly said. Since Li Zongjie had already come knocking on his door, there was no way he would leave so easily. Moreover, he wouldn't care about killing a castellan. These things were extremely easy for him. Therefore, Li Zongjie had no qualms about killing him. I have a very important piece of information. It can help you deal with Qin Yuan Manor. Dong Xuanzhou quickly said. Santong had already made his move and slashed Dong Xuanzhou's neck with his knife. Ugh, ugh. You! Dong Xuanzhou clutched his neck and looked at Santong in disbelief. He didn't understand why this guy wanted to kill him. Didn't I say that I have an important piece of information to tell you? Why are you so ruthless to kill him? Plop! Santong kept his dagger. Li Zongjie also widened his eyes and looked at Santong. No. Why did you kill him so quickly? Didn't he say that he had a secret to tell you? Chapter 754. Although it was a rather cruel method, you could have just acted a little later. Even Tian Fei did not expect Santong to be even more decisive than Li Zongjie when he made his move. No wonder they were master and servant. I already know the secret he mentioned, Santong said calmly. In terms of temperament, he was somewhat similar to Li Zongjie. During this period of time, in addition to finding a few people from Qin Yuan Manor to kill, Santong also found some information about Qin Yuan Manor. Among the information, there was something very important. It was the important information that Dong Xuanzhou had mentioned. Oh, you've done well. Li Zongjie nodded. What information? Li Zongjie asked immediately. Santong quickly took off Dong Xuanzhou's storage ring and handed it to Li Zongjie. There's a dragon vein under Qingyuan Villa. The location of the dragon vein is on the map here. I heard that Qingyuan Villa ordered the 3 castellans to fill the dragon vein with a large amount of gold, silver, and jewels to increase the golden dragon qi. Santong said. Bullshit, what dragon vein? This is all a lie to you kids. This so-called dragon vein must be a trap, Li Zongjie said straightforwardly. Santong wasn't convinced. But even if this place wasn't a trap, it was still a dangerous place for them. It was bound to be full of danger. Let's go. Since the dragon vein has been marked, we should give them a surprise, Li Zongjie said. He opened the map and glanced at it. The location marked on the map was not far from here, but it was hidden, and the entrance was difficult to find. The 3 of them pushed open the door of the inn. They were about to leave when they saw an exquisite key in Dong Xuanzhou's storage ring. Which ordinary person would place such an exquisitely crafted key in their storage ring? There must be some strange reason behind it. If I remember correctly, this key seems to be the key to a secret chamber in his room. Santong looked at the key and said, after all, they had seen these things before. During this period, Santong had been lurking in the city and spying on them for a long time. Let's go. At this moment, on the street, there were patrolling soldiers everywhere because their city lord had just been caught by someone swaggering in. How dare they openly murder their city lord? However, the other party was too fast. They disappeared into the night sky in the blink of an eye. The soldiers were like headless flies, just as the city was on lockdown. Li Zongjie and the other 2 rushed into the castellan mansion. The city lord's mansion was currently the most defenseless place. After rushing in, many servants saw Li Zongjie and the others. All of them were knocked unconscious by Tian Fei. This was because these commoners were relatively normal. Being a servant here was something that they couldn't do. Therefore, they did not kill them directly. After arriving at Dong Xuanzhou's room, the three of them searched the room and finally found the entrance to the secret chamber under the bed. There really is a secret chamber here. Li Zongjiu immediately inserted the key into the lock. With a gentle turn, the door to the cellar was opened. "I'll go first." San Tong took the lead, but how could Tian Fei let a girl walk in front of him? He immediately jumped and entered the cellar before San Tong. The surrounding cold air made people shudder. The surrounding walls seemed to have been specially modified. The few of them walked down the stairs to the bottom, only to find that there was a stone door here. "This must be a secret vault the guy opened," San Tong said, "but this stone door needs a mechanism to open." San Tong looked around, trying to find the hidden mechanism. Li Zongjiu threw a punch as soon as he said that. Boom! The stone door in front of them was immediately smashed into a big hole. Smoke and dust filled the air and the ground shook. It was as if the entire cellar was about to collapse. "Isn't it open now?" Li Zongjiu saw that the hole wasn't big enough, so he added another kick and kicked the gravel away. He lifted his foot and stepped out. San Tong rolled his eyes at Li Zongjiu's behavior. This guy's behavior was too violent. Moreover, he could have found the mechanism after a while. Tian Fei looked at this and did not say anything. After all, straightforwardness was Li Zongjiu's style. He was never afraid of offending people or committing crimes. He was just that straightforward. Who knows how much wealth this guy has plundered from the people all these years? When Li Zongjiu and the other two walked in, they immediately knew how much Dong Xuanzhou deserved to die. He had only been a governor for a few years, but the gold and jewels in this cellar were already as tall as a small mountain. If this wealth was taken out, it would be equivalent to the entire wealth of a small family. At least, even if the Li family sold all their assets, they would not be able to reach half of this wealth. Even Tian Fei, who had seen a lot, was stunned by the wealth. In fact, these things did not belong to Dong Xuanzhou. It was related to what the dragon vein had said before. These gold, silver, and jewelry were all transported from all over the place. For example, the Black Eagle flag specialized in plundering wealth and then transported it here. Finally, it was directly sent to the dragon vein. The castle and mansions of the three surrounding cities had also become temporary storage places. "Let's keep it first." Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and waved it. His mental strength wrapped around the mountain of gold in front of him and kept it all into the Nangua ring. This amount is at least equivalent to the entire wealth of the Zheng family. Li Zongjiu was surprised. After all, even Li Zongjiu had never seen so many treasures. He was slightly surprised at this moment. "This gold coin is your reward." With a flick of his finger, Li Zongjiu sent a gold coin towards the 3 coppers. San Tong stretched out his hand and caught the gold coin. How old was Li Zongjiu? Why would he still reward such a boring thing? However, San Tong still accepted Li Zongjiu's reward. He could not help but feel happy. In this case, the other 2 cities will also transport these jewels to the dragon vein. Li Zongjiu rolled his eyes. It did not make sense for him to watch the money slip away under his nose. The reason why they did not put these things into the storage rings was mainly because they had limited space. One of the main reasons for this was that most storage rings had limited space. A storage ring with a large storage space was extremely expensive and rare. Moreover, it was not safe to put them in storage rings. If it was a storage ring with a lower cost, it might even be damaged directly. That meant that one's mental strength would no longer be able to open the storage ring, and the things stored inside would never be recovered. Moreover, the more things one put in, the more unstable the storage space would be. Therefore, it was safer to store a large amount of gold and silver wares than to put them in storage rings. Li Zongjiu's Nangua ring had a large storage space, so he did not need to worry about these things at all. In the other 2 cities, they were Qingzhou City and Qingshui City. The geographical locations of these three cities were similar. Basically, these three cities were in a state of peaceful sharing. After all, the area of Qingyuan Mountain was extremely large. They were scattered in all directions, directly blocking off the three cities. After Li Zongjiu and the other two ransacked Qingshan City, they quickly chased in the direction of Qingzhou City. At this moment, Qingzhou City was still heavily guarded. In addition, there was a letter from a carrier pigeon saying that the city lord of Qingshan City had been captured. This made the city lord mansion of Qingzhou City nervous. After all, it was better to keep in touch with each other between the three cities. The city lord of Qingzhou City was a fat man who was timid but extremely cautious. Immediately, the fat man gave the order to heavily guard the city lord mansion. They must not let a fly fly in. Chapter 755. Qingzhou City, the Castellan Mansion. Is everything set up? Although the thief can't attack continuously, we still have to make sure we have a complete defense, the fat Castellan said. He had planned to go to the Yihong brothel to have some fun, but who knew that something like this would happen? He did not dare to wander around, so it was better to stay in the Castellan mansion quietly. After all, the Castellan mansion had 3 layers of defense. Sir, don't worry. 3,000 rattan armors have been set up. There are 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Even a fly would have to avoid at least 500 pairs of eyes if it wanted to fly in from the front door. The steward beside the fat Castellan said, "That's good." The fat Castellan heaved a sigh of relief. Then he sat in the courtyard and picked up the teacup in his hand. Just as he was about to drink it, he happened to see that there seemed to be a shadow rapidly approaching from within the cup. The fat Castellan put down the teacup in his hand and looked up. He saw 3 figures landing on the ground with a swoosh. Hey, you guys! When the steward saw the 3 people landing from the sky, he wanted to shout for his men to come in and take Li Zongjiu and the rest away. However, he was knocked unconscious by Tianfei's punch. Bang! I'll kill you if you dare to shout! Santong's sharp dagger was hanging on the fat Castellan's neck. Feeling the cold blade, the fat Castellan's heart tightened and he was scared half to death. Don't kill me, don't kill me! The guards outside the house were of no use at all. They were only focused on guarding against flies. In the end, they couldn't even keep an eye on the 3 living people in front of them. What was the use of having these people? It was simply a waste of the food of his Qingzhou City. I guess you have a key like this too. Li Zongjiu took out the key that he had found on East Xuanzhou. The fat Castellan was very familiar with East Xuanzhou, so he naturally knew that this key was the key to the treasury in East Xuanzhou's hands. Since the item had fallen into the hands of Li Zongjiu and the others, it meant that Dong Xuanzhou had either betrayed them or was dead. Judging from the ferocious methods of these people, most of them were already dead. To be able to come and go as he pleased in the heavily guarded city, Lord Mansion. It went without saying that he had the ability to kill Dong Xuanzhou and Dong Xuanzhou. Immediately, the fatty nodded repeatedly. Yes, I know. I'll take you there. I understand. Fatty nodded. Fatty had more or less guessed what would happen to East Xuanzhou, but he didn't want to follow in his footsteps. Since Dong Xuanzhou was dead, there was no need for him to die as well. This fatty's strength was ordinary, but because this fatty's management ability was very strong, he was able to make money for the Qingyuan villa. Therefore, he sat in this position. Therefore, there was no need for him to sacrifice his life for these things. This fatty was definitely a judge of the situation. Faced with Li Zongjiu and the others' coercion, the fatty didn't hesitate at all. He immediately led Li Zongjiu and the others to the treasury below his room. We don't know how to open this stone door. Only the people in the Qingyuan villa know. The fatty looked like he was in a difficult position. He expressed that he was very cooperative and asked them not to kill him. This time, it was not Li Zongjiu's turn to make a move. Tian Fei stepped forward and threw a punch that contained the power of a Yuan monarch, smashing the wall into pieces. When the three of them walked in, they were shocked to find that the space of this treasury was actually twice as big as the previous one. Moreover, it was filled to the brim. "You've done well." Li Zongjio patted the fatty's shoulder and said. He had actually plundered so much money. Even the fatty seemed to feel as if he had been caught red-handed. He could even laugh awkwardly a few times. "You're too kind." Li Zongjio didn't stand on ceremony and took all these things. "Since you're so cooperative, I'll spare your life first. Are the three of you going to Qingshui City?" Immediately, the fatty asked cautiously. The closest place to set off from Qingshan City was Qingzhou City. Based on the time the fatty had just received the information, Li Zongjio and the others must have come directly to Qingzhou City. "Yes. If you're going to Qingshui City, you'll have to speed up because they're going to send these things to the Dragon Vein tonight to carry out the fate suppression technique," the fatty said. Li Zongjio frowned as he looked at the fat city lord in front of him. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "Do you know who I am?" The fatty paused for a moment, then looked up at Li Zongjio and said slowly, "Li Zongjio of Luoxia City. Who doesn't know your name now?" Li Zongjio laughed heartily when he heard that. He then turned around and left with the other two. The three of them disappeared from Qingzhou City. Obviously, the fatty knew Li Zongjio's identity and had already done some investigation. Naturally, he knew that Li Zongjio would never let these people go. Therefore, either Li Zongjio died and got the things back or Qingyuan Villa was destroyed. The fat city lord had made such a decision because he believed that Li Zongjio would be able to destroy the Qingyuan mountain villa. When the fat city lord returned to the ground, he was shocked. The manager, who had fainted, also woke up. He hurriedly covered his head and shouted to the outside, "Guards, there's an assassin! There's an assassin!" With a command, a large group of armored soldiers rushed in from outside the house. However, when the mayor appeared, he waved his hand. "Disperse, disperse. You good-for-nothings. If I waited for you to come, I would have been skinned alive." The mayor roared. The manager didn't know what was going on. Could it be that the invaders had been defeated by the mayor? If that was the case, then the city lord was simply too ferocious. "Mayor, this is it all settled." After the confused soldiers retreated, the manager went up to the fatty and asked in a low voice. He wanted to take credit in front of the mayor. After all, he was injured just now. "Fuck you." "Settled." "Settled your sister. Get out of here." The fat city lord was just short of grabbing his shoe and smashing this fellow's head, causing his head to explode. He had lost a lot of money tonight. This was simply an inestimable number. Most importantly, he was here today. If Qingyuan Villa were to investigate this matter, he might not have a good time. His end would be very tragic. "Li Zongjio. Oh, Li Zongjio, I'm betting my life on you. You must hold on for me." As long as Li Zongjio was still jumping around, the gold, silver, and jewels that were used to suppress the Dragon Vein's luck would not focus on him. Therefore, he had to be on guard. He could only hope that Li Zongjio would kill a few more people in the Qingyuan Villa. It would be best if he destroyed the Dragon's Vein directly. That way, the money would be useless to the Qingyuan Villa, and his situation would be even safer. Chapter 756. Qingshui City. When Li Zongjio and the others arrived at the city lord's mansion, they found that the city lord's mansion was slightly guarded. However, from the looks of these people, they were just putting on a show. They immediately understood that it was as the fat man had said. These people had already started to deliver the goods to the Dragon Vein to hand them over. Chase! The three of them once again rushed to the boundaries shown on the map. However, in this dense forest, one's line of sight was quite blocked. There are wheel marks here. These broken branches are also fresh. They just passed by not long ago. Tian Fei's figure landed on the side, observed the surrounding traces, and immediately said, "Nonsense, isn't that their carriage in front?" Sentong pointed at a place not far away. Tian Fei pretended to be calm and didn't look embarrassed at all. San Tong's attitude towards him wasn't very good. After all, Li Zongjiu's personal bodyguard was only San Tong, Li Zongjiu's only bodyguard before this. If I'm not wrong, this should be a trap, Li Zongjiu said seriously. When the three of them rushed to the carriage, they found that all the carriages were filled with stones. Surround them. A roar came from the depths of the forest. Then a large number of people rushed out from the ground and treetops, directly surrounding Li Zongjiu and the other two. A man riding a black wolf walked out of the forest, carrying a mace on his shoulder. He stared at the three people in front of him, as if the three people in front of him had already become turtles in a jar. Li Zongjiu, you have big guts. How dare you have ideas about my Qingshui city? Today, your head will be rolling on the ground. The man on the wolf's back laughed loudly, as if he was sure that Li Zongjiu and the other two would be defeated. The three people in front of him looked very thin and weak, and even looked like little sheep surrounded by a pack of wolves. Facing such a situation, the man naturally felt a sense of accomplishment. Killing these little lambs would be truly satisfying. Killing people was like slaughtering sheep. If the item is not here, then it has probably been sent to the dragon vein. Li Zongjiu nodded. These people didn't look like they had so much gold, silver, and jewelry, so there was no need for them to stay. These people are of no value. Get rid of them all, Li Zongjiu said calmly. When the leader on the black wolf heard Li Zongjiu's words, he laughed even louder. Haha, brat, you're really arrogant. I want to see what you're going to use to kill me. Ugh. Before it could finish speaking, a figure appeared behind the black wolf. Then the man could no longer speak and hurriedly covered his throat with his hand. Blood continued to flow out from the gaps between his fingers. Woo woo plop. Those who were pierced by the dark yuan spike would suffocate to death. It was as if they had died in the endless darkness, under the endless pressure. It was an extremely uncomfortable way to die. San Tong made his move, and Tian Fei also made his move. Sword Qi rippled in the air. It also directly sent the people around him flying. Bang, bang, bang. When these people fell to the ground, they found that the armor on their chests was broken. The extremely terrifying Sword Qi had already cut their bodies. It was just that they didn't realize it. The people around them were not even enough to fill the gaps between Li Zongjiu's teeth. Hurry up! Li Zongjiu called out and took the lead to rush out. How could he delay the matter of collecting wealth? At this moment, in a valley under Mount Qingyuan, there was an extremely hidden entrance. This time, a gloomy aura was emitted from the surroundings. From time to time, some black shadows could be seen wandering in the forest. There were also countless sharp gazes staring at the entrance from some of the hidden corners. This was one of the forbidden areas of Mount Qingyuan. Without permission, no one was allowed to enter. As the guards, they naturally had to be very careful. If there was any mishap, it would all be on their heads. Who is it? A group of people wearing black rainforest clothes and holding swords immediately became alert when they saw a trace of movement in front. Behind them, someone immediately walked forward to investigate. It's me. A man in a long brocade robe walked out with a few guards in tight robes. City Lord Meng. The guards immediately saluted the newcomer and said, The situation in Qingshui City has changed. We'll send the goods over first and inform Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni. City Lord Meng said. If Li Zongjiu still remembered, he should be able to recall. He could even see that the City Lord Meng in front of him was Meng Yu, who was killed by Li Zongjiu outside Sacred Flame Royal City. They were very similar. The City Lord Meng in front of him was Meng Yu's biological father. At the same time, he was the biological brother of King Qin Yuan's wife. This relationship was a little complicated, but to sum it up, it was the kind that had a deep hatred for Li Zongjiu, Meng Yu's father, Meng Yi. Through this special relationship, Meng Yi became the city lord of Qingshui City. As the city lord of a second-class city, his status was not low at all. Moreover, he had a relationship with King Qing Yuan. Who would have thought that even with such a strong background, his son was still tragically killed by someone? The murderer was still not found. However, through some recent investigations, they had locked onto a very suspicious person. That person was Li Zhongjie. Meng Yi had wanted to take revenge for a long time. Now that he heard that Li Zhongjie had come to find him, his heart was itching. He could not wait to gather his men and chop Li Zhongjie into pieces. Meng Yi had no chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. He could only lure Li Zhongjie here and let the 4 Shakyamuni, who were guarding the dragon vein, take action. They would definitely be able to kill Li Zhongjie. Thief Li Zhongjie, you killed my son. I will definitely skin you and pull out your tendons as a sacrifice to my son's soul in heaven. Meng Yi had already made a plan in his mind. Even the trap he had set up along the way was just to infuriate Li Zhongjie. At the same time, it was also used to confuse Li Zhongjie and make Li Zhongjie think that the dragon vein possessed such power that it could be easily defeated. This was the best way to go about it. Just you wait. This kid has swept through 2 cities in a row. He must be incomparably proud. I'll be waiting to harvest your head. Meng Yi's eyes were filled with the flames of vengeance. Shortly after, Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni appeared. As the guardian of the dragon vein, Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni's strength had already reached the peak of the Yuan monarch realm. Furthermore, he had already set up a rather tight array formation around the dragon vein. If it was activated directly, even a Yuan monarch powerhouse would not be able to walk out. This Yinglong happened to be Meng Yi's good brother. Old Meng, it's rare that you are personally escorting the goods. Let's go in and have a drink. Eagle Dragon pulled Meng Yi in. As for the amount of gold and jewels that had been delivered, there would naturally be someone who would count them. Given the methods of Qingyuan Mountain Manor, it was likely that not many people would dare to cause trouble. Old Ying, this is our chance to perform a meritorious deed. I am certain that Li Zhongjie will definitely come to our place. Meng Yi coldly said. It was as if he could already see Li Zhongjie falling in front of him. Chapter 757. Don't worry, old Meng. The 4 of us have set up the 4 symbols fatal formation here. As long as that brat gets close to here, I'll skin him alive. Yinglong sneered. It was true that the ignorant were fearless. He thought that killing a few of Qingyuan Manor's people outside was enough to make Qingyuan Manor their enemy. Li Zhongjie was really overestimating himself. When this kid really stepped into their array formation, they would be able to activate the array formation and let Li Zhongjie have a taste of what a mother's embrace was like. Meng Yi finally felt relieved after listening to Yinglong's words. It was likely that no one in Qingyuan Manor knew about Bai Shiren's death that day. After all, the people on that day were basically all dead. Not even one person ran back to report the news. In addition, Bai Shiren himself was in primitive emperor expert. The commotion caused by him was huge. He had been wandering outside all year round. Who would have thought that Bai Shiren would be killed by someone? To be honest, it would be difficult for anyone to know that Bai Shiren was dead as long as no one came looking for him. Therefore, even the person in charge of collecting information did not know that Bai Shiren was dead. When Li Zhongjie returned to Cerulean Wave Giant City after killing Bai Shiren, he did not mention it to anyone. Therefore, the people in Cerulean Wave Giant City did not know that Bai Shiren was dead. They did not even know who Bai Shiren was. The only one who knew was Zhang Biao. However, Zhang Biao was also on her way back to Nanjiang. She did not pay much attention to Bai Shiren's matter. She only cared about her own matters in Nanjiang. Meng Yi and Meng Yi were also full of confidence. They were waiting for Li Zhongjie and the other 2 to walk into the trap. Who is it? Yinglong, Shakyamuni, and Meng Yi were drinking wine in the cave. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from outside. It was followed by a series of screams and the sound of someone falling to the ground. Oh no! Eagle Dragon, Shakyamuni, and Meng Yi were shocked. They looked outside the cave and saw Li Zongjio and the other two swagger in without even needing to go out. This is the dragon vein of the Qingyuan villa, right? You people are really fierce. You want to kill me without even asking. Li Zongjio couldn't help but complain. These people were simply too ruthless. They were even more ruthless than Li Zongjio. In any case, Li Zongjio would at least ask a few more questions to confirm a little bit. However, these people didn't even ask and directly attacked with a knife. Therefore, Li Zongjio and the other two were very straightforward. In the blink of an eye, they killed all these people. You must be Li Zongjio. Ying Long couldn't help but exchange a glance with Meng Yi when he saw that the three people who walked in were all young men. This scene was simply too hilarious. They had never expected to encounter such a situation after roaming the underworld for such a long time. For Ying Long and the rest, this scene was extremely hilarious. At the very least, the people who walked out were some fierce characters. It's me, Li Zongjio said. Santong's gaze became extremely solemn. After so many years of battle experience, Santong could clearly feel the pressure from the two people in front of him. These people's strength was not simple. Therefore, Santong's body was always tense. If necessary, it would not be a problem to block a knife for Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio, since you and I have met today, why don't you tell me, did you kill my son? Meng Yi stood up directly. He glared at Li Zongjio. He could not wait to fight with Li Zongjio and choke Li Zongjio to death on the spot. I have killed many sons. I don't know which one you are talking about. Li Zongjio asked curiously as he looked at Meng Yi. He had killed quite a number of people in the Qingyuan mountain villa. Li Zongjio couldn't possibly remember every single one of them and help them find their fathers. Therefore, Li Zongjio asked, My son, Meng Yu. A year ago, he went to participate in an alchemy exchange and never came back. Meng Yi said coldly. Meng Yi's eyes were red. It was as if Meng Yu's life was not worth mentioning in Li Zongjio's eyes. Oh, you mean that idiot? I killed him. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Li Zongjio patted his head. This was something that happened a long time ago, so it wasn't easy for Li Zongjio to recall it. If it wasn't for Meng Yi's reminder, Li Zongjio might have forgotten about it. Hearing Li Zongjio admit it, Meng Yi's eyes almost turned into a knife. His son's talent was extraordinary. At such a young age, he had already become a fifth-grade alchemist. If he continued to develop, it was not impossible for him to become a sixth-grade alchemist at such a young age. However, Meng Yu, who was supposed to have a glorious life, was killed by Li Zongjio just like that. It was all because of Li Zongjio's jealousy. Li Zongjio's jealousy of Meng Yu's powerful talent led to Li Zongjio's killing intent. Old Meng, no need to say more. Since this guy has admitted it, let's kill him first. Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni was very confident. He directly stood up and said, When Tian Fei saw Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni take action, he instantly rushed out. He wanted to stop Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni's action. However, he saw Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni's eyes were filled with anger. Then, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. The surrounding air was like a cage. In an instant, Tian Fei was trapped inside. Boom! Tian Fei was directly sucked into the large array. His figure disappeared on the spot. You're the next one. Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni waved his big hand. A gust of wind seemed to blow and instantly enveloped Li Zongjio and Santong's figures. The two were directly sucked into the array. Li Zongjio did not move. Santong also guarded Li Zongjio's side. Young master, this is the Yuan rune array. Of course I know, Li Zongjio said. A huge creature appeared in front of them. It was a dragon beast with an eagle's body. Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni and the others were called Shakyamuni because the four experts in the array formed the four symbols fatal formation. In this large array, they could condense their own Dharma Laksana, which was extremely powerful and intimidating. With the activation of the large array, the Dharma Laksana that had been sleeping in the array also woke up. How dare you invade the forbidden area of Chinyuan Mountain Villa? Kill without mercy. In the mist, a huge figure walked out. The figure was huge, and his face was filled with fear. Phantom, Shakyamuni. Chapter 758. It was like the sound of an ancient bell. 1. There seemed to be a terrifying storm on the ground. Another colossal creature walked out from the other side. Heavenly toad Dharma form. Red spider Dharma idol. The 4 Dharma Laksana simultaneously released a terrifying pressure towards Li Zongjio. Boom! Young master, be careful! Santong reached out and grabbed, wanting to pull Li Zongjio behind him. However, he found that his grab missed. The young master was no longer by his side, and the environment in front of him was rapidly changing. Li Zongjio and Santong were separated by this array. As for Li Zongjio, he had already seen through this set of origin inscriptions formation. 4 symbols formation? What the hell are you? You're even worse than David's deer. Li Zongjio also tried his best to ridicule. It should be known that Li Zongjio had seen some ancient and authentic formations. Whether it was in terms of aura or power, they were all many times stronger than the formations in front of him. Therefore, the formation formed by the 4 people in front of him looked like a cat drawing a tiger. Li Zongjio was not interested in it at all. You arrogant brat! Today, I will show you the power of Dharma laws. The ghost elephant's body suddenly charged towards Li Zongjio. Collapsing mountain slam. As they stumbled, they immediately formed a scene of the earth quaking and mountains shaking. Feeling the power of the collapse, Li Zongjio stretched out his hand and summoned the desolate heaven essence into his hand. Ghost Elephant's nose was already in front of Li Zongjio. His nose suddenly shook, as if he had the strength to pry open a mountain. Boom! Li Zongjio's figure flashed to the ghost elephant's side and through the desolate heaven essence in his hand. When the desolate heaven essence appeared, it smashed into the ghost elephant's body. The ghost elephant Shakyamuni, who was in the middle of casting a spell, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! As he spat out a mouthful of blood, ghost elephant Shakyamuni immediately increased the output of his origin energy. He tried his best to control his Dharma idol so that it would not be destroyed so easily. If that was the case, the power of the 4 symbols grand formation would be reduced by more than half. Therefore, the Ghost King Dharma idol had to be maintained here. What are you guys waiting for? Attack together! When the rest of the people saw that the Ghost King Dharma idol was about to be defeated, they started to attack as well. The sky toad immediately sprinted. It leaped and crashed into the ground. Boom! In an instant, the ground seemed to have turned into a cold pond. Humph! What a lousy performance! Li Zongjio directly stomped his foot, and the black dazzle flames immediately formed a terrifying ring of fire around his body. When this ring of fire wrapped around his body, it also wrapped around Li Zongjio. The power of the flames also easily incinerated the surrounding cold pond water in an instant. The sky toad's illusion was immediately destroyed. The red spider's 8 legs were like 8 extremely sharp stone pillars, and they came straight at Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio also brandished the desolate heaven essence and rushed under the red spider Dharma idol in an instant. Then, with a wave of his hand, he broke the red spider Dharma idol's 8 legs. Pooh! Outside the array, the red spider Shakyamuni spat out a mouthful of blood, and then he fell to the side. He fainted in the array, just like that. The eagle dragon let out a sharp whistle and descended from the sky. It used its indestructible claws to grab Li Zongjio's head. However, Li Zongjio easily dodged it. Give me your life. The eagle dragon constantly flapped its wings and clawed at Li Zongjio. The sky toad below also launched another attack. Li Zongjio's figure was extremely graceful as he dodged. Suddenly, the eagle dragon descended from the sky and clawed. It crushed the sky toad's head. Eagle Dragon, what are you doing? The sky toad Shakyamuni was immediately enraged. Fortunately, the head did not explode, but it still suffered a great deal of damage. It was equivalent to a fist hitting its chest. The Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni was also dumbfounded. How can this be? What did this kid do? Just as the Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni was in shock, he felt the Dharma idol sink slightly, as if something had landed on its back. How did you do it? When the Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni saw Li Zongjio take action, he exclaimed. Then the desolate heaven essence in Li Zongjio's hand smashed down, accurately hitting the Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni's head. Pum! At that moment, it was as if flowers were falling from the sky, rivers and seas were overturning, and the sky was collapsing. Outside the array, the Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni's head also hit the table in front of it with a bang, shattering the hard stone table. Just Li Zongjio alone was able to put the 4 Shakyamuni into such a sorry state. The phantom elephant Shakyamuni also charged forward, pushing Li Zongjio in front of it. It seemed like it was trying to send Li Zongjio flying, but Li Zongjio also pressed down on the phantom elephant Dharma idol's body with one hand. The desolate heaven essence was hooked by the phantom elephant Shakyamuni's nose. Li Zongjio gathered all his strength and suddenly punched the phantom elephant Dharma idol's head. Pum! The phantom elephant Shakyamuni was stunned. In the next second, Li Zongjio grabbed the phantom elephant Dharma idol's nose and flipped it over, throwing it away. Boom! Under the violent vibration, the phantom elephant Dharma idol's body was almost shattered. Is this your 4 symbols array? It can't even withstand a single blow, Li Zongjio said disdainfully. It was also because the strength of these people was too weak. They were all only at the Yuan King realm, so when faced with Li Zongjio's strength, they did not have the slightest bit of resistance and were defeated just like that. The 4 symbols, deadly array, finally broke by itself. Li Zongjio also saw the Eagle Dragon Shakyamuni who had retreated quickly hide in the depths of the cave. Li Zongjio chased after them and saw them appear in front of him. The 4 Shakyamuni were all sitting on an empty spot on the stone wall. Seeing Li Zongjio chasing after them, the phantom elephant Dharma idol took action. Ghost elephant Shakyamuni immediately formed a seal, and a figure was grabbed out from the void by him. It was Santong. Brat, if you take another step forward, I'll kill her. The phantom elephant Shakyamuni's hand directly grabbed Santong's neck, as if he was going to crush Santong's head in the next second. These Shakyamuni's clothes were also strange. Santong's cultivation was still at the Yuanzong realm, so he naturally did not have enough strength to fight with these people. However, Santong was being held hostage by the phantom elephant Shakyamuni, so he did not directly surrender. He immediately activated the Yuan bead in his body and gathered all his strength. The energy instantly became surging and urgent. When he saw this scene, the phantom elephant Shakyamuni immediately exclaimed, "You actually want to self-destruct? No way." The phantom elephant Shakyamuni immediately threw Santong to the ground with his palm. If he landed on the ground, his body would definitely be crushed. However, the moment he escaped from the phantom elephant Shakyamuni's palm, Santong's entire body was plunged into darkness. Dark Yuan Pierce. In times of crisis, the dark elemental spike could also be used as a means to escape. Mountain flipping golden seal. A golden light flashed in Li Zongjio's palm. In the next moment, a terrifying golden palm light slammed down towards the 4 people in front of him. Boom! With a loud sound, the 4 people in front of him were clearly dealt with. They fell to the ground. When he retracted his palm, the 4 people were directly smashed into pieces. Only a pile of flesh and ashes were left on the ground. Santong also fell out of the space with a bang. His legs almost gave way, and he was about to kneel on the ground. However, he relied on the dagger in his hand to barely support his body. He didn't fall directly to the ground. Cough, cough. The move just now had obviously consumed a lot of Santong's strength, so his face was relatively pale. Li Zongjiu's subordinates have been dealt with by me. Yinglong, you must leave that brat to me. Meng Yi's voice came from outside the cave. When Meng Yi rushed in with a heavily injured Tianfei, he just happened to see the 4 figures on the opposite wall. If he guessed correctly, these 4 figures were the 4 Shakyamuni. Although they were smashed into 4 piles of ruins, they could still be vaguely recognized. Li Zongjiu leaned his body and pointed. Are you talking to them? You should have come earlier. Chapter 759. Meng Yi swallowed his saliva. He even felt that his eyes were blurring. The formation formed by the 4 Shakyamuni was so powerful that it could even trap an primitive emperor powerhouse within it. However, the 4 of them had been slapped to death by Li Zongjiu. They looked like the corpses of 4 cockroaches. Meng Yi was unable to react. Was this Li Zongjiu's doing? You killed the 4 guardian kings. Meng Yi pointed at Li Zongjiu and said in a trembling voice. If that was the case, Li Zongjiu's strength would be terrifying. In a panic, Meng Yi grabbed Tianfei. Don't act recklessly, otherwise I will kill him. Meng Yi roared and retreated quickly. He knew that Li Zongjiu was vicious and merciless. He would definitely not let him go. When Meng Yi turned around and wanted to escape, he just happened to see the flying knife flying towards him. Chi! The flying knife instantly pierced through Meng Yi's forehead. His body, which was still grabbing onto Tianfei, fell to the ground with a thud. His eyes were wide open. However, he was still unable to avoid Li Zongjiu's flying knife. Meng Yi had just escaped from the cave. When his body fell, he saw the mountain of corpses in front of him. When he saw the sky full of corpses piled up here, only then did Meng Yi truly realize how terrifying Li Zongjiu and the others were. No, it was mainly because of Li Zongjiu. What a terrifying demon. Meng Yi originally thought that he had a chance to avenge his son's death. However, when he fell, he realized how stupid and regretful he was. He could still have another son. There was no need to sacrifice his life. However, it was too late to regret now. There was no chance for him to come back to life. Tianfei and Santong were both seriously injured. Clearly, the strength of the 2 of them was only enough to reach this point. The 2 of you go back to Luoxia City to recuperate. I will look for you after I am done. Li Zongjiu said to the 2 of them. Although Santong was extremely unwilling, he knew that if he continued, he would definitely become a burden to Li Zongjiu. If that was the case, it would be better for him to leave. Young master, you must be careful. Santong looked at Li Zongjiu and said. However, Santong was thinking that if the young master died, he would definitely find the people of Qinyuan Manor to settle the score. Even if he had to kill 1 a day, there would be a day when he would wipe out all the people of Qinyuan Manor. Tianfei was ashamed of himself. However, he was only a disciple of the mystic Yuan sect. It was not easy for him to make it this far. Young master, your safety is the most important thing. Tianfei coughed a few times. It seemed that he would have to recuperate for a while. Meng Yi was much stronger than him. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, Meng Yi was really scared out of his wits. Therefore, there was no way he could compete with Li Zongjiu and was instantly killed. This kind of thing happened frequently. This was because, after seeing some of the things that Li Zongjiu had done, they would overlook an objective fact. How strong was Li Zongjiu? They only knew that since Li Zongjiu could kill them, he could naturally kill them too. The 2 of them left the dragon vein alone. Li Zongjiu wandered around the vicinity and found that there was indeed a huge amount of luck in this cave. What a strong luck! Li Zongjiu could clearly feel a wave of energy that seemed to be gushing out from this place. This kind of terrifying yuan qi was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. No wonder the people of the Qing Yuan Mountain Villa used so many gold and jewels to suppress the luck. Li Zongjiu came to the deep valley. At the bottom of the valley, there was actually a cliff. On both sides of the cliff, there were countless gold and jewels piled up. This was because they needed to suppress this huge amount of yuan qi. In a situation where they were unable to directly absorb this yuan qi, they needed to first guard this aura. This way, when their cultivation reached a certain level and they had confidence in their own strength, they would come to this place where the yuan qi gathered and absorbed this yuan qi in order to break through. This place was equivalent to a natural elixir. Li Zongjiu grinned as he sensed the terrifying yuan energy that was about to hit him. Li Zongjiu felt the yuan energy that was about to hit him. Such a good place, it's my lucky day. Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had also experienced the baptism of such a place where yuan qi erupted, allowing him to have a strong foundation. Li Zongjiu had also tried any method that could increase his strength. Such an excellent place to increase one's strength was something that Li Zongjiu yearned for even in his dreams. It just so happens that I can also use this yuan qi dragon vein to reforge my blood soul hell. Reforging the blood soul hell required a large amount of yuan qi. The amount of yuan qi was far from what he could achieve now. At the very least, Li Zongjiu needed to reach the Yuan Emperor realm before it was possible. However, in this yuan qi dragon vein, it was not difficult for Li Zongjiu to reforge his blood soul hell. Immediately, Li Zongjiu took away all the jewelry and jade that covered the long golden road. He enriched his southern kingdom ring. Even the things inside could be used in the future. Moreover, Du Liani did not open a pawn shop. In order to do it thoroughly, there must be enough treasures in the pawn shop. In addition to pawning other people's things, there were times when the pawn shop also needed to pawn their own things in exchange for a higher value. This was the case. Therefore, these items could be stored away. No matter how useless they were, they could still be used to expand the warehouse. Li Zongjiu took off his shirt directly, because the following situation would be very brutal. Li Zongjiu's muscular body was on full display, but it was a pity that there was no one in the wilderness to appreciate it. Young people still needed to have some muscles. Even if you didn't cultivate your yuan qi, you could still develop such muscles with a little exercise. The most important thing was perseverance. When the surrounding golden jade qi used to suppress the yuan qi dragon vein disappeared, the yuan qi of the dragon vein would gradually be released. At this moment, what Li Zongjiu needed to do was to absorb this yuan qi dragon vein. To be able to form an entire dragon vein with this yuan qi, one could see how terrifyingly rich the yuan qi was. Even if a yuan emperor released all his yuan qi, it would be far less than 1/10 of the yuan qi dragon vein in front of him. Absorbing the yuan qi dragon vein was an extremely provocative act for the yuan qi dragon vein. His essence qi dragon vein had already gathered to such a peak level. How could it be that it would be absorbed by a puny human like you? Therefore, it must be an extremely terrifying battle. Everything had spirituality, not to mention this yuan qi dragon vein. If he were to absorb the dragon vein, it would be equivalent to depriving the dragon vein of all the energy it had accumulated over its lifetime. Similarly, the dragon vein would not surrender so easily. It would have to struggle for a while before it would surrender. Come on. Li Zongjiu sat down on the edge of the cliff and opened his cultivation state. An aura formed around him and immediately attracted the yuan qi dragon vein. 1. Chapter 760. This vitality dragon vein had been formed for at least 10,000 years. Some time ago, it could have broken free and even formed its own spiritual wisdom. However, it was suppressed in place by someone's means. Now that it was free, there was a weak human who wanted to refine it. How could it tolerate this? The dragon vein was already filled with anger. Now, there was someone who was not afraid of death and wanted to refine it. To the essence qi dragon vein, this was simply a suicidal act. Immediately, the dragon vein rose into the air, as if it carried a thunderous force, and suddenly rushed down towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! In an instant, Li Zongjiu's entire being seemed to be crushed by this force. The surging force seemed to want to swallow Li Zongjiu. Like a waterfall of vitality that came down from the sky, it directly smashed onto Li Zongjiu's body. Buzz! Like a huge mountain, it smashed onto Li Zongjiu's body. If it weren't for the ancient golden body art that had tempered his body for a long time, it would have been extremely hard under such circumstances. He barely resisted the first wave. All of you shall return to my hell. The vitality gathered around Li Zongjiu, forming a vortex around him. It was like a huge dragon, hundreds of meters long, entrenched Li Zongjiu, and at the same time constantly squeezing Li Zongjiu in front of it, squeezing Li Zongjiu's body. If Li Zongjiu didn't have enough experience in his previous life, he would have been extremely flustered in the face of such a situation. Immediately, Li Zongjiu stabilized his body. Then he methodically poured the vitality into his own infernal realm, as if he was peeling silk from a cocoon. With the influx of Yuan power, the blood soul hell, which had originally collapsed, seemed to gradually recover at this moment. His powerful mental strength manipulated the primordial qi. Part of it was used to refine his body, while the other part was used to temper his body. My primordial spirits, you can devour without restraint. Li Zongjiu bellowed in his heart. From the Yuan bead, 3 dragon souls immediately leapt out. Like incomparably greedy ghosts, they continuously absorbed the energy of the Yuan qi dragon vein. The power of the Yuan energy dragon vein was constantly being gnawed away. Although the Yuan energy dragon vein was also constantly rioting, Li Zongjiu and his Yuan spirits were like towering trees in the gale. Like a boulder under the raging waves, he remained motionless. Li Zongjiu was able to forcefully suppress him, allowing him to rampage as he pleased. However, Li Zongjiu remained unperturbed. Qingyuan Mountain, Qingyuan Villa. Not good. Above the villa, someone immediately felt the changes in the dragon vein. This person was the array Grandmaster of Qingyuan Villa, Zhan Tiantian. Qingyuan Villa was divided into left and right villas. The left villas were responsible for the logistics, as well as the management and overall planning of the villa. For example, the 4 big workshops were under the management of the left villas. The people of the right villas were basically responsible for killing and fighting, settling matters outside, and attacking cities. For example, the 8 banner troops and the blood strike guards were under the management of the right villas. Qingyuan Villa was the #1 villa in the world. Apart from the signboard of King Qingyuan, it also possessed great power. They themselves also possessed great power. Experts from all over the world had gathered here. Zhan Tiantian stood up from the 8 trigrams array and immediately summoned the commander of the right villas. Boom! And Primitive Emperor Expert came from afar. Elder Zhan, why are you so panicked? Feng Hui's residence was the closest to Zhan Tiantian, and he was also one of the 5 giants of the right villas. 5 giants, which meant that there were at least 5 primitive emperors. Not good. Villa Master's vital qi dragon vein is fluctuating, and it's showing signs of going berserk. Previously, Zhan Tiantian had set up a detection array near the vital qi dragon vein. If there was any movement, Zhan Tiantian would be the first to know. After all, this vital qi dragon vein was here, and he had been paying attention to it for a long time. Even after the Villa Master's cultivation had broken through, he would need this vital qi dragon vein. How could this be? Let's go and check it out quickly. Feng Hui was shocked when he heard that. However, what Master Zhan said couldn't be wrong. Someone must have done something. Someone actually dared to have ideas about Qingyuan Villa. This was a little too arrogant. The vital qi dragon vein was right under the eyes of Qingyuan Villa. Many experts were guarding here, and not just anyone dared to approach. Let's go. Zhan Tian didn't dare to be careless. If something really went wrong, then he would have to bear the greatest responsibility. Therefore, Zhan Tian didn't dare to be careless. Time was of the essence, and Feng Hui did not even have time to explain. He directly brought the sky occupying heaven to the dragon vein, disregarding the time of 10 breaths. When the two of them arrived at the dragon vein, they immediately felt a terrifying force surging out from the dragon vein. It instantly stirred the surrounding yuan energy, turning it into a chaotic place. "Stay away!" Feng Hui immediately grabbed the sky occupying heaven and retreated. If one were to be sucked in by this yuan energy turbulence, one would definitely be struck by this energy. Not everyone could withstand this kind of yuan energy turbulence. It was even more powerful than an ordinary storm. Although your own yuan li was refined by you, when you encounter this yuan li, it will also be included in it and more or less be affected. Feng Hui and Zhan Tian immediately retreated to a distance of nearly 50 meters. At the center of the dragon vein, a yuan energy whirlpool with a radius of 50 meters had appeared. No one was able to approach this whirlpool. Even an elite like Feng Hui would be crushed by this yuan energy if he were to approach. How could this be? Feng Hui and Zhan Tian's faces were filled with shock. Someone is absorbing the dragon vein. Zhan Tian's eyes immediately saw a faintly discernible figure in the center of the whirlpool, absorbing the yuan energy dragon vein. Such a terrifying yuan energy dragon vein, and he's actually using such a direct method to absorb it. Does this person not want to live anymore? Zhan Tian exclaimed. In the face of such a powerful dragon's slumber, directly absorbing it was like swallowing an energy ball that one couldn't withstand. It could explode in one's body at any time, blowing one into countless pieces. The correct refining method required a sufficient number of elites to trap the yuan energy dragon vein, then disperse the latter's energy and absorb it. Alternatively, multiple elites would be able to absorb the yuan energy dragon vein at the same time. If such a person directly charged in, it was basically an act of seeking death. But now, even if this person died, it would be difficult to make up for this dragon vein. The energy of the dragon vein would definitely escape. Just this yuan energy dragon vein alone was even more powerful than a peak origin emperor expert. Such power wasn't something that could be easily captured. Previously, he was able to trap it because the latter had yet to fully awaken, so he used some materials to suppress it. That was why they were able to achieve such an effect. But now that the dragon vein had awakened, whoever approached it would die. Once one died, the yuan bead in one's body would also become a part of the yuan qi dragon vein and be completely assimilated. Now that the yuan qi dragon vein has been activated, the chances of suppressing the dragon vein back are very slim. Zhan Tian frowned and said. Even his hands had begun to tremble. This was an extremely serious mistake. No matter what, we can't let the dragon vein escape. Feng Hui said in a deep voice, "I'll ask them to come over." Feng Hui immediately sent a signal to the sky. There were a total of 5 giants in the right manner. Each of them could be called a commander. Some time ago, Bai Shiyan also went out with the team to make arrangements outside, but there were still 4 people in the manor. When they received Feng Hui's summon, in the sky, a few glorious auras immediately swept over. Wang. Feng Hui, what's the matter? Why did you summon all of us? 3 terrifying auras directly descended from the manor. Recommended Friends Masterpiece. Sacred Martial Divine Venerable must be Fire Fantasy. Chapter 761. The other 3 were Yin Shenguo, Guanju, and Taisu. All 3 of them were at the primitive emperor realm. Feng Hui was the strongest among them, having reached the 2nd grade primitive emperor realm. The other 3 were also at the 1st grade primitive emperor realm. According to the rules of the continent, primitive emperors couldn't act rashly. Otherwise, they would offend the rules of the continent and get into some very troublesome matters. It wasn't necessary at all. Therefore, most of the primitive emperors stayed in the manor. Only Bai Shiyan was outside. Logically speaking, When Baishurian received the signal, he should have rushed back. Fuck! What's going on? In Shangguo, who was originally asking questions, immediately shut his mouth after seeing the situation in front of him. He thought that something had appeared in the vicinity of Qingyuan Mountain Villa, so they were all summoned here to join in the fun, and so on. But when they saw the dragon vein, they were completely stunned. To think that someone would want to absorb the dragon vein. Wasn't this just courting death? If we let this person take away the dragon vein, we'll end up in a miserable state. Guanju said in a deep voice. No matter what, they couldn't let Li Zongjie walk out of here unscathed. Otherwise, the Manor Master would blame them and they would all be finished. Master Zhan, what should we do now? Phone, we asked the sky, occupying heavens beside him. Only the sky occupying heavens could solve this problem. They didn't know much about the origin Qi dragon vein. The four of you will form a formation and trap this Yuan energy dragon vein. Once the people below are devoured by this Yuan energy dragon vein, this Yuan energy dragon vein will definitely soar into the sky. At this time, if the four of you can join forces to block this Yuan energy dragon vein, I will have a way to suppress it. Zhan Tian said in a deep voice. However, the impact you will have to bear at that moment is equivalent to the full blow of a 9th-grade primitive emperor. When he said that the four of them who were full of information had a drastic change in expression. Which idiot came here to court death? Taishu said coldly. It was impossible for a single person to refine such a huge dragon vein. Unless the person refining the dragon vein was a 9th-grade origin emperor, it would be impossible for him to refine such a huge dragon vein. Otherwise, the only outcome would be death. Now, not only did that guy cause his own death, he even dragged them down with him. No matter what, I have to try. Feng Hui said, it was better to have a chance than to have no hope at all. However, there was no doubt that these people hated the person below to the bone. No matter what method that person used to survive, he would still be hunted down by these people. Immediately, the four great primitive emperors were ready to welcome the impact. Just thinking about the impact of a 9th-grade primitive emperor made them excited. As for Zhan Tian, he was also doing his best to set up an origin inscription array. If he wanted to suppress the power of the origin Qi dragon vein, he would need to put in more effort. Unless he was a 6th-grade array master, he would be able to set up an array to suppress the origin Qi dragon vein. However, his current strength was far from enough, but he could only give it a try. At this moment, Li Zongjie, who was below the origin Qi vortex, naturally knew that the five of them were approaching. The existence of the four primitive emperors also made Li Zongjie's heart move. Under the terrifying refinement of the Yuan Qi dragon vein, Li Zongjie's Yuan Qi cultivation and physical body cultivation were rapidly increasing. It was as if a switch had been turned on to speed up. Under this cleansing, his cultivation was constantly making breakthroughs. 6th grade Yuan Monarch, 7th grade Yuan Monarch, 8th grade Yuan Monarch. Obstacles in terms of cultivation level were nothing to Li Zongjie, as if they did not exist at all. As long as there was enough origin Qi, Li Zongjie's cultivation level would be able to continuously make breakthroughs. However, Li Zongjie was also suppressing himself. If he were to rush forward directly, it would not be good for him. First of all, his body needed to keep up with the speed. Otherwise, if the ancient golden tyrant body art was left behind, he did not know how long it would take for him to recover his strength. Once his body was damaged, there would definitely be some damage. It would be even more troublesome to recover in the future. Therefore, it was better to fight steadily and surely for now. The biggest gain was the reconstruction of the Blood Soul Hell. Then, the Blood Soul Hell was reformed. Li Zongjie was shocked to discover that the toughness of the Blood Soul Hell was 10 times greater than before. Under such circumstances, Li Zongjie was extremely pleasantly surprised. Today's origin Qi dragon vein cannot be completely refined. In that case, I will use this origin Qi dragon vein to create a second hell. The hell prajna technique itself carried such a terrifying ability. The first hell, the blood soul hell, had just been stabilized. However, it was impossible to refine such a huge origin chi dragon vein directly. It had to be eaten slowly. If the power of the origin chi dragon vein was allowed to escape, it was not Li Zongjiu style. In that case, I will create a origin chi hell for the second hell. Li Zongjiu was already mentally prepared. When he opened up this origin chi hell, the amount of energy consumed was not much. As long as the origin chi hell existed, it would be equivalent to Li Zongjiu having another place to store origin chi. However, it would not have any offensive effects. It would be of great use when assisting or helping others to break through. Li Zongjiu immediately operated the infernal prajna art, opened the second layer of hell, and poured all of his vital energy into it. Boom! Like a floodgate being opened, the surging origin chi immediately gushed into the hell created by Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's cultivation base was also fixed at the grade 9 Yuan monarch realm. An imposing aura pervaded the air as a new monarch was born. Although Li Zongjiu was only a grade 9 Yuan monarch because he had 4 great Yuan spirits, the strength of the origin chi in his body was 4 times or more than that of a powerhouse of the same level. In the outside world, Feng Hui and the rest, who had made ample preparations, were waiting for the Yuan energy dragon vein to soar into the sky. However, who would have expected that the Yuan energy dragon vein would actually wither at this moment? Like a balloon that had been inflated, it instantly withered away. It was as if it had deflated. How could this be? The 4 of them were shocked because the Yuan Qi seemed to have disappeared on the spot. They couldn't believe it. They looked at each other and finally looked at sky occupying heaven's body. Zhantian himself was also dumbfounded. Logically speaking, such a situation should not have happened. All the origin, Qi, seemed to have lost its power at this moment. Even the origin Qi vortex was rapidly weakening. Let's go. The 5 of them immediately walked towards the center of the vortex. From the looks of it, that person must have used some unknown method to collect the dragon vein. In that case, we just need to make that person hand over the thing. Li Zongjiu happened to be withdrawing the origin Qi from his body. Previously, because the origin Qi vortex was too powerful, the mountain wall above his head had been destroyed. It seemed like a sinkhole had appeared, and below his feet was a bottomless abyss. A Yuan monarch? Quickly hand over the origin Qi dragon vein, and we will not kill you. They would not kill him, but they would definitely not let him leave alive. Chapter 762. Li Zongjiu stood where he was. His Yuan Qi cultivation had already reached the level of a grade 9 Yuan monarch, but his physical body cultivation was slightly weaker. It seemed to be around the level of a grade 7 Yuan monarch. As for his mind power was even more ordinary. He had not made any breakthroughs during this period of time. Seems like the next step is to strengthen my mind power cultivation. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. It had to be an all-round and balanced development. Only then would it be possible to make a breakthrough in the future. He had to be fully prepared to break through to the absolute Saint Realm. He could not be greedy for a breakthrough in a short period of time. Li Zongjiu sensed the changes in his body. Then he lifted his head and looked at the people in front of him. Each and every one of them looked at Li Zongjiu as if they wanted to eat him alive. With such a look in their eyes, they actually said that they would not kill Li Zongjiu. Could it be that these people did not need to act anymore after their realm had increased? Do you want the Yuan Qi dragon vein? Sure. How much are you willing to pay? Li Zongjiu said very calmly. He was not nervous at all, even though he was surrounded by so many people. His tone was also very calm as he said that. Courting death. They heard Li Zongjiu's arrogant words. This was clearly their dragon vein. How dare he ask for money from them? How shameless! Feng Hui's mouth twitched when he heard that. He exchanged glances with the rest of the people. They had not expected a fool to come. At this moment, they had already sensed Li Zongjiu's Yuan monarch realm cultivation base. In front of these 4 Yuan monarchs, it was like catching a turtle in a jar. There was no suspense at all. They guessed that Li Zongjiu must have had the help of some divine weapon to be able to survive in this Yuan Qi vortex. Only in this way could it be said that everything made sense. Therefore, they did not take Li Zongjiu seriously at all. Since he wants money, which one of you is willing to give him the money? Feng Hui glanced at the 3 of them, implying that someone should teach Li Zongjiu a lesson and let him know what kind of situation Li Zongjiu was in. Let me do it. I recently made a fortune. Brat, you have to catch it. Guan Ju volunteered himself, and a long black saber appeared in his hand. Take a look and see if my soul-severing saber is enough. Guan Ju coldly snorted. Then he leaped forward and charged towards Li Zongjiu. As he swooped down, he mobilized all the Yuan power in his body and gathered it on the soul-severing saber. Guan Ju held back a little bit of his strength, and it was only at the peak of the Yuan King realm. He thought that he only needed to seriously injure Li Zongjiu. After all, he still had to explain where the Yuan Qi dragon vein was hidden by this brat. He did not dare to kill Li Zongjiu without knowing what the divine weapon was. This was because some things were mysterious. If the owner died, it would be very complicated to open it again. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he only needed to seriously injure Li Zongjiu. When Guan Ju swooped down with the soul-severing saber and arrived in front of Li Zongjiu looked at Guan Ju with a slight smile. Guan Ju's eyes were filled with disdain at first, but when Li Zongjiu raised his hand, his expression changed instantly. Shit! He knew that something was wrong, but it was too late. Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand, and his 5 fingers formed a sharp claw, grabbing Guan Ju's neck. Guan Ju did not know how he did it. When Li Zongjiu's fingers closed around his neck, Guan Ju knew that he was done for. A sense of fear arose spontaneously. Boom! Li Zongjiu grabbed Guan Ju and threw him over his shoulder to the ground behind him. When Guan Ju's body fell, Li Zongjiu's force, which was more than 1,000,000 kilograms, was all used on Guan Ju's body. The Yuan Qi defense that Guan Ju had automatically released collapsed instantly. This was because the force that had suddenly erupted was too strong. At the same time, the bones in Guan Ju's body were directly shattered. No one could withstand such a huge impact. Clang! The soul-severing saber fell to the side. Guan Ju was pressed to the ground by Li Zongjiu, unable to move. However, Feng Hui and the rest were able to sense that Guan Ju's aura seemed to be rapidly declining. Dead. Dead. Li Zongjiu had already stopped his action and took out a gray robe from the Southern Empire ring. He was still half naked. As an expert, he naturally had to pay attention to his image. After picking up the soul-severing saber, Li Zongjiu looked at the others. This saber is not enough, Li Zongjiu said faintly to the people in front of him. Old Guan, dead, dead. Guan Ju, who was lying on the ground, did not get up again because he could no longer move. In just one move, Li Zongjiu had slain Guan Jue with his physical strength, and primitive emperor powerhouse had been smashed to death by Li Zongjiu. This, the few of them had yet to react, as they could not believe what they had just seen. How could such a thing happen just like that? This kid's cultivation is strange. Let's take him down first. Zhan Tian shouted as he threw out a scroll from his hand. There were also yuan stones around the scroll, giving off a feeling of complementing each other. When the scroll was unfolded, a terrifying power was immediately released. It seemed as if hundreds of origin beasts had rushed out from the scroll and were charging towards Li Zongjiu. Zhan Tian had long noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with Li Zongjiu, but he was not sure at the beginning. Now that he had seen Li Zongjiu kill Guan Ju in one move, how could he be careless with such a fierce and powerful strength? Defeat this person first. Feng Hui also let out a low roar, taking the lead to release his primordial spirit. The power of an primitive emperor expert was like a force that could move unhindered between heaven and earth. The origin spirit behind Feng Hui was a six-eared fire monkey. The monkey's ears were burning with blue flames. Feng Hui reached out and grabbed the flames on the six-eared fire monkey's ears. Then he threw it towards Li Zongjiu. A green-blue flame appeared, and the surrounding vegetation seemed to be ignited because of it. Boom! Grand Moon Sword. A purple sword appeared in Yin Xingwu's hand. As he waved his hand, the Grand Moon Sword immediately coiled towards Li Zongjiu like a terrifying purple python. Yin Xingwu's origin spirit was a purple python. However, this purple python had already become the weapon spirit of the Grand Moon Sword. Heavenly illusionary sun mirror. Fix it. A bronze mirror appeared in Yin Xingwu's hand. The bronze mirror seemed to be flashing with turbid light. When the power of the mirror emerged, it was like rays of divine light that fell on Li Zongjiu's body. Li Zongjiu's body was bound by the golden light. This metal-based weapon actually had the effect of fixing one's body. The four experts took action together. It seemed that Li Zongjiu would not be able to escape alive. Chapter 763. Boom! When the flames and the Grand Moon Sword landed, a terrifying explosive force was set off. Dust filled the air and soared into the sky. The four of them looked at Tai Su. With Tai Su's sun reflection mirror, Li Zongjiu would have nowhere to hide once he was locked on by the sun reflection mirror. Even an Origin Emperor expert would hesitate for a moment if he was locked on by the sun reflection mirror. The few of them had already formed a tacit cooperation. Boom! A ray of light shot out from the dust and swept towards the picture scroll that Jiantian had released. A ray of light directly blasted onto the picture scroll, shattering the surrounding yuan stones. At the same time, the picture scroll emitted a swoosh sound as it lost its luster and fell to the ground. My 1,000 beast picture. When Jiantian saw his 1,000 beast portrait falling, he suddenly became nervous. He subconsciously wanted to grab the 1,000 beast portrait. This was a treasure that he had obtained with great difficulty. If it fell into the abyss, he did not know when he would be able to find it again. However, just as Jiantian's figure was about to fall, he saw a hand grab the 1,000 beast picture first. This thing is not bad. If you have any other good things, just take them out. Li Zongjiu held the desolate heaven essence in one hand and grabbed the 1,000 beast picture with one hand. When he looked at Jiantian, Jiantian was immediately frightened and retreated. How is this kid still alive? Extreme Yin kill. Yin Xingwu roared. He had been paying attention to Li Zongjiu's situation. When he saw Li Zongjiu rushing out, he immediately drew his sword and attacked with the Grand Moon Sword in his hand. The terrifying power immediately surged out and swept towards Li Zongjiu. This purple python is still underage. Li Zongjiu looked at the sword python that was swooping down. The purple boa python was a type of evolved meta-beast. This kind of meta-beast needed to continuously feed on human souls in its later stages. In other words, the more humans it ate, the stronger the purple boa python would be. However, the purple boa python in front of him was obviously malnourished. Since it had yet to reach adulthood, its power was naturally ordinary. At most, it was at the early primitive emperor level. If it was an adult purple body python that appeared today, then Li Zongjiu would have to think twice. Nonsense. If it was an adult purple boa python, it would be at least a 7th-stage primitive emperor. Therefore, it could be said that Yin Xingwu had great potential. Li Zongjiu threw out the desolate heaven essence in his hand, clashing with the Grand Moon Sword. Immediately, Yin Xingwu felt a crushing pain in his body. How is this possible? My Tai Yin sword! Yin Xingwu immediately exclaimed. A crack had actually appeared on his Grand Moon Sword. How is this not possible? Li Zongjiu sneered as he smashed out the desolate heaven essence once again. The terrifying power immediately surged out and shattered the Grand Moon's sword with a loud boom. Puff! Yin Shengwu spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The Grand Moon sword was refined by Yin Shengwu using his own blood essence. Now that the Grand Moon sword was severely damaged, it almost shattered half of Yin Shengwu's blood essence. The impact caused Yin Shengwu's body to tremble like raging waves. No, my Grand Moon sword. Following the shattering of the Grand Moon sword, the purple boa python naturally collapsed as well. It was killed by the power of the void. Damn it! Feng Hui and Tai Su exchanged glances. It had only been a few rounds, and yet another person had been crippled. How shocking was that? Great Void quickly activated his sun reflection mirror again. A golden light that was filled with penetrating power blasted towards Li Zongjiu. The golden light seemed to transform into thousands of golden arrows. Feng Hui also moved in an instant. The six-eared fire monkey protected him from behind. Li Zongjiu's body disappeared from the spot. He used the hidden dragon skill. The sun reflection mirror could not keep up with Li Zongjiu's speed. The golden arrows landed in the air and shattered a large part of the mountain wall. Although it was ferocious, it could not hit Li Zongjiu. Where is that kid? Feng Hui originally wanted to take advantage of the moment Li Zongjiu was hit and use another killing move. However, he realized that Li Zongjiu's body had disappeared. He was able to escape from the sun reflection mirror. How amazing was that fatty's technique? Is your mirror hard? Li Zongjiu's voice rang in Great Void's ears. Great Void was shocked when he heard this. He quickly changed the direction of his sun reflection mirror. As long as the sun reflection mirror shone on Li Zongjiu would definitely die. However, it was too late now. When the sun reflection mirror turned, it met Li Zongjiu's fist. Boom! Although his body was at the level of a grade 7 Yuan monarch, the power that he could unleash was not limited to this level after being tempered by the ancient golden body technique. Boom! The sun reflection mirror was instantly shattered. My sun reflection mirror! Great Void's eyes were like those of a frog. He screamed and met Li Zongjiu's fist. Boom! Li Zongjiu's punch landed on Tai Su's face, causing blood to spurt out from Tai Su's nose. Then, Tai Su was sent flying backwards. Clang! Great Void's face was completely destroyed. Although the sun reflection mirror had been destroyed, it was not a Yuan artifact that Great Void had painstakingly refined. Therefore, his body was not damaged. However, Li Zongjiu's fist made Great Void understand why Guanju had been killed in an instant. Li Zongjiu's strength was like that of a humanoid Yuan beast. Fortunately, Great Void's protective Yuan Qi had blocked the blow and prevented him from fainting. This brat! Seeing that Li Zongjiu had actually bypassed him to attack Absolute Void, Feng Hui was enraged. What a crafty fellow! Based on the commotion, it was clear that Li Zongjiu was picking on the weak ones. He avoided Feng Hui and turned to take down the rest. Fight me head-on if you have the ability. Feng Hui muttered to himself. At this moment, Li Zongjiu turned around and looked at Feng Hui with a disdainful smile. Bring it on then. Li Zongjiu immediately put away the desolate heaven essence. Then he crossed his hands in front of him, and a dazzling golden seal shot out from his hands and blasted towards Feng Hui. A mere golden seal. Eat my fist! Feng Hui once again borrowed flames from the six-eared fire monkey behind him. He twisted his hands, and the flames turned into a fist that blasted forward and collided with Li Zongjiu's golden seal. Feng Hui had borrowed the power of the six-eared fire monkey's flames. The power of the six-eared fire monkey's flames could easily burn a Yuan monarch elite to death. However, this invincible flaming fist was shattered into pieces by Li Zongjiu's golden seal. What? The overturning mountain golden seal blasted in front of Feng Hui. Fortunately, Feng Hui used his yuan qi to form a protective barrier. Bang! Even so, Feng Hui's body was still pushed back a few hundred meters and finally stopped on a treetop. It was 1 against 5. It was a complete suppression. Immediately, these people understood Li Zongjiu's strength. It was too terrifying. You, who exactly are you? Zhan Tian stared at Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu had taken away his 1,000-beast portrait, which was his ultimate treasure. You still don't know who I am? It seems like you really don't take me seriously. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but laugh. These people were really interesting. However, it seemed like Qingyuan Manor was really arrogant. They had casually taken out 5 Yuan monarchs and countless Yuan monarchs. Therefore, he naturally did not take Li Zongjiu, who was in the sacred Flame Royal City, seriously. Some information about Li Zongjiu was that he had reached the Yuan monarch realm. Even Bai Shiyan only knew about Li Zongjiu because he was secretly protecting Lei Gong. However, he also didn't take Li Zongjiu seriously. Otherwise, he would have killed Li Zongjiu a long time ago. Chapter 764. However, looking at their expressions, it seemed like they really didn't know who Li Zongjiu was. Zhan Tian moved his fingers and stared at Li Zongjiu with his eyes wide open. You are Li Zongjiu. Zhan Tian said in horror. The rest of the people finally reacted. The young man in front of them was actually Li Zongjiu. In fact, the reason why they had an impression of Li Zongjiu was because they knew that there was someone in the sacred Flame Royal City who wanted to make an enemy out of their Qingyuan villa. At first, they didn't care, but later on, Li Zongjiu became a level 6 alchemist. Even though the Heavenly Pill Pavilion tried their best to suppress the news to prevent it from leaking out, many people still found out about it. Later on, after investigating, they found out that Li Zongjiu seemed to have quite a bit of conflict with their Qingyuan villa. Originally, he thought that if there was a chance, he would try to win over a 6th-grade alchemist. However, who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the person who had threatened to destroy the Qingyuan villa actually came? Although he was only one person, he was able to beat them to such a state. Perhaps Li Zongjiu really had the ability to do so. Leave your last words. Since you are so good at counting, I will start with you. Li Zongjiu pointed at Zhan Tian and said. Zhan Tian suddenly felt his body stiffen. Arrogant brat, I will definitely tear you to pieces. Yin Xingwu's eyes were red as he stared at Li Zongjiu and said coldly. He couldn't wait to kill Li Zongjiu because Li Zongjiu destroyed his lunar sword. Once it was destroyed, it was basically half of his life's work. It was impossible to cultivate it back. Now that Li Zongjiu had made a move, it could be said that his entire life was ruined. You don't mess around. Our Qingyuan villa accepts talents from all over the world. If there is anything, we can sit down and discuss it. Zhan Tian wanted to appease Li Zongjiu's emotions. Based on the current situation, they didn't seem to be Li Zongjiu's opponent. Therefore, it was better to calm Li Zongjiu down first. Once Li Zongjiu was brought into the Qingyuan villa, it would be completely under Zhan Tian's control. After all, Zhan Tian was an array master. The Qingyuan villa's array was all designed by Zhan Tian was. As long as Li Zongjiu walked in, he was dead, meat was dead, Zhan Tian's was dead. In reality, Zhan Tian had already very rarely left the Qingyuan mountain villa. As a formation master, staying within his own formation was the safest thing to do. Zhan Tian's that person was a person was a person's was a person's was a person's he was. ST's ars is? You want to bring me into your array, right? Instead of kneeling down and surrendering, you want to kill me. You deserve to die. Li Zongjiu's eyes were filled with mockery. He had killed so many people in the Qingyuan villa. How could he sit down and chat? Was he an idiot? Li Zongjiu immediately rushed towards Zhan Tian. Damn it! Zhan Tian cursed. He turned around and ran towards Feng Hui. When Feng Hui blocked Li Zongjiu, he would find an opportunity to escape back into the villa. Feng Hui, save me. However, Jean Tian was surprised that Feng Hui saw that the situation was not good. He immediately called for everyone to retreat. Jean Tian turned around and ran after calling for help. Jean Tian didn't expect that in such a critical situation. As his companion, Feng Hui was actually the first to abandon him. Feng Hui, you betrayed your companion. You will die a horrible death. Jean Tian said coldly. This time, Li Zongjiu didn't disappoint everyone. He directly smashed Jean Tian's head with a punch. Li Zongjiu sneered. Feng Hui and the other two looked at Li Zongjiu with lingering fear. Li Zongjiu was simply a berserk battle meta beast. He had easily killed the two of them. Moreover, Yin Xingguo was currently in a half-crippled state. If there was no good way to deal with him, Yin Xingguo would probably be crippled. He would be crippled from now on. Looking at the three of them running away, Li Zongjiu wasn't in a hurry to chase after them. Instead, he turned around and ran towards the mountain path leading to the entrance of the Qingyuan villa. Since I, Li Zongjiu, have promised to destroy your entire family, I will definitely destroy your entire family. Therefore, Li Zongjiu directly started from the entrance. When Li Zongjiu's figure appeared in front of the mountain gate of the Qingyuan villa, he gathered his yuan power and shouted towards the top of the Qingyuan villa. I, Li Zongjiu, am here to destroy the entire Qingyuan villa. If you don't want to die, hurry down the mountain. Li Zongjiu's shout was like a thunderclap. It resounded in the sky above the Qingyuan villa. Since the Qingyuan villa was a place where countless experts, and celebrities worked together, when these people heard that someone had come to create a ruckus and wanted to destroy the entire Qingyuan villa, they were all enraged. All of them were instantly furious. Some of them didn't even care who this Li Zongjiu was. However, this kind of person actually dared to come to the Qingyuan villa and behave atrociously. He was either a madman or a fool. Feng Hui and the others naturally heard Li Zongjiu's warning. However, they were in a hurry to return and form the Yuan Rune Array to form a defensive force. At the same time, they also needed to recover from their injuries and report this matter to King Qin Yuan so that he could make a decision. In response to Li Zongjiu's warning, Feng Hui and the others could only speed up and didn't come forward to stop him. If they came forward and said something, wouldn't it weaken the prestige of the Qingyuan villa? Most importantly, they had just abandoned the sky occupying sect. To them, this was also because they were extremely afraid of being discovered. Everything could wait until after they killed Li Zongjiu. At the mountain gate, a large number of experts had already rushed out of the villa's residence. After these people were recruited to the Qingyuan villa, it was said that they would stay together and discuss with each other. However, in reality, it was equivalent to being recruited by King Qin Yuan to become his hired thugs when necessary. As the existence of a villa, it naturally had to raise some of these people. If they encountered some ignorant people, they would directly and easily settle these matters without making it too troublesome. Where did this fool come from? How dare you bark at the entrance of my Qingyuan villa? Watch me, Dajiang overturning staff, personally teach you how to behave. Immediately, a man with a crew cut appeared. He held a mahogany staff in his hand and jumped down from the mountain. As soon as his front foot landed, he was still 5 steps away from Li Zongjiu. He saw Li Zongjiu take a step forward and punch out with all his strength. The crew-cut man's upper and lower body, along with the staff in his hand, were directly sent flying.